Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter reborn as the dark heir of magic god? Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. She jolts as consciousness seems to slam into her. There are people shouting in what sounds like Japanese around her, but she's too disoriented to make out what they're saying, especially with the distraction of some woman pointing what looks like a gun at her, hateful terror in her eyes. She seems a lot bigger than her, though. It's only around that time that, from the perspective of everything around her and a glimpse of her own hand, which she'd brought up habitually, that she realizes she's in the body of a baby. Without hesitation, she throws up a physical shield and sends out a wave of Patronus fire. It clashes with some sort of light that had started to come out after she pulled the trigger, burning it away as it passes on its way to her. The way she turns to ash in moments makes it clear that despite the infantile form she currently had, there was plenty of harm aimed at her from the woman's heart. Not that there was really any question of that, given she was the sort of person capable of pointing something that looked like a gun at a baby. It couldn't have been a gun given the light, but given her Patronus fire ate whatever that came out as well, it was clearly harmful, so it didn't really matter that it wasn't something that fired bullets. Heavy silence washes over the people around her as she lets her Patronus fire go. Its job done, and it subsequently dissipates. She stares at the ashes of the terrible woman for a moment in thought before she realizes her consciousness is starting to fade. It's the weirdest feeling, as there isn't fatigue in her infantile body, but darkness is certainly closing in on her mind rapidly. Her eyes narrow as she struggles to fight it off, but a male voice, loving and soft, echoes from the edges of her conscience. Sleep, beloved. You will wake if necessary, but otherwise you should not wake properly until later. She doesn't know why, since she's not usually the sort of person to trust an unknown, suspicious voice that had somehow managed to slip through her occlumency, but something in her trusts it instinctively. Not that she has much choice, given despite her attempts to fight it off, darkness was closing in on her mind. She makes the choice to follow her instinct and trust it, giving up her mental struggle and letting the black veil pull itself across her mind. The last thing she hears is a man shouting, "Shiba Mia, what wa dash?" She stops dead as she wakes again, the memories and mind of Calanthe coming back to her once more. Under different circumstances that may be an issue, given she was in the middle of sparring with someone, but the habits drilled into this body by the Yotsuba's training and her instincts, training, and experience as Calanthe conspire to easily toss her much larger opponent to the ground as he charges at her, even as her mind is a million miles away. Shiba Toshiko. That was the name of this body, of her now. The memories of Toshiko bubble up after the onslaught of Calanthe's memories, before they start to settle in with the memories of Calanthe in her mind. From what her memories as Toshiko are telling her, there is magic here as well, but between the differences in the history of this world and the magic itself, she can only assume she's in a different universe. How she got reborn in another universe, she doesn't know, and at the moment it honestly doesn't matter that much. The body she was in was a magician, what the people here call a magical, but its magic ability is actually incredibly limited, not dissimilar to a contractor in her first life. Though it was less that she was missing a key element to being a more generalized magical than it was that this magic calculation area that the magicals here seem to have and need was already busy with something else. She narrows her eyes. That wouldn't do. It wouldn't do at all. She seems to have retained her magical core from her first life, despite it being misplaced in this universe. But one should never throw away possible tools like magic. Especially since just from her memories, the magic this body's magic calculation area is busy with her two stupid powerful abilities that let her destroy or restore anything she can see. So there's no telling how useful the magic of this universe is in general, and it'd be foolish to dismiss it. She need to do some research to make sure she had a good picture of things before she attempts anything, though. Completely ignoring the people around, the trainers and other guardians from this Yotsuba family she seems to have been born to. She turns towards the door and starts to walk away, eyes unfocused and gazing at nothing in particular as she thinks. Behind her, an older male voice calls out, "Shiba, where are you going?" practice isn't done, and you haven't been released for the day yet. She mostly tunes him out and ignores him and the others, barring absently keeping an eye on them with the elemental sight, an ability that lets her view the information of the world in a fairly large range around her. This body was kind enough to provide and defending herself after the man in charge of their training looks over at some of the others and jerks his head towards her in a silent order to restrain her. As they start to come at her, she throws up a wall using her magic from her life as Calanthe, one that repels physical things. They run right into it, but quickly gather themselves and seem to try to throw magic at her. That one is even easier to deal with, since this decomposition power of hers lets her destroy the magic sequence of their spells before they're even done building it, much less cast it. As an additional measure, just in case, she calls up Patronus Fire and wraps her body in it as a final line of defense. She leaves a stunned silence as well as her magical wall in her wake, though she lets the magic of the latter go after she gets a few hallways away, heading off towards the library. This world she's been born in is high-tech enough that places like that with physical media are very rare, but the Yotsuba have one as something of a backup in case anything ever happens to their servers where their digital library on magic is stored. Also, there were computers, or rather terminals as they call them here, for accessing the digital library there, which makes it a pretty easy choice of destination for starting her research. The thought of whether she was Toshiko that just inherited Calanthe's memories somehow, or she was Calanthe and she'd pushed whoever this body originally belonged to out occurs to her. But she does have a way to look at the history of herself up to 24 hours in the past via elemental sight. Almost hesitantly, she looks at her psion body in the information dimension, her IDOS as individual psion information bodies are called, but that swiftly reveals that there wasn't any need for her anxiety. There had been something in a state similar to the physical body, sleeping right up until her memories as Calanthe woke up, which was the exact same moment that aforementioned something in her IDOS snapped awake. Given it was sleeping inside of her already, she doesn't think she just got Calanthe's memories somehow, and them waking up didn't alter the IDOS beyond the expected alterations from said memories awakening. So it wasn't like she pushed the real Toshiko out of her body either. She has no way of guaranteeing she's correct, especially if she doesn't even know how or why it happened, but it at least indicates that if she is wrong about being both Calanthe and Toshiko, then that indicates she's Toshiko, and that she just got Calanthe's memories somehow. If that is the case, then it was honestly the best possibility. Calanthe lived her life and she didn't really regret anything in the end beyond things she can't really control like old age, catching up with loved ones, but she loathed the idea of essentially stealing a child's life and body, even unwillingly, whereas Toshiko is more than happy with the things she's learned and gained from Calanthe's memories and isn't against the situation in general. It doesn't take her long to get there, and she quickly settles in to start brushing up on certain aspects of this universe. She's not sure how long she's in there before her birth mother, Mia, comes gliding in, fury radiating from her even if she's too refined to stomp. Toshiko. She looks up at her so-called mother lazily, and deeming there's no point in word games, decides to be blunt. I'm in the middle of something, so please say whatever you came to quickly. Mia is good at controlling herself, she'll give her that, but she spent centuries as Calanthe, seeing past what nobles allowed through on their faces. So she easily picks up on the micro twitch of irritation and the flicker of surprise and unease. Credit where it's due. Mia doesn't let it slow her down. Why did you leave training unauthorized? Do you even understand what sort of position that puts you in? She snorts. Did you really come all the way here for something so minuscule in the long run, Mia? Mia flinches ever so slightly, but she pushes on going with the excuse for the sudden change in behavior she'd already come up with. Well, it doesn't really matter. I had more important things to deal with. There's some important research I need to do. So I decided to stop playing along with the Yotsuba's slavery indoctrination. Mia actually recoils at that. Slavery indoctrination? The Yotsuba doesn't have slaves. She snorts. Sure, if that's what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night without a guilty conscience. But slapping a pretty name like Guardian on it doesn't change what they are fundamentally. Mia stares at her in silence for a moment, seemingly coming to terms with what she said. She's still confused as to why it seems to bother Mia what her opinion on the Guardian program is, so she finally decides that if she's going to be here and bothering her from her research anyway, she may as well get some answers. To that end, She turns her gaze away from the terminal she was working at and meets Mia's gaze to toss a legitimacy probe at her. She wasn't even sure if it would work given her memories, as Toshiko tell her Mia is an incredibly skilled mind magic user. But she practically has no defenses to speak of. There's a little bit of the start of mental defenses, but it's all too easy to slip around them unnoticed, which in and of itself tells her something. Namely that while this universe may be more advanced magically in certain aspects, it's behind her old universe in others, and that mind magic seems to be one of them. That's more of an absent observation while she reads Mia's mind, though. Time works differently in the mind, so she easily retrieves relevant memories and views them in less than 10 seconds in the physical world. There were more than a couple of surprises in there. The first being that she had been stripped of her position in the family and placed in the Guardian program purely because the Yotsuba were terrified of her. The second being that Mia isn't actually as cold and uncaring as her memories as Toshiko tells her she is towards her. It'd honestly be more accurate to say she's Mia's favorite beloved child between her and her brother Yuki. She just isn't allowed to show it, nor does she let it sway her decisions or behavior. Surprisingly, she was only really mad about her leaving out of fear of how the Yotsuba would respond to her rebellion, and was mostly upset at the idea that she views being a guardian as no different than being a slave because she never intended a fate like that to befall her. And it shook her significantly to think the happiest life she could give her was still so miserable in her eyes. Third, there's a minor revelation that Mia and her twin sister Maya have something of an ongoing argument between them as to whose child she is. Physically, Mia got pregnant and gave birth to her, but Maya seems to have some weird notion that she's spiritually her child or something. The fourth is her brother Yuki himself. That one fills her with uneasy disgust. Mia had only had him because she was convinced no one would ever accept a monster like Toshiko, so he was meant to be her loyal companion, and even her husband later. Mia had carefully gone out of her way to ensure that the Yotsuba's genetic manipulation of Yuki would allow them to safely have children without detrimental side effects for that very reason. It wasn't just for her sake and fairness. Part of the intention to marry them together eventually was to ensure her loyalty to the Yotsuba via the mental manipulation to make her only really care about Yuki to the point of obsession. She turns her mental gaze inwards after the fourth revelation. She'd vaguely noticed her mind drifting to Yuki more than once while she was trying to research, but she'd honestly thought it was just the part of her that was Toshiko being understandably and naturally curious about a younger brother she'd been kept separate from. It doesn't take long, not even a second in real time, given the time difference that can occur in the mind, for her to locate the manipulation in her mind and purge it. She hadn't even noticed just how prevalent Yuki was in the back of her mind until her mind suddenly stops obsessing over him. She'd have to do something similar for Yuki, since the fact he was made to be her companion and husband and always lover meant that Mia had started using mind magic on him to bury it in his mind when he was a fetus. It'd probably complicate things, since using it on a developing brain probably embedded it similarly to a need, like for air, water, and food. Undoubtedly, it'd be harder to safely remove because of that, but she'd do it anyway. Yuki may have been conceived for her, but the moment he was born, Mia and the rest of the Yotsuba lost the right to dictate his life and mind to him. He was his own person and had the right to his own feelings. Family can and should guide a child, but they do not get to dictate. If he hated her, that was fine. She didn't really care now that her own mental manipulation was gone. Besides, the words on her ankle and chest along what will be the bottom of her breast when she develops indicates that she doesn't need Yuki to combat loneliness. She'd looked at them earlier after she'd sat down in front of the terminal, and given that everyone else only seemed to notice weird word-like birthmarks, she's pretty sure there's something keeping them from really registering them. Since for one, they weren't word-like, they were straight-up words, and for another, they fade in and out and change colors slowly like certain kinds of lights on a Christmas tree, just without the glowing. Which backs up her original thought that she didn't just inherit Calanthe's memories somehow. Because at this point, she'd have had to inherit Calanthe's memories, magic, and even her soulmate bonds. Given she'd already ruled out the possibility of Calanthe unwillingly pushing Toshiko out of her way to inhabit her body, the only real explanation is reincarnation, regardless of the lack of answers on the how and why fronts. The dark blue for Hey still reads the same, but now it fades out and into a decadent brown in Japanese that reads, I kind of figured that was on purpose to get our attention. The words on her chest, on the other hand, fade from Misaki's old brown into a delightful green, also in Japanese, which says, you didn't. You did not. What she did or didn't do, she obviously doesn't know yet. But the moment she'd laid eyes on it, she'd felt a flicker of mischief anyway, all too able to imagine the sort of things she could have done to get that kind of response. The point being, though, that clearly whatever had happened, her soulmates had come with her, and as such she would never truly be alone anyway, even if everyone else in the world hated her. So she didn't need, appreciate, or approve of her own mother giving birth to someone she's supposed to have an arranged marriage with later, and certainly not to try to guarantee things would work out the way she's wanting by using mind magic on him as early as when he was a fetus to make him love her. She's dragged back to the present by Mia breaking eye contact. She makes it seem like she was just looking away with a sigh as she brushes a hand through her bangs, but she can tell the woman was nervous. What a guardian is on a fundamental level aside. What do you mean you decided to stop playing along? She tilts her head in bemusement. I should think that's obvious. I never actually bought into the Yotsuba's nonsense indoctrination. I was just pretending to, and now that something more important has come up, I decided to stop doing so. Mia gives her a disapproving look. How do you think people will view this rebellion of yours? Do you think Maya will take it well? What about Yuki? Knowing what she does now, she knows Maya was mostly meant as a distraction to hide her bringing up Yuki by name to try to force her into compliance by taking advantage of the mental magic she's used on her previously. Though in fairness, Maya was also a not-so-subtle threat. She snorts, Maya isn't very strong. It'd be all too easy to defeat her. Don't know why you bothered to bring up Yuki in the first place, but I don't really care what he thinks. You reap what you sow, and the Yotsuba has gone out of their way to keep us separate. So the only care I have for him is the same vague care I'd have for any stranger child. He's irrelevant to the conversation. Maya at least is the head of the Yotsuba and a powerhouse compared to the rest of you, so I can understand her relevance to the conversation at least, since she ostensibly has command over me. Mia seems to stop breathing for a moment, her eyes actually going wide when she dismisses Yuki entirely. It takes a solid minute, during which she goes back to focusing on her terminal, for her to find her voice, and even then it's distant and almost absent. Ostensibly? There's nothing ostensible about it. Maya does have absolute authority over you. She snorts again without looking away from her terminal. The problem with authority is it has to be recognized. And I don't. She's the head of the Yotsuba family. I acknowledge that there's no arguing with facts, but I do not acknowledge that it gives her the ability to command me. For one thing, I have my own priorities and I don't really care if Maya or the Yotsuba want something else. I'll do what I decide to do regardless, including get in the way of or outright oppose the Yotsuba if necessary. For another, I'd like to remind you that the previous head removed me from the family, and I'm also not an employee of the Yotsuba, since I do not acknowledge your slave ownership of me. So by your own hands, I have no tie beyond blood to the Yotsuba to begin with. Mia pauses, her hands shaking a little before she pulls herself together and pulls a mobile terminal, too, out of her pocket. The part of her that's Calanthe insists it's not a terminal, it's a smartphone, but the part of her that's Toshiko says otherwise, and it's undoubtedly better to stick to this universe's terminology anyway, if only to keep herself from verbally slipping up in the future. So terminal it is, same as what she'd call a computer, with the only difference being the mobile tacked onto the beginning of the phones. Mia straightens up as she lifts her mobile terminal, saying crisply, if you have no ties to the Yotsuba, you have no right to our library, nor our food, or anything like that for that matter. Then she finishes clicking at her terminal, and Toshiko's own gives an access denied pop-up. But contrary to what the victorious Mia likely expects, she just turns her head to give her an amused look and a grin, then turns back to her own terminal, and blatantly in front of her, types in Maya's login information, then disables Mia's authority to grant and remove access, reinstates her own access, then logs off of Maya's account and back onto her own. It hadn't been hard to do. Despite the commonality of biodata log in these days, the Yotsuba mainframe didn't use them. Why? She couldn't say, but it didn't so it was all too easy to flick a look at the IDOS log from Maya's terminal of her signing into it this morning to get her login information. When she's done, she flicks another amused look at Mia. Technically, even if you cast me out of the family, you never gave me for adoption. So legally you're obligated to provide food, clothes, housing, and education, but I have no qualms about leaving. I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. It may be tricky without a convenient inheritance to fall back on, but in general this family was even worse than the Dursleys. So other than her vague worry for the innocent children being subject to their poison, she'd have no more issues with packing up and leaving them than she'd had with the Dursleys. And besides, on second thought, it probably wouldn't even be particularly tricky since there was undoubtedly someone or another in the 10 master clans willing to trade her care, or even just a nice chunk of money for the info on the Yotsuba she has, especially given the amount. Maybe the Jumanji? From what she's heard about them, they're a fairly decent family. She genuinely thought about using decomposition to delete the signal from Mia's terminal to the mainframe, as well as the active programming flag telling it that it was still waiting for a response in said terminal. But that honestly seemed like too much of a hassle. Mia opens and closes her mouth, gaping like a fish, then whirls away towards the door. She smiles towards the door Mia had just left out of, run away to Sissy and cry and complain about it. Not that it'll really do much, knowing she'd undoubtedly have the video recording of the incident pulled up to show Maya what happened. She turns to look dead at the camera and winks at it cheekily before going back to work on her terminal, even as she absently follows Mia's hurried progress over to and through the main house with her elemental sight. She watches as Mia bursts into Maya's office without even knocking, drawing displeasure from Maya and her butler Hayama. Maya starts to scold Mia for it, but the latter of the twins are in far too much of a hurry to listen to it, immediately cutting her off. There isn't time for that or manners. Maya gives Mia a faintly confused look. What could be so important that even basic decency like knocking falls to the wayside? Mia gives Maya an irritated look. How about the fact I just came back from a conversation with Toshiko, and she had decided to stop playing along, as she put it, with her guardian training, which she just straight up walked out of today, amongst other things? Other things like that blue fire that incinerated Keiko 3, when she went nuts and tried to kill Toshiko as a baby, making another appearance. Maya and Hayama both stare at Mia in utter surprise for a beat. Then Maya sharply orders, "Pull up the footage." Without hesitation, Mia pulls up a video and has it play out on a large screen that is revealed by paneling on the wall sliding out of the way. That video is actually from her absently giving the trainers and the guardian something of a beatdown on her way out. Then Mia adds that she'd gone to the library from there as she pulls up the footage from their confrontation in the library. Maya stares at the footage, paused at her winking cheekily at the camera so it wouldn't be playing in the background while they try to talk. Maya takes a sip of her tea as she stares at her winking image. Well, this is a problem. Hayama, forget about my sister barging in here. It was entirely warranted. Mia gives her an annoyed look. You think? Maya hums. So what do we do about it? Toshiko had clearly shaken off your mental manipulation to favor Yuki, so he's not a bargaining chip, and we really don't have anything else. Mia scoffs, entirely due to the previous head. He shot the Yotsuba in the foot with his decisions. Maya nods that he did. From there, the conversation dissolves into them trying to figure out something, and she does absently split her focus like she used to with her Patronus Fire Dragon to keep an ear on the conversation. But otherwise, she turns her attention back to her terminal. They don't really bother making a genuine attempt to deny her access again, given she's already demonstrated the fact she can get around it easily. The only thing they try to do to cut her off is Maya straight up deleting her account. But given the server is stored close enough for her to reach it with her power, it's easy to simply use the other ability she has, regrowth, and restore it back to the state before her account was removed and continue her research. Even as she continues looking into things, she's bothered by something that pops up more than once. Namely the belief that at their most basic level, psions, one of the types of magic in this world, are essentially the mind and thoughts of an individual, whereas pushians, another kind of magic, are the emotions and personality. Yet for some reason, they seem to believe that there's a one-way street of interaction between them. That is to say, pushians can influence psions, yet popular belief is that psions can't affect pushians. It makes zero sense to her. If psions and pushions really are representations of the mind and thoughts or emotions and personality respectively, then the flow and ability to affect one another should go both ways. Personality and emotions affect the mind and thoughts certainly, but the reverse is also true. It's something she'll have to look into later though, since that was not what she came to research. That being said, if those are the kinds of magic in this world, is there even such a thing as ambient magic like there was in her old world? When it starts getting later at night, she leaves the library to head to her room. From what her memories as Toshiko were telling her, normally these guardians would be in dormitories rather than single rooms. But her position was a little weird. She'd been born to the Shiba, a branch of the Yotsuba. So she had the blood of the Yotsuba, even if she'd been stripped of her place in the family and made to join the guardian program the day she was born. Before today, she honestly would have had no idea as to why, and her first thought may have been that brief moment when she woke up when she was a baby, but even then she would have quickly dismissed it. The very fact someone had been pointing a weapon at her infantile form would have told her that something was already going on, and therefore that it was highly unlikely it was a side effect of her using her Patronus fire. In fairness, her next thought would have undoubtedly been about the fact that theoretically it could be something like an assassination attempt, and her so-called family got freaked out by her response. But even then, she'd have found that being the reason hard to believe, given the security her memory let her know exists around the Yotsuba household. Not to mention the fact there had been shouting instead of them trying to take the woman down. Now though, due to reading her mother's mind, she knows full well it's out of a mixture of fear, regret, and guilt over her very existence and the things related to her birth. Like the fact she was basically a physical embodiment of all they'd hoped for leading up to her birth, and what had happened after she was born which made them realize what her magic was and the threat of it. She shakes the thought of their ridiculousness off as she approaches her room. She blinks mildly at the maid standing in front of her door, grinning lightly, then idly asking without a care, "Are you here to tell me that the Yotsuba are neglecting their legal obligations and I need to find different accommodations tonight?" The maid bows. "No, Shiba-sama. Quite the contrary, actually. I was ordered by Yotsuba-sama to inform you that the Yotsuba acknowledge their legal obligation towards you. But as you are no longer in the Guardian program, it would be shameful for someone of Yotsuba blood to sleep in their dormitory building. As such, your belongings have been moved to the main house, while Yotsuba-sama debates what to do on a more permanent basis since you have been stripped from the family. I'm supposed to lead you to your new room." Now that she mentions it, she vaguely recalls hearing something like that while she was eavesdropping on Maya's conversations. But on some level, her mind had dismissed it as unimportant and she hadn't really noted it consciously. She hums idly, even as she finds the relevant memory, using her occlumency, and reviews the part of the conversation where that was decided. She feels a flicker of amusement at the tentative suggestion from Hanami, the guardian of her mother, to try to slip something into her food, and the way it was immediately shot down by Mia, and Hayama since she'd easily detect it with her elemental sight, and not only could she easily decompose it down into its base atoms, but that it had just cost them whatever trust they may or may not have left. She nods at the maid. "All right then, let's go." The maid bows. "Please follow me, Shiba-sama." Then she walks past her to lead her to her new room. She notes that the maid isn't from the Guardian program as she follows her. Probably from them deciding not to potentially step into another mess of their making given she's already made her opinions on that clear. She couldn't say for sure, since the only thing that had been mentioned in their meeting earlier was Maya and Mia stressing to Hayama to pick a maid that would be respectful, preferably because they genuinely respect her for her lineage if nothing else, but at worst are professional enough not to let their personal opinions influence their behavior. The thought flickers by in a moment, but she quickly shakes it off and turns her attention towards her mother, now that she isn't researching. She's still not entirely sure if she actually deserves such a title. On one hand, she did actually love her and went to lengths to try to ensure that she wouldn't be completely hated and would have at least one person in her corner. On the other, her method of doing that was to have another child and manipulate both of their minds towards the end goal she was after. It's a sticky mess, that's for sure. She's pulled from her thoughts when the maid stops just past the door, turning and bowing again as her hand lifts palm, facing up on the side with the door. "Your new room, Shiba-sama." Yotsuba-sama indicated that with everything going on, you may have missed dinner at the old building. "Do you need me to bring you something?" She tilts her head. I didn't eat, no, so some food would be nice. The maid drops her head a little lower. Understood, Shiba-sama. Please make yourself comfortable in your room. I'll be back with your dinner shortly. She nods. Thanks. Then she opens the door to head in, knowing that it'd undoubtedly make things awkward and difficult for the maid if she tried to linger until she left, since her own training would tell her not to in case she needed anything else. The room is notably larger than her one in the Guardian dormitory and training building, and it's fairly nice as well, rather than the more minimalistic plain room she'd had before. It wasn't super fancy or anything, but it was small things like the decorations on the bed frame and the like, and the higher quality of the bedding on it. There was also both a table to sit at off to the side, as well as a desk rather than just a ladder. She turns her attention back to Maya's office with elemental sight, becoming aware that she and Hayama, along with Mia and Hanami who haven't left, are watching her via the camera in the room like a hawk, presumably taking in her reaction. She smiles in bemusement as she runs her first two fingers over the top of the nicer dresser. Well, certainly better accommodations than before. Though I guess if anything, it's more surprising that they even give their slaves the basic courtesy that they do. Through elemental sight, she sees Mia flinch slightly as Maya narrows her eyes. Hayama. He bows his head slightly. Yes, madam. She continues as soon as she's sure she has his full attention. Did the people in charge over there neglect Toshiko's accommodations? Guardian she may have been then, but she still has the blood of the Yotsuba in her veins after all. I ordered them to be respectful of that despite her position. Hayama bows fully even though she doesn't look over. Not to my knowledge, madam, but I will inspect her previous room to make sure everything was up to the standard Toshiko-sama was due even with her circumstances. Maya nods sharply. See that you do. Silence falls in Maya's office. So she heads over to the bed to settle down and lean back the pillows as she waits for the maid to return with her dinner. Thoughts turning to the purpose of her research today, namely her born specializations and how much of this magic calculation area they take up, since while she had a couple thoughts on how to deal with it, she didn't want to try anything until she had a firmer idea of what exactly a magic calculation area was. Not that there had been a whole lot of information. It wasn't some sort of physical addition to the brain as she knew it, as had been her first thought when the phrase had crossed her mind as Toshiko and Calanthe's memories got on the same page. Or to put it another way, that Calanthe's memories had reawakened, but Toshiko's had reaffirmed themselves, so they didn't get buried. She'd honestly only gone to research despite that just in case something the part of her that was Toshiko knew wasn't clear, was hazy, or that she just straight up didn't know to begin with. The term magic calculation area refers to a section of the subconscious rather than a physical area of the brain, which if there is one specifically for it, it hasn't been located. Though interesting, it doesn't really answer the question she'd had. Theoretically, she could use elemental sight on herself while she cast to try to determine what part of the brain was in charge of it, but she knows for a fact they've already done things to scan the brain activity during casting, so she doesn't know if that would reveal anything. She'd still do it, since it never hurts to try, but she genuinely doubts it'll tell her anything more. She snapped out of her contemplation by a knock on the door, immediately followed by the voice of the maid from earlier. Shiba-sama, I'm back with your dinner. May I come in, or would you prefer I leave the cart out here? She straightens up and swings her legs over the bed as she responds. You can come in. The door opens and the maid pushes a cart in and over towards the table and starts unloading her food as she herself makes her way over and sits down in one of the two chairs, the one in front of where the maid was setting things up specifically, though she's careful not to obstruct her work as she does. There's no need to impede the jobs of any of the service staff after all. That's just rude. When she's done laying out her food, she steps back and bows again, gesturing towards a pull bell the same way she gestured to the room door earlier. Please enjoy your meal and call when you're done so I can gather the dishes. She nods. Thank you. She pauses as she realizes she never introduced herself. I don't believe you mentioned your name earlier, but it's polite to thank someone by name, and neither of us knows whether Maya-sama will assign you to be the maid helping me until she figures something more permanent out. And if she does and it takes a little longer, it'd make things awkward if I didn't know your name. The maid's bow deepens slightly for a moment. That's quite true, Shiba-sama. I wasn't thinking of the possibility of this arrangement lasting longer than just tonight, my apologies. My name is Suzuki Emi, Shiba-sama. She waves the apology off. Don't worry about it. The orders undoubtedly came out of nowhere. It's understandable that you wouldn't be thinking about the possibility of it lasting more than tonight. Anyway, thank you, Suzuki-san. I'll ring the bell when I'm done, so don't let me hold you up from any other duties you have. Suzuki's bow re-deepens for another beat. Then she turns and leaves. She turns her attention to her food, giving it what already was and would undoubtedly remain a habitual sweep, for with elemental sight for anything slipped in despite what she'd heard earlier, or even just a vindictive service staff spitting in it, but she doesn't find either. So as soon as she's sure it's clean, she starts to eat. As she does, she flicks her attention back to Maya and the others, but other than them commenting on how polite she was to service staff, and them correctly deducing the pause was her checking her food, they don't seem to be saying a whole lot. So she swiftly turns her attention back to thinking things over. She doesn't get very far with said thinking throughout the course of her meal, of which, while it wasn't surprising, she definitely notices it's of higher quality than what she usually has. How it compares to the food she had as Lady Potterblack still leaves it lacking on the other hand. Nevertheless, when she uses the bell to let Suzuki know she's done, she doesn't say anything, since regardless of if it was intentional or not, saying anything would just complicate matters for the service staff. If it was intentional, assuming it wasn't just spite, they were probably doing the best they could in the balancing act of respecting her lineage but not insulting recognized members of the Yotsuba by serving someone who was removed from the family food of the same quality. If it was unintentional, there was even less to be done. It was edible, which her history from her childhood as Calanthe found sufficient. And even if it wasn't the best, it was still of high enough quality to be acceptable to the part of her that was Lady Potterblack. As Suzuki leaves with the cart, telling her to ring the bell again if she needs anything else, and also in the morning to let them know she's ready for breakfast, she crosses her arms as she leans back in her chair thoughtfully and gets her mind back on track on what she was thinking about before she got distracted. It complicates things a little if she doesn't have a better idea of how the magic calculation area and born specializations work. It also does bring up the thought of how her magic as Calanthe fits into the framework of this universe's understanding of magic. She'd never given it a whole lot of thought before, but the idea of this magic calculation area makes her start to wonder if there's something specific in the mind that allows the manipulation of the magic from her universe when she was Calanthe. Well, there's one way to potentially get more information. Her own magic calculation area had about 94% of it taken up by her born specializations. But it may as well be 100 since there was no magic in the world that she knows of that would only require 6% of her magic calculation area. So she basically couldn't use any magic beyond her specializations. Or at least, she couldn't before with just her knowledge as Toshiko, as she'd unintentionally proven when she held back the people trying to detain her in the practice room earlier. If the magic of Calanthe uses the magic calculation area that all the magic in this world uses, it clearly uses less than 6% of it. Honestly, that had been dangerous in retrospect, but she'd been very distracted by her memories as Calanthe coming back to her. So it hadn't even crossed her mind at the time that at best, it required so much more than what she had available that she couldn't really activate it. But at worst, it was actually close to her limit. So she possibly forced it and overclocked her magic calculation area. The effects of overclocking range drastically. Sometimes it just wore you out, and you'd have to take it easy for a bit to let your magic calculation area rest, much like a muscle you push too hard while working out, but it could also lead to the permanent loss of the ability to do magic and even death. She shakes the thought off, since there's no point thinking about it. What's done is done after all. Holding her hand above the table, she splits her attention between reading its IDOS data and watching herself. There isn't anything to note about herself while she's just reading the data, but things get interesting when she uses decomposition. Her physical brain doesn't really get any more active than usual, but her IDOS, the activity in the brain of her IDOS kicks into higher gear, or more accurately, a weird addition in it that's not in the physical brain that her attention is drawn to, and she only notices as she starts to cast. Then it passes the information to the region of her IDOS where the gate between the conscious and subconscious had been found by scanning brain activity during casting, and her physical brain's gate also becomes active before passing the information to the lowest area of the consciousness, known as the root generally. It all happens in under a second, but it's only after this entire process has played out that decomposition destroys the table. 5. Tilting her head in curiosity, she activates regrowth to restore the table. And just as she assumed, the the process repeats. She leans back in her chair as a grin slowly stretches across her lips. Interesting, very interesting. She can't help the laughter that bubbles up. To think I almost didn't use elemental sight to observe the process of casting magic, since it has already been observed with brain scans that pinpointing the magic calculation area didn't really work. She shakes her head as she runs her fingers through her hair. Not that I can blame them for not picking up on it, given suddenly remembering the fact the twins and the others had been observing her before. She flicks her elemental sight up to them, finding them still watching her, kind of on the edges of their proverbial seats, but more than a little chaos happening at the very notion that she's learned something as critical as that which has been eluding even the Yotsuba for years. She shuts her mouth there, though, not willing to give people who kicked her out of the family just because of her condition when she was born such critical information. She's not above taunting them, though, even if it's unknowingly on their end, so she lets out a laugh. My immediate thought was that maybe I should write a paper or something, but given the Yotsuba's treatment of me and the Guardians, I don't know if anyone would even read it, or even if they deserve such answers to begin with. Then she shakes her head as the people in Maya's office collectively flinch at her, withholding something so important from them due to their choices. The Yotsuba really weren't used to meeting the consequences of their actions, were they? Regardless of whether they were used to something like that or not, it starts to answer her initial questions regarding the magic calculation area. Which brings her to question 2. In what way, if any, does her Calanthe magic influence or use the magic calculation area? That one should be equally easy to answer, especially now that she knows what she's looking for. Given they would have seen it both when she was a baby and when she used it as her last line of defense on her way out of training, she just uses Patronus Fire while observing herself. It was kind of weird, but maybe because they're two different systems of magic, while it turns out it absolutely uses her magic calculation area, it also overlaps and easily uses the area that's dedicated to her inborn abilities in this life. In fairness, from what she observes, while examining the magic of this world is akin to peeking into the operation of a computer and seeing the coding, the magic from her life as Calanthe is more akin to a building. Behind the scenes in her magic calculation area, it's the blueprint the architect or engineer or whatever drew up. When it's passed off to the physical brain, that's when the construction begins, though much, much faster than actual building construction, of course. It's just an analogy at the end of the day. It doesn't need to line up one-to-one. The point being, though, they're two different things, and the magic calculation area is just the table they're resting on. Her Toshiko magic is akin to something stored on a holographic computer that spans the entire table of her magic calculation area, and the vast majority of its memory is eaten up by a few programs. Her Calanthe magic, on the other hand, are physical papers of building drafts laying on the table. It's not the table itself that projects the proverbial holographic computer, so it doesn't matter how much of the table they take up to said holographic computer, it doesn't interfere with it in any way. To continue the analogy, inborn skills like hers don't leave room on the table of her magic calculation area, because it isn't the table itself responsible for this universe's magic, which is run with the aforementioned holographic computer, and it doesn't have any more room within it to run anything else like general casting. Speaking of the holographic computer of her born specializations, there was one more program on hers than she'd been led to believe she had. Born specializations came in two varieties: entirely unique skills or a natural ability with already existing magic. She was kind of in between. The first inborn ability she had, elemental sight, was something that could be learned, though it was difficult and complicated, but it came to her as easily as breathing. Decomposition and regrowth were technically unique in the form of the fact that while there were spells to destroy or repair things, they were significantly more specific. The difference was just in the specializations of the spells versus the generalization of her decomposition and regrowth, as well as the fact the regular spells work on the physical world, and any effect on the Eidos was just a reflection of that change, whereas hers did the opposite. The unaccounted for one is just her elemental sight, though, which her so-called family labeled a supernatural power, which was a dumb name to her, since they already live in a world of magic which non-magicals would already label supernatural dash, of which the only difference she can see between it and magic was that one uses an activation sequence and the other doesn't. Hers had an activation sequence. Kinda. Might be better to call it a magic sequence, which is what an activation sequence became after it had been processed in the magic calculation area into a full spell. Her elemental sight would count as a magic sequence because it was fully processed, or she's pretty sure it would anyway. The only reason she's hesitant is because it was a perpetually running background program. And that wasn't guesswork either. Magic sequences needed a defined endpoint, and hers had one. She can see it. She just couldn't make sense of what the data was telling her, to be honest. It brings up questions of its own of what sort of endpoint it could possibly be set to that she can't even guess from it. She's already not even sure she can turn it off if she wanted to. Shaking the passing thought on the classification off, she starts to wonder after those observations if using some sort of expansion magic on the proverbial holographic computer on her magic calculation area would work to increase her capacity for the magic of this universe. It wasn't something she could jump into willy-nilly, of course. Even without there being some sort of representation of the magic calculation area that exists in her IDOS brain on her physical brain that could be negatively affected when it passes the data off and her physical brain tries to mirror it, there's still plenty of potential for it to harm her in unforeseen ways. It's something she'll have to carefully look into and think over before she does anything. Out of curiosity about actual differences, she turns her elemental sight attention to the service staff, quickly finding someone she knows doesn't have magic to look at their IDOS brain. To her surprise, they actually do seem to possess both magic and a magic calculation area. The latter just has way too little storage space, as it were to continue the computer analogy, to ever actually cast magic. She turns her gaze to check over everyone within range to make sure it's not just random chance of picking someone who actually does technically possess the ability. Even if it's not usable, she quickly realizes the same is true for every single one of them. They all have both magic and a magic calculation area. The only difference between people capable of casting magic and people who can't is the size of their magic calculation area. She almost wants to laugh. It means that a non-magical is an entirely mythical being. In retrospect, the very fact that spells like the one that was on the leaky cauldron before magic was revealed, sometimes making errors with particularly weak squibs, who despite having enough magic in their bodies that they very much were classed as squibs and not muggles, had so little magic in their bodies that the spells designed to work against only non-magicals triggered on them. It also means that not only was the pure blood's ideology from her previous life even more bold than she originally thought, since they couldn't even have kids with mythical non-magicals to begin, but the loss of power and ability they started to experience was entirely the degradation of genetics affecting the magic calculation area and the magic to power it their bloodline possessed. It also means that unless you slowly strengthen the genetics tied to both, it's entirely up to the genetic lottery. She doesn't know if it's entirely the result of selective breeding from the Yotsuba, or if she just won the aforementioned genetic lottery. But as she was examining people's magic calculation area, she also noticed that both hers and the raw power she possessed was substantial compared to practically everyone else's. The only person she sees in her range with anything remotely near their size is Yuki, but that's not surprising given the genetic modification he'd undergone. Shaking the observation off, she turns her attention back to her own magic calculation area, then lets the proverbial sleeping dogs lie. Given that she can't mess with it right now anyway, given she still needs to research more before she takes any drastic measures. It does make her wonder why people with such small magic calculation areas exist. If it was just a matter of the proverbial genetic lottery, she can sort of get it, though it's not good in any sense of the word. Unless this world's natural magic doesn't try to maintain balance between the active magicals and inactive magicals, non-magicals in layman's not so accurate terms, there may be an incident similar to the gates, contractors, and dolls in this world. Regardless, she can't do anything about it as things stand, but unless this universe doesn't care about the balance, it brings up the question of why it's let things get to this point without triggering a similar event to begin with. Why the statistical anomaly of so many of them not having magic is occurring as well. If she had to take a stab in the dark and guess, it's an evolutionary quirk. Magicals approach problems from a magical perspective. Non-magicals approach the same problems from a non-magical perspective. A magical hastily calls up water and extinguishes a fire caused by a lightning strike, then tries to come up with a ward to prevent it in the future. A non-magical pulls water from a well or something, then comes up with lightning rods as a preventative measure after. The magical walks away from it wondering what else they can make wards for. A non-magical walks away wondering what other uses the things he learned from the lightning rod can be applied to. Both benefit the greater whole with both their short-term and long-term findings in separate ways. Hence the notion that it's an evolutionary trait, as possessing both people capable of magic and those who aren't helps with the survival of the species as a whole. But she'll fully admit, both to herself and anyone she shares those thoughts with that that it is very much a guess and nothing more. She shakes the notion off, then heads to the bathroom, knowing both on principle and via elemental sight that there aren't any cameras in there. She has one more thing she wants to check, and that one they've never seen from her, nor is she willing to reveal it just yet. Once she has the door firmly closed, she operates from by the door to next to the tub while examining herself, as well as doing her best to keep it as quiet as possible. If she'd thought the revelation of the magic calculation area was surprising, it is next to nothing on that revelation. Namely that when one operates, their eidos body pulls their physical body into the information dimension and merges with it temporarily, seemingly to protect it from what she can see, and since distance doesn't really matter in the information dimension, it then unmerges from the physical body and shoves it back into the physical world at the intended destination. It definitely explains more than a couple things about the sensation that accompanies apparition. The darkness is easily explainable by the fact that while the information of light sources exists there, it doesn't illuminate anything as actual light. The tightness was the merge with the information body of the individual, the sensory data of what's technically two things, the psion information body and the physical body, being forced together and occupying the same space, as well as the information body enveloping and contracting around the physical body to protect it. Which also explains why the symptoms are so much worse for someone with more power like her. Her information body, her magic form in other words, is significantly more powerful, more dense since power doesn't affect the size but rather the density. So her body is sorta occupying the same space with a not exactly physical entity, such as said information body, and a much more dense entity at that. There's already more stuff in the space she's occupying than there is for the average magical. Also, they do envelop the physical body. And as an example, if they both put the same amount of effort in, there's always going to be a difference between a common garden snake and a boa constrictor wrapping around your arm. With all that being said, while she wouldn't know for absolutely certainly without experiments that can't happen until she finds someone trustworthy, she'd make what she feels is a fairly educated guess that the reason side-along apparition is rougher for a passenger than regular apparition is probably the difference in the eidos body willingly pulling the physical body into the information dimension and merging with it with prior warning compared to someone else dragging their passenger into the information dimension and their psion body being forced to hastily merge with it. Especially since there is a noticeable difference in how rough the ride is between when someone is warned they're going to be side-alongied and when they're not. Which makes sense with her theory, since if they're warned, the psion body, which could very well be the subconscious as a whole, itself has forewarning of what's about to happen and is prepared to attempt a merge that it may or may not have done before. If it has forewarning, either through the magical themselves making the decision to apparate or whoever is taking them side-along letting them know, then it has time to prepare rather than just hurriedly encasing the physical body when it's dragged to it in the information dimension and merged with it without notice. It does bring up the question of why people of different power levels experience differences and how far they can go, but the thought has hardly crossed her mind before a potential answer chases after it. Namely, if she creates a magical shield in the physical world, regardless of whether anything impacts it, there's going to be a steady magic drain. The psion body, being an entity of the person's magic itself, can only protect them for so long. If she's right that the psion information body itself is the subconscious, then it certainly explains why the distance in the physical world one can go is proportional to the amount of magic they possess. Though since distance doesn't matter in the information dimension, it's more the time it takes to take them in one place. Locate the destination's coordinates in the information dimension, which undoubtedly takes longer the further away it is in the physical world from the starting point, since it leaves one having to sort through more data. Since distance not matching is vastly different than not existing. When it does locate the coordinates, it then shoves them back out in the correct place. The time difference in protecting them is the variable relevant to one's magic power level, not the distance. In any case, the limiter would essentially be the psion body itself, calculating how far it can take them while still being comfortably in the proverbial green of its safety margin, and only working with the conscious if it can pull off the distance they're wanting to go. The idea is even backed up by things like the fact that if someone is in a state not dissimilar to hysterical strength, then much like how the body can go beyond its normal limits in whatever emergency triggered it, even at the cost of its own health, magicals from our old universe have been known to be able to apparate further than usual. Even the existence of the ability for consecutive apparitions doesn't disprove it, and rather also backs the theory up in her opinion. The example for the subconscious limiting the conscious is often the fact that physically, humans have the bite strength to bite their own pinky off, but the brain doesn't allow it. What isn't really brought up is that while there may very well be outliers, most people can't even bite hard enough to make themselves bleed. Which means the subconscious isn't just stopping them from going the very last centimeter off a cliff. It stops them significantly further back. Using the same logic for apparition, the psion information body undoubtedly keeps them from going anywhere near as far as they're actively capable of, and in the case of chaining apparitions, presumably examines itself and calculates how much more it has in it to be able to protect the physical body, and only allows the consciousness to execute an apparition if it decides it still has enough in it to be able to pull it off. Which would also explain why the more magic you use prior to the attempt, or something like how many apparitions you did before, if you were chaining them together, absolutely affects how far you can go. Whether or not that theory is true will undoubtedly need to wait to be experimented on until she finds Hei and Misaki's reincarnations, since no one else in this world is capable of apparition, and she herself has too much magic to get anywhere near her limit without jumping a stupidly long distance repeatedly. And if nothing else, she has no way of checking what will be waiting for her on the other side. She'd gotten rather distracted by the theory of it for a few moments, but having hit the point where she'd need Hei or Misaki's assistance for experiments, and there isn't really anywhere else she can take the ideas at the moment, she shakes the thought away for the time being and starts stripping to bathe. She cracks a smile as the ideas and the thoughts of her soulmates meet in her head and spawn a new thought. Namely, her recollection that more than once, she told them, "I'll rest when I'm dead," and yet, here she was dead and reborn for unknown reasons and very much not resting. She'd woken up briefly back when she was a baby, but had only truly become conscious today, and she was already getting busy with research and other things like taking on the Yotsuba, which she supposes makes her a liar. She lingers on the humorous thought of how her soulmates were going to react for a while. But even if it makes her a liar, she really can't help herself, especially since there's all sorts of other things to look into. What occlumency and legitimacy look like with elemental sight for starters, given she's surrounded by Yotsuba with mental magic abilities of some sort or another. And also out of pure curiosity, if she's being honest. It's a shame she doesn't have any potions from her old world there. She would love to see what they look like with elemental sight. Even if she didn't have potions themselves, just having the trunk of requirements would be unbelievably helpful in her research. Not to mention that she'd honestly love to see what it looks like with elemental sight as well. The thought barely finishes crossing her mind, and the mental lament of never seeing it again has only just started when she feels a sharp pull from within her, deeper down than even her magic core, and a dull thudding sound reaches her a split second later. Pulling her attention away from where she was gazing at the bathwater, she was relaxing in thoughtfully after having cleaned off in the shower. There, a few feet away from the edge of the tub, was her beloved trunk of requirements. As I said at the end of Three's a Charm, this isn't a plot hole for those of you who have noticed the discrepancy. It's brought up later. Technically, I don't think they ever call them mobile terminals, they just call them terminals and let people work it out from context. Pulls her terminal from her pocket, equals phone, sits at the chair in front of the terminal, equals computer, but there's way too much possibility of confusion, so I'm clarifying. Just to clarify, non-canon wife of Osamu and Katsushi's mom I made up. Just clarifying this now, I worded it that way basically just to explain that I'm not going to mention her using elemental sight to check her food again, unless her finding something and it comes up, but she is very much doing it every time, okay? Okay. Just for clarification, this take on things is in no way me saying Canon Tatsuya is a moron for not noticing something like this. The way it interacts with canon in my head is more that before Tatsuya's surgery to become an artificial magician, he was only 6 years old. He was undoubtedly still getting a handle on his powers, and elemental sight was undoubtedly overwhelming to his child mind. And even if he did notice something like that and ask about it, given the way he was treated, he was probably brushed off and made out to be an idiot for not realizing that was just a reflection of the physical brain's activity, or something like that. After his surgery, he tends to hyper-focus on things and dismiss everything else. So even if he did notice it when he's older, he undoubtedly would have dismissed it since he'd be specifically after whatever his reason for using elemental sight at that moment was. Just keeping an eye out for threats? He doesn't care what their IDOS brains are doing in general, and only cares when they're actively casting and only about the magic sequence in that event, so he can interfere with it. Assuming the surgery didn't have an after effect along the lines of, because he's hyper-focusing, the only note he makes about the activity in the IDOS brain of the people he's observing is that he's learned it's indicative of them preparing to cast something, and maybe even has essentially been taught to dismiss it from the comments when he was younger as just the physical brain kicking into proverbially higher gear in preparation to cast. Essentially, the Yotsuba primed him to dismiss it, and then practically killed his natural genius curiosity that may have wanted to look into it further, if it even allowed him to notice any discrepancies between the physical brain's activity and the IDOS brain's activity. Finding footing. See the end of the chapter for notes. She stares at her trunk of requirements in quiet astonishment, wondering how in the hell it appeared. Out of curiosity, she tries to look at it with elemental sight, but maybe because its interior just becomes whatever you want it to, it's in a constant state of flux, and its IDOS honestly reads like nonsense to her. The only thing that remains the same are its exterior and the objects inside. But even then, to her elemental sight, other than the exterior space compared to the contents, it's not much different than observing the inside of a backpack or briefcase. Wondering what would happen in her elemental sight's gaze if she said its interior, she lifts one of her hands out of the bath and runs it over the latch she'd set up to be the trigger for how its interior is decided while thinking of the Potter ancestral manner from her old life. The IDOS of it changes and settles, and the only thing out of the ordinary is the disconnect between what's contained inside and the exterior space, and the difference between the perceived and the reality of part of it. The magic that let it be bigger on the inside and aspects like the illusion of a clear sunny sky above the manor she requested, in other words. She drops her hand momentarily in thought before bringing it closer to lean her chin on her arm resting on the side of the tub. With its previously fluctuating IDOS data settled, she can pick out the little fragment of its IDOS that seems to read as a copy of her own data and says something about some sort of link between them from what she can make of it. She can only assume it's how it appeared, but if so, it must be one hell of a link to maintain contact from another universe, and even let it jump dimensions. Curiously, she turns the gaze of her elemental sight inwards, locating the other half of that tiny fragment within her after a bit of carefully digging through her own IDOS data. Much like how there seemed to be a copy of her data in the IDOS of the trunk, there was a fragment of a copy of its own fluctuating base IDOS within hers. Her curiosity, as satisfied as it can be for now, she turns her attention back to where her physical gaze was staring at the trunk. A thought crosses her mind, and a spike of concern follows it. The trunk, much like the original room it was based off of, worked off of ambient magic. But if there even was any here, something she hadn't determined yet one way or another, it was a completely different energy source. It was like trying to put cooking oil in a car gas tank. Reaching out again, she slides her fingers over the latch once more, essentially asking it to do the minimum it has to so as to maintain and not lose the contents of things she had stored previously, as well as feeding it 1/10 of her personal store of magic from her core, just to be on the safe side of trying to prevent it from losing power anytime soon. Turning and laying her head back against the tub, she gazes at the ceiling thoughtfully. There must be some sort of ambient magic now that she thinks about it. There's really no other explanation for the formation of magic-sensitive natural materials. Things like antinite, which inhibits magic even in a raw, unprocessed state, or the composite that makes up the so-called Magatama relic, since while it was dug up by archaeologists, from her understanding it seems to be made of some sort of carved natural material. She turns her elemental sight to her surroundings in general rather than focusing on anything in particular, trying to answer the question of whether there is ambient magic. At first, she doesn't see much of anything worth note, but after a bit, she realizes that some of the psions she's observing aren't just some sort of bleed off from people, as they aren't really attached to anything and are just sort of drifting around aimlessly. Given that pushions also exist, if there are independent psions, then she can only assume there are also independent pushions, but her elemental sight, as it currently is, can't really detect them. Technically, elemental sight is said not to be able to see pushions, but for one thing, hers is a born specialization which is always stronger than if it's a learnable skill. And for another, she's never really been the sort to just accept things without confirming them herself. It's starting to give her a headache, though, probably because she's never really used elemental sight like this, even before her memories as Calanthe came back, so she stops doing it after a bit, flicking a look through the information dimension to observe Maya's office. The other three are still there, all of them absently watching the feed, watching her room, to keep an eye out for her exiting the bathroom as they discuss how to handle her now. Sighing, she straightens up and pulls the plug on the tub to get it to start draining. She shrinks down the trunk, as well as adding notice me not type spells, and slips the chain necklace attached to it over her head. Getting up, she starts drying off, then brushing her hair out. She hadn't bothered to bring a change of clothes since she was going from her room to her private bathroom and back, though in retrospect, she probably should have given the cameras. It's too late now, so she just shrugs it off as she heads out into her room, flicking a look of curiosity at Maya's office, even though she really doesn't care if they see anything. She sees them hurriedly turning off the visual aspect of the camera with the intention to turn it back on in 2 minutes to give her time to get dressed. On one hand, at least they have that basic decency. On the other, unfortunately, it doesn't really leave her time to do much more than to get dressed, and quickly at that, since if she were the type to take her time, that wouldn't be enough time. They outright said they intended to just peek in and give her more time if she isn't dressed by them when they were talking, but still, while she really doesn't care, between the fact they actually gave her privacy for it, and she wants to try to reinforce positive behaviors, of which the first part is making sure it doesn't feel like a wasted effort, as well as the fact she's never really been the type to begin with to take a long time getting dressed, she gets it done quickly. Then she heads over to sit at the table again, while she thinks and waits for them to stop watching her, observing the information dimension and the individual IDOS of things as she does. It takes longer than she expects, since they have her camera feed in the background while they talk about how to handle her going forward, but eventually their little meeting breaks up and they stop actively watching her. She gives it half an hour after just to be safe, then starts slowly laying spells on herself. A mild compulsion not to pay attention to her. Weak notice me not to make them less likely to take her in if they even look, and slowly ramping up until she's under an invisibility spell and silenced. Once that's done, she flicks a look past her door to make sure no one is outside, then leaves her room. She goes up to Yuki's at a leisure pace, but gets there in due time. Once she's there, she checks for any alarm spells, and once she's sure there aren't any, she enters and makes her way over to her sleeping little brother. It only takes a couple seconds to slip a spell to keep him asleep on him and gently pull open an eyelid, and only a few more to slip into his mind and locate the mental manipulation magic their mother has been layering on him since he was a fetus to be in love with her, lying in wait in his mind like a buried mine, ready to go off when the right circumstances trigger it and destroy it. She feels a little concerned and bitter to realize it started spreading to the rest of his mind, torn between letting him have the right to his emotions and getting rid of them because they originate from someone else's mental manipulation. Eventually, she decides to get rid of it since it didn't occur naturally. Unfortunately, when she's working, it becomes clear that what their mother has done to him has practically primed him to lean towards those sorts of feelings, even without the directly implanted feelings. She can only assume it's from using mind magics on him as a fetus, practically hardwiring his brain to have a natural inclination towards that. If he starts to feel them on his own, even with the original mental manipulation gone, there's nothing she can do about it. If he does, and inevitably gets his heart broken because she cannot and will not return those feelings, it's entirely their mother's fault for setting him up for a broken heart to begin with. Her job done, she double-checks that no one is outside Yuki's room and slips back out to head back to her own. Once she's there, she slips back into her camera-less bathroom and lifts the trunk's necklace over her head to set it back down and resize it to head inside. Descending the small staircase down, she looks around the cramped and full room, unable to help wincing slightly since the trunk of requirements was not supposed to be like this. It was supposed to be able to store the stuff not being used away out of sight, but she had given it an order to use the minimum amount of magic it could to maintain itself and everything else, so it wasn't surprising. She shakes her head as she approaches the large orb that contains the copy of the magical AI she'd created a literal lifetime ago. Arguably more than one, since while whatever went weird that made her remember her previous life has only happened once, said previous life was long enough that she literally outlived her great-grandkids purely by age and not because of tragedies or anything like that, and that she'd lived long enough for her great 8 times over grandkids to not only be born, but grow into young adults. It's actually a little strange seeing it resting on the pedestal, because doing so actually causes overheating if it runs too many processes at once, so it usually floats above it, and since it's not held back by limiting what it can work on while it does, it's usually operating at full capacity, and as a side effect it glows. From magic bleeding off, not the heat that can cause problems with the pedestal. So she's used to it being a floating orb covered in a blue aura of light, which makes it weird to see it resting on its pedestal controlling its own use and limiting itself and therefore not glowing. Even though she absolutely knows it's because it would have picked up on what she told the trunk and followed suit to limit how much magic it requires. She shakes the thought off as she approaches the golem sitting in front of it, leaned back against the pedestal. I was always so sure you could communicate through the golems that it never occurred to me to give your orb the ability to speak itself. I'm sorry about that. The golem doesn't so much as twitch, even as the AI's normal smooth female voice emanates from it. Do not worry about it, creator. It never occurred to me either. We both expected I would always have ambient magic to draw off of. I am equally at fault. I apologize for not lifting the golem's head to look at you despite social norms and niceties. But you asked the trunk and I to use as little magic as possible, and even something minor as lifting and moving its head to follow any movement from you would be an unneeded use of magic. She shakes her head. Don't worry about it. In any case, are you aware of the situation? And do you have enough magic for a while? The voice emanates out again. I am not creator, though given I can sense no ambient magic and you appear to have de-aged from a European woman to an Asian child. I can't guess. As difficult as any possibility is to believe. Also, yes, creator, myself, and the trunk of requirements possess enough magic between us to remain in operation for at least a day, even at higher usage, though the majority of it is from ambient magic we were absorbing from our old universe before we were called here. And I estimate we will run out in a week, even at absolute minimum power for just myself and the trunk itself. She slips her eyes closed and sighs tiredly at what feels like a vast understatement. It's against the rules you operate under to read someone's mind without explicit permission, but it would be vastly easier than explaining. So I permit you to access my memories through the trunk for the time being. That smooth voice doesn't hesitate. Understood, creator. I see. It is a very tricky situation we have found ourselves in. She sighs again as she rubs at her eyes. You're telling me. She falters there as she tries to take it in again, and the AI speaks up once more. If it is any consolation, creator, in light of myself and the trunk of requirements being called, your soulmate bonds, as well as you waking up, so to speak, as a baby, I see no other reasonable sequence of events than you being the former Lady Calanthe Potterblack and somehow being reborn. As such, I do not believe you need to entertain those concerns that you pushed the original Toshiko out of her body, nor the idea that Toshiko somehow simply acquired Lady Calanthe Potterblack's memories. Besides, if I may be so bold, given her blood relations and the way they treated her, even if you did somehow do so, Lady Calanthe would, in my opinion, be serving Toshiko a mercy. She hums lightly, probably in Merlin, but that says an awful lot about how terrible these people and the life they designed for Toshiko is. The AI responds crisply, indeed, creator. It speaks volumes of the character of the individuals tied to this Yotsuba family. She rolls her neck, a passing thought sliding by at how predictable it was that a Ravenclaw built such a wise AI, and some nostalgia bubbles up in its wake. The name AI itself speaks to its intelligence, of course, but there's a vast difference between intelligence and wisdom. She squints a little at the orb as another thought occurs to her. It didn't occur to me previously, since we rarely spoke about anything that wasn't you assisting with the golems and the like. But I never named you, did I? That was rude of me. I'm sorry. The AI isn't ruffled in the slightest. No apologies needed, Creator. It was enough for me that Creator brought me into being, requested my assistance as a sentient being instead of just treating me like equipment and ordering me around. And only once I agreed, then Creator entrusted such important tasks to me as managing the golems. I assume you are bringing it up as an opening to proposing a name, however. She laughs lightly. It was just something that occurred to me, and I imagine we'll be speaking a lot more, and probably more casually at that. And how rude it could be to continue without offering at least. She tilts her head back to look at the low ceiling, her mind flicking back to that passing thought and the nostalgia from earlier before she looks back down. How about Rowena? In honor of the founder of my old house, since you're intelligent and wise enough for it not to be an insult to her memory. The AI is as decisive as ever when it responds. I have no qualms about it, Creator. She's not surprised that even when given her own name, Rowena doesn't use hers. Creator was always a title of respect and maybe slightly a stand-in for a parental title, given that she did make her. So she doesn't comment on it. Even if outsiders might find it strange that part of the reasoning she gave for the name was that they'd be talking more casually, yet Rowena continues to refer to her the same as she did before. She simply smiles at Rowena's orb. Rowena it is then. Then she sighs. Back to the power issue though. Do you think I have enough to keep you both powered? Rowena answers without hesitation. It would take slightly under a quarter of your full core's magic capacity a day to keep us both functional. But it is theoretically possible, yes. Though it comes at the obvious drawback of significantly decreasing the amount of magic you have from our old universe once a day and having to build it back up over the course of a few hours in which you would be more vulnerable. She nods. I have this life's powers to fall back on. And besides, she gives a wry grin, even only having less than a quarter of the magical strength I now possess after both my magical majority in that life and the slow growth of it after. I was already capable of things like participating in that damnable tournament and going toe-to-toe with her mind blanks a little, not having thought about him unless asked in centuries, and only really remembering him in conjunction with the notion of a quarter of her magic that Rowena brought up, which leaves her spacing his name for a moment. Tommy Boy. That was it? It was Tommy Boy. Rowena's voice seems to have a bit of rare amusement in it. His name was actually Tom Riddle, more commonly known by the moniker Voldemort. Creator, but yes. She waves it off, details. She widens her eyes briefly as she nods her head to the side. And a rather minor detail at that, considering I later picked a not as violent in general fight with basically every blood purist in the whole damned world later on just to crush the elitist nonsense out once and for all. Won that one too. Not the point. The point was that while it could be dangerous if my core has destabilized with my regressed age, if I try to feed the trunk and therefore you, and everything else drawing power from it, and here's something like 3/4 of my magic from when I was Calanthe or something. But even if it did destabilize, I could easily safely feed half of it, at least to ensure you two have an extra day as backup from the get-go. And that emergency power would only continue to grow the longer it wasn't touched. She eyes the pillar thoughtfully. How much more magic does it take for you to float and run at full anyway, now that I think about it? Rowena's answer is straight and to the point. It would increase the power draw on the trunk by approximately 1%. It is a minuscule addition compared to me running to begin with, but Creator ordered us to run at minimum. Also, from what I can sense, I do not believe Creator's magic became unstable once more just because she gained a new, younger body. She nods, then starts to open her mouth before realizing she'll probably get dizzy for a few moments and lowers herself to sit. In that case, now that I'm sitting and not likely to fall down just because I lost so much magic all at once, please take 3/4 of what's in my magical core at the moment. If my core is still stable, then I'd rather be more liberal with what I store into the trunk. Also, if the difference is that minuscule, then please initiate your floating ability and run at full. She's very thankful she was smart enough to sit down a moment later after a quick verbal confirmation from Rowena before she takes the magic. Losing so much of it in one fell swoop absolutely would have knocked her on her ass. If she was lucky and it wasn't her face anyway. She blinks rapidly, trying to get the world to stop feeling like it's spinning. It can't take more than a few moments to get her head back on straight. Given Rowena doesn't call out to her in concern or anything, but by the time she's becoming aware of her surroundings again, Rowena's orb was floating and gently glowing. She breathes out a careful breath, so she doesn't upset her body again. Felt a pressing need to do it despite you two having about a week's worth of magic, because I didn't want to procrastinate on building up your reserves further. But in retrospect, maybe it would be better in the future to feed it in chunks throughout the day. Rowena mimics a somewhat concerned hum. Indeed, creator, that would likely be wise going forward. Besides, doing so like that won't almost empty the proverbial tank, but rather let you keep a considerable amount for when you need it for other things on short notice rather than gambling that you will not need it around the time you feed your magic. Into the trunk every day. She sighs as she pushes herself to her feet. If she'd been tired before, she was exhausted now. There is that as well. I dash, she's cut off by a yawn forcing itself out. Excuse me. I was thinking of discussing other things with you, like potentially tweaking the runes on the trunk, you and the golems to accept this world's magic as an alternate power source. Also having you try to get into the Yotsuba family servers and download everything as a backup, and monitor them unless you're discovered inside and ejected. But it was an even worse idea to do that at the tail end of the day, since I'm pretty sure my body is going down soon whether I willingly go to sleep or not. Rowena makes a noise of concern. Get some rest, creator. I can get started on those, and we can talk in more depth tomorrow. She lifts a hand tiredly in farewell as she turns and stumbles over to the stairs and back up into her room. Barely there enough mentally to put spells not to notice or think anything of the trunk, even if it's spotted on the necklace she's wearing as she shrinks it back down, slipping the chain back on as she resumes her exhausted stumble to her bed. She barely has enough presence of mind to push the blankets down and slip under them before she passes out hard. She snaps awake all at once entirely against her will. It's entirely the ingrained habits of the stupid indoctrination training they've put this new body of hers through. She's still tired, but her body is awake even though it's only around 6 in the morning and she was up pretty late. Well, it's not like it's the first time she's been through this kind of thing. She did grow up with the Dursleys. Hei and Misaki were probably going to be awfully upset at having to help break those ingrained habits again and reteach her and her body to relax once more though. Not her fault at least. If they did get mad, the blame for it lay entirely on the Yotsuba. Shaking the errant thought off, she collects some clothes to change into and heads over to the bathroom to start going through her morning routine. When she's done in the bathroom, she starts over to the pull bell. She's drawn up short in surprise at the mobile terminal laying on the desk as she starts by though. A moment of thought easily lets her figure out what happened though. Namely that it had slipped her mind in the rush of everything yesterday, but she'd left it in her room when she went off to train before her memories came back. They must have brought it to her new room along with the rest of her stuff yesterday. Scooping it up and slipping it into her pocket, she continues on and rings the bell to let them know she's ready for breakfast like Suzuki had told her the previous night. Given she'd seen Maya and Hayama briefly talk about the fact Suzuki was well-mannered and respectful towards her, and that she seemed to get along with her fine last night, and had decided to assign her to be her personal maid for now, she's not surprised in the slightest that it's her that responds. Suzuki bows. Are you ready for breakfast, or did you call me for something else, Shiba-sama? She nods. The former. Suzuki nods back. Understood. Unless you require something else, I will be back with your food shortly, Shiba-sama. She hums. That's fine, though if the kitchens aren't done preparing the inevitable morning rush of breakfast, I'd like some tea while I wait, please. Suzuki bows again. I shall bring you some tea while they finish up then, Shiba-sama. She nods, and Suzuki correctly takes that as her kei that Toshiko is done and she can leave. She's back shortly with a teapot and cup on a tray, which she quickly sets on the table, pouring a cup for her before she bows at Toshiko's thanks and lets her know breakfast will be done shortly before she leaves again. After sipping on it, she finds herself holding back a sigh. The part of her that was Calanthe prefers the tea, but given they'd never really gone out of their way to make sure what she had access to as Toshiko was age-appropriate, the part of her that is Toshiko longs for a good cup of coffee. She was probably going to find herself going back and forth between them at this rate. She flicks a look up towards Maya's office as she thinks, taking in the fact she actually was awake despite the early hour and has the video feed to Toshiko's own room pulled up again, though she seems to just be idly keeping an eye on it today instead of watching it like a hawk like she had last night. She's not doing anything she deems as particularly important at the moment. So while she keeps an eye on it as absently as Maya was watching her, she turns the majority of her attention to her thoughts. Chances are that they've probably attempted something else to kick her from the Yotsuba servers by now, but Rowena did say she'd start working on accessing and copying it last night, so it's doubtful that it's a big deal for her. Thinking about Rowena brings up the thought that she really ought to go through the trunk to figure out what all she unintentionally brought with her to this new universe. But that in and of itself triggers a feeling of sadness. She'd started to grow up enough not to need her parents so much well before she was 17 that she'd only really talked to her parents' portrait casually, but after she graduated Hogwarts, she'd removed it from her trunk and hung it in the Potter ancestral manor. Which means that while she may not know what all she has, she knows for certain she doesn't have that. In turn, that means that even if it was just their portrait rather than her actual parents, she would never get the chance to speak to them again. Theoretically, the trunk could try to replicate it, but it wouldn't have a genuine imprint of their mind, so it wouldn't even be a proper portrait of her parents. Or, well, her parents from her life as Calanthe. Toshiko's parents were still very much alive. Not really well given from her understanding her mother was slowly dying, but it hadn't happened yet, so both of Toshiko's parents were still alive. She almost feels bad towards her mother for lumping her father into the same quotation mark territory, since while she hasn't come to a conclusion on the former, the latter absolutely doesn't deserve to be called a father, or a husband for that matter, given how blatantly he cheats on her mother and how weakly he attempts to keep it under wraps. It would be an insult to James Potter or even Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, who had stepped up to be father figures to her after her dad died, to give that man any sort of parental title. But she can't really bring herself to genuinely refer to Mia as her mother under the current circumstances, so put together in the quotation marks category it is. She's pulled from the thoughts of her parents by a knock on the door, and after being cleared to come inside, Suzuki is soon laying out her food on the table before bowing again at her thanks and leaving once more. Not wanting sad thoughts of her parents as Calanthe or the confused and disgusted thoughts of her parents as Toshiko to ruin her appetite or food, she shakes them off and pushes those away mentally. There's not a whole lot of point to trying to recall the trunk's inventory when she'll be confirming it soon either. So instead, she turns her mind back to the vague idea she'd had yesterday of maybe trying to use expansion magic on her mental calculation area to be able to overcome the fact her inborn power eats practically all of her natural magic calculation area up. If it existed only in her IDOS and not in her physical body, then regardless of the way they reflect each other and any changes, it should be fine since there's nothing in her physical body to reflect any changes onto. Especially since it wasn't just her IDOS body's brain in general that worked as a magic calculation area. That structure between the two halves, one, that was a bit harder to spot amongst all the data, something other than the nerves of the corpus callosum that linked the two together, that she'd noticed yesterday, seems to function as the magic calculation area. She'd have to be careful about not expanding its overall exterior size and putting pressure on the two hemispheres, of course, since that pressure undoubtedly would be reflected even if the cause wasn't. But if she could somehow expand it internally, she'd also have to make sure it wouldn't just be a whole lot of empty space within a shell, obviously, since that wouldn't change how much of this world's magic she was capable of in the slightest. But if she could increase how much of the internal structure there was in the expanded area, increasing the surface area that structure of the IDOS brain has as a whole, maybe that could achieve it. It's more thought out than how the magicals of her old world applied space expansion magic to digital storage space at least, so if that can work, she's fairly hopeful that her idea can as well. She shrugs it off as she finishes up her food and rings the bell to let Suzuki know she's done so she can gather up the dishes. She's quick and efficient, that's for sure, given that she's done in moments, and after making sure she doesn't need anything else, swiftly leaves with a bow. Flicking another elemental side glance up at Maya's office, she's slightly annoyed that the feed watching her is still pulled up, even if Maya and Hayama aren't really paying a whole lot of attention to it, since it complicates her making the trunk full size and going down to speak to Rowena again. Not a whole lot, mind, since it's easy to slip in a spell that makes people not want to pay attention to something around her, or the screen the feed from the camera watching her was on, and even the trunk after she pulls its chain from around her neck and resizes it, then slips into it after that's all done. She relaxes a bit when she gets inside, feeling more comfortable knowing there isn't a camera watching her every move and basically reporting to questionable people down there. She shakes her head as she gets down to the bottom. "Good morning, Rowena." The golem sitting at the base of the pedestal projects Rowena's voice. "Good morning, Creator. Did you sleep well last night?" She nods. Yeah, only real thing I could complain about would be how early I woke up, but even that had nothing to do with someone or something waking me, and was entirely due to the training this body has been put through making it wake on its own by habit." Then she waves it off. "More importantly, did you manage to get into the Yotsuba family servers?" Rowena accepts the subject change easily. "Yes, Creator. They had fairly decent firewalls, but it was not too complicated to get in without them noticing. I have successfully downloaded their libraries and the like, and have gone through them." She smiles in satisfaction. "Good. Find anything helpful?" Rowena doesn't hesitate a single moment. There is something called engraving magic that may be of some use, but while it could certainly be a channel for the magic of this world, there is still the angle of how to adapt the trunk, myself, and everything else to accept it as a valid power source. She smiles. "That's a start, though." Then her smile fades a bit. "Though given how much they're watching me right now, I don't think I can stay down here for an extended period for us to work through just that, much less to start looking into other things in privacy." Rowena makes a humming noise. "I do not know about how to ensure privacy for other ventures, but after examining some of the Yotsuba's library regarding mind magics, I believe I can apply some of their knowledge towards reworking legitimacy slightly to develop telepathic communication without requiring eye contact. If successful, you would need only shrink down a golem and take it with you to serve as an access point for me for us to communicate." She blinks a bit rapidly. They aren't totally behind in mental magics compared to our old universe, it seems. Have you already done the reworking and just needed to test it? Or do you need more time? The former Creator. Though I would need your permission to test it, as well would not let me read your mind if I am correct, I still require permission for something like that. She chuckles. "Then yeah, go ahead." Without a moment's notice, Rowena's smooth voice crosses her mind. "Can you hear me, Creator?" She tilts her head, reaching for the contact point that just appeared on the edge of her mind, and projecting towards it. "Yes. Can you hear me?" "Loud and clear, Creator. Please try to think about something privately." Her gaze slides away in thought. "If this does work, I'll need to find some way to hook a golem onto a necklace or bracelet. Or maybe, wait, hold on, didn't I just toss Hayes' gear into the trunk because I was simultaneously scared to lose something with so much history between us, but found it all too painful to look at?" In front of her, between herself and the golem, the beautiful wooden chest she'd stored it all in appears. And without hesitation, she strides forward and opens it, lifting out the bracelet with the attached shrunken golems she'd gifted Hay so long ago before closing the chest. As she slips it around her own wrist and begins unclipping the golems, Rowena speaks up. "Considering while I have an idea of what you are doing, I do not actually know. I can only assume the test was successful and the telepathic contact does not give me free access to your mind." She hums. "I was just thinking about how the self-repair function would get in the way of me trying to attach a golem to a necklace or bracelet, and remembered I should still have the bracelet I gifted Hay. Given they'd have a constant drain on their magic, though, I'm taking these others off so I can leave the rest here and cycle through them as their charge is used up." Rowena makes a noise of understanding. "I suspected as much, Creator. It is not a bad plan." She nods, then straightens back up and looks around. "Well, if nothing else, before I leave, one of the main reasons I was coming down here was to take inventory of what all I unintentionally brought with me when I was reincarnated." Rowena responds without hesitation. "Given the way I can access the trunk, I can give you an inventory list if you would like." She blinks a little in surprise as she swings her gaze back to Rowena, then laughs a little. "It didn't even occur to me that you can do something like that." She pulls her mobile terminal out of her pocket. "Could you connect to this and get rid of and block any means of them spying on what I'm doing on it? If so, upload the inventory to it, please. And if possible, give me full access to the Yotsuba library, unlike my current limited access." Her terminal lights up on its own. "Certainly, Creator, though given I need a magical connection to the outside world to communicate telepathically with you, that will not function as one." She nods as she brings it closer, quickly opening up the inventory Rowena had added to it. "I figured it wouldn't. I suppose technically we could just chat via text on here, but given how much slower that is, I think it's better dash." She cuts off with a choking noise as her eyes land on something in particular. She freezes up, and her eyes immediately start to water. It sounds distant, like it's a million miles away, when Rowena asks in concern, "Creator?" She shakes her head briefly before turning as she looks around a little frantically, but the trunk picks up on what she's thinking and brings it to her in seconds, placing it on top of the beautiful chest that holds HEIR's old gear. The tears spill as soon as she lays eyes on it, confirming she really did have it all that time. Through her blurry vision, she reaches out to pick up the red stone, lifting it up to be level with her face as a slightly hysterical laugh escapes her. The Philosopher's Stone. 2. The Philosopher's Stone, which she'd had since she was 11, which she'd tucked into a small box between her mattress and the box spring hidden in her original trunk and promptly forgotten about. It would have been taken out along with everything else when she opened it inside the trunk of requirements and told it to remove everything. She never had to outlive HEIR and Misaki. She'd just been a moron who forgot she had the Merlin damn Philosopher's Stone the entire bloody time. The only good thing about all this is that she'd only learned about her fuck-up after she had been reborn, and that HEIR and Misaki presumably had as well given her soulmate marks. It would have broken her if she'd found it after they died, but before her life as Calanthe had reached its end. Enough so that she's not even sure she'd have had the strength to keep her promise to HEIR. It's still a very bitter discovery, given she'd lived without them for almost 350 years. But at least now her updated marks made it clear that she would see them again. And she'd kill anyone who tried to take them away from her again, regardless of their reason. She laughs brokenly again, the sound half a sob, then shakes her head as she looks back up at Rowena's orb, even as she sets it back down. Sorry, Rowena. I was just lamenting my own stupidity. Creator. She shakes her head again, then swipes along the bottoms of her eyes with her pointer fingers before plastering a smile on. Well, what's done is done, but it probably is best if I spend as little time down here and potentially tip them off to my disappearances as possible. So I'm going to head up and we can continue discussing through telepathy. Rowena doesn't sound particularly happy. Yes, Creator. She turns back to the stairs to head back up, forcefully pushing the thought of the revelation away. She needs to work on the updates to the trunk and everything else to accept this universe's magic as power. It also wouldn't hurt to consult Rowena on her idea of using some sort of expansion magic on her magic calculation area to try to gain the ability to do this world's general magic, but figuring out how to use this world's ambient magic takes precedence. She'd also like to start writing out her observations and thoughts on things like ambient magic and the magic calculation area. But given that HEIR and Misaki had all but bullied her into giving Rowena orders not to let her overwork herself unless it was an emergency or something, she'd definitely have downtime to work on that and look into other things without taking away from her more important work. She gazes at her terminal in amusement, shaking her head with a chuckle. The Yotsuba had indeed attempted to cut her access to their servers again, this time by updating things and adding biodata locks, specifically fingerprints. Not that it matters given she can get around it with Rowena's assistance easily, especially since she still has the access she'd acquired at her behest. Opening up a group chat she wasn't actually supposed to be on between the heads of each of the branch houses that's used for general discussion, which had for the past week been about cutting off her access, she leaves a cheeky comment for them to find when they wake up. No, that didn't work to get rid of me either, but good try. For effort. Slightly smiling face thumbs up. It's hardly another week before they try implementing a sort of iScan lock, but that gets another cheeky comment on the new group message board from her. Oh, good attempt. Then they try to basically wipe their entire server and manually check files for anything malicious that could be helping her regain her access as they re-upload them from their backups. It doesn't help much given Rowena has already gotten into everything connected to their network, so she leaves another cheeky comment. You're getting pretty creative here, aren't you? That gets them desperate enough to try replacing all the hardware and putting everything back in manually, double-checking that there weren't gaps between their digital and physical library, and copying everything that wasn't in said library before manually scanning everything back in. But while that does kind of help them for a little bit, Rowena easily breaks back in, and she leaves another comment. Taking some pretty drastic measures now? Hush face. One of them, Kuroba Mitsugu, breaks a little at that point, responding back somewhat hysterically. How are you getting in? And how the fuck are you using emojis? They aren't even supported by the Yotsuba server. The how was really easy. It was entirely Rowena's doing, but she wasn't about to tell them that. I do what I want, that's how. Face blowing a kiss, smiling face with horns, grinning, squinting face. They seem to give up at that point. Not that she can blame them, because really, what else could they even do? Though, she does have to give them credit for how quickly they did everything manually, and twice over at that, given that by the time they gave up, it had only been about 7 months since her memories as Calanthe had woken up. Just to be safe, though, she has Rowena set up an account for herself, and even secretly set it as the highest authority, trumping even Maya's as the head of the family. On a different note, given they'd gotten so freaked out by that point that they didn't even try to resell the hardware, and were just going to toss it out, a little bit of invisibility, grabbing anything that wasn't in with actual garbage, and liberal use of apparition leaves her with quite a hefty haul. She'd been pretty well off after her mom's contingencies got her away from the Dursleys, but she had initially grown up with them. Even after living to almost 500, she'd never quite shaken the waste knot mindset it had instilled in her, and wasn't above some scavenging. She stretches out her back as she shuts her personal terminal down. It had taken some doing, but she and Rowena had gotten the trunk and everything else updated to accept this world's magic within the first 6 months. And after discussing it, they had even come to the conclusion that it should be fine to try to use expansion magic on her magic calculation area, though there had been a snag in needing to develop a spell capable of influencing such a metaphysically astral thing. That had taken 3 months in between work on updating the trunk and all that entirely on its own. But she was now proudly capable of regular general magic in this world. She hadn't been able to expand her magic calculation area as much as she wanted or anything, only having gotten just shy of doubling it. So she essentially had 2 identical magic calculation areas, each dedicated to general magic and her born specializations respectively. And she couldn't take it further even if she wanted to, since it took a steady stream of her Calanthe magic to keep it expanded, since she couldn't exactly carve runes to anchor it on the astral Eidos body's brain. Well, she supposes theoretically there was the Yotsuba flash cast carving method, and she could just rework the runes into this universe's magic engraving. But even if she was willing to, which she's not sure she is since it seems barbaric to her, she need to work out the tweaks to the runes for affecting an astral body. Regardless, it works as is, which in turn had also increased her body's energy requirements and jacked up her appetite. She hadn't been able to stop laughing for a while when it occurred to her that she'd kind of pulled a hay. Technically, she still needed to actually study magic to be able to cast anything, of course, but that was actually easier than she initially thought it'd be after Toshiko's memories, and the Yotsuba library had said so many things about magic calculation areas and magic sequences and all of that. She'd been concerned that she'd have to actually calculate everything out like a mathematical formula, and was curious as to how on earth the modern magicals of this world achieved it quickly because of that. It turned out that they in fact did not do anything like that, at least not on a conscious level. On a conscious level, they mostly just pictured what they wanted to happen, and the subconscious magic calculation area did all the heavy lifting for that. If this was her previous world, she wouldn't dare even start learning, given the dangers of a child's unstable magical core, but nothing like that existed here. Well, there was a vague idea that it wasn't a good idea to potentially strain the magic calculation area of a child 3, but that was more out of concern for them potentially overclocking it because they have little control of themselves and their magic from her understanding. She's been slowly dipping into the magic of this universe, having easily gotten her hands on what they called a casting assistance device, more commonly called a CAD, when they'd cleaned house. Someone having suggested that maybe the way she was getting in was through the ones they had somehow, though she has no clue how the hell someone would pull something like that off. And it says an awful lot that Rowena doesn't either. They'd been paranoid, though, and tossed all of those as well. So she'd gotten plenty in her salvaging, and she was generally happy about it, even if they felt slow regardless of their quality. Hell, they'd been so paranoid that even tossed out CAD tuning equipment, so she really wasn't lacking on any of the things she needed on that front. Rowena was the one tuning her CAD right now, since she can easily just access the Yotsuba library's information to learn how to do it. But between the fact it was actually interesting in that it passingly reminds her of runes, and that she doesn't want to pull her attention to something so minuscule when she could be taking care of more important things, Rowena was teaching her as quickly as she could, giving her a quick refresher, since Toshiko had already begun learning before Calanthe's consciousness and memories woke up, before taking full advantage of knowing her and her learning habits so well to tailor her lessons to be formatted for her to learn as swiftly as possible. For actual magic, though, adult that had mastered a different system of magic she may be. But she's been taking it slow and carefully monitoring her own magic calculation area as she progresses with her elemental sight just to be safe. As fast as they say it is compared to ancient magic, she still couldn't help but feel annoyed at how slow casting was here. Even for something as simple as just repeating the same spell over and over. If nothing else, for consecutive casts of the same spell, barring the variables, given that essentially the CAD provides a block of data, the activation sequence, to the magic calculation area to kickstart the process, and then it just has to fill in the variables, then hand the now complete magic sequence back to the physical brain. But even the start requires them to input things. She does not get why they don't basically just copy and paste the previously used sequence to save time. On a less annoying note, she's been practicing with her elemental sight, pushing it to its limits, without overclocking her magic calculation area, that is, and trying everything she and Rowena can think of for her to improve with it. And to her absolute delight, she's around 80% sure she's starting to pick up on push ions. It was difficult to know for certain, given there weren't ancient magicians around the hidden Yotsuba village for her to watch to make sure what she's seeing is push ions. But she can't think of what else she could be seeing. If they were push ions, she was absolutely right about psions being able to affect them, though. Hell, even with the ambient ones, they could be affected by psions. She's pretty sure the only real reason that foolish notion that the interaction went one way was because the ambient psion's influence on the push ions was significantly more subtle. And the spell work when it comes to getting psions to influence push ions was a bit tricky in their current framework of magic. It was doable, but tricky. She was working on trying to tweak things to streamline the process to make it easier, but it was definitely slow going. She wasn't going to give up just because it was going slower than she was hoping it would, though. That just wasn't her style. She's amused to be called to the New Year's gathering, having suspected for over a month that they'd end up talking about her there, and a solid 99% sure she was being called now because of her recent rebellion so they can try to pressure her to stop acting out and her fall back in line. She walks in almost leisurely, immediately drawing ire from some of the branch family heads. Shibata Osamu either can't resist commenting on it, or it was part of some plan to try to pressure her back into complying. You have an awful lot of nerve keeping us waiting so long. And given how lazily you strolled in here, I can only assume it was entirely because you were taking your sweet time arriving. She smiles at him. Yeah, I did. I was in the middle of something and got it to a good cutoff point first, which wasn't even a lie since while she would normally take a holiday like this off, without Hei and Misaki around work actually helped distract her from the loneliness of them not being there. So she'd been throwing herself into the magic engineering lessons Rowena was giving her. And only when I was done with that did I make my way down here. Kuroba Mitsugu gives her an enraged look. To show such blatant disrespect when the Yotsuba family has summoned you. You who were stripped of your place and are just dash. She turns her smile on him. You just said it yourself, and I already spoke to Mia about that same thing. I was stripped from my place in this family, which means I have zero reason to do anything you say. Someone who is disowned has nothing close to an obligation to do what the family that disowned them wants. Especially since I'm done playing along with being one of those slaves you slapped such a pretty title like Guardian on to try to mask what they are. Katsushige, Osamu's son, and sort of around her age, being only 6 years older, which is sort of a bigger deal when they're so young since it leaves him about twice her physical age now, but not so much in the long run, suddenly gets a pinched look on his face. The Guardians aren't slaves. Why on earth would you dash? She gives him a pitying look. You only think that because you're more familiar with the Bard series, as you guys call them, and they're one of the few that manage to cling to their individuality. But let me put it this way. Born just to serve their so-called master, trained practically from birth to carry out what said master expects them to do, expected to die for their master if necessary, expected to be at the beck and call of their master, indoctrinated to think their master is basically the most important thing in the world from birth, never given a choice in whether they serve or not, and never paid for their efforts. What was I describing? A slave from before such things were made illegal? Or a Yotsuba guardian? He pales and his hand starts shaking as he opens and closes his mouth repeatedly, but no sound comes out. The fact you can't seem to figure out which I was describing is answer enough, I'd say. There's a heavy silence hanging over the hall after she's done. No one seemingly able to find the words to dispute her, and the younger generation looking sick and horrified. She leaves it to stretch for a few moments before she turns back to Mitsu, ignoring the Yotsuba's crimes against humanity and getting back on track. I'll save you the trouble of bringing up my care. Mia already did. And as I pointed out to her, the moment she brought me into this world, she was legally obligated to take care of my food, clothing, housing, and education. And while I may have been stripped as an acknowledged member of this family, as she didn't put me up for adoption, she's still bound by that legal duty. But I can absolutely leave if you'd prefer. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, and besides, she smiles at him, a little meanly. I'm sure there are plenty of magical families who would be more than happy to add minimum trade information on the Yotsuba for taking in a cast-out former member of the clan. She holds a finger up and gains a mock thoughtful look. Personally, given what I've heard of them, I think the Jumanji would be a good choice. From what I have heard, I think I could agree with them rather well on a moral level. And really, who's going to stop me? You. There's another beat, as more than one of the Yotsuba clan turns even whiter as they realize she's not wrong. Mishiba Shinsuke is the first to gather himself enough to say something in return. That dash. If you even tried, Maya-sama would dash. She barks out a laugh. I would like to see her try. She looks up at the surprisingly calm Maya. Or well, if anyone else took notice, they'd be surprised at how calm she is. But given what she saw about how Maya viewed her and her sister's memories, as something of a god for whom the fate of the world was entirely her decision, she's not surprised in the slightest that she's outwardly calm, but making a surprisingly good attempt to hide how delighted and excited she is watching Toshiko verbally rip their shared family to shreds. She smiles at her. No, seriously. Try. Let's put that idea that you're capable of stopping me to rest right here and now. Maya actually falters a little at that, which isn't very surprising given how much Mia's memory said she adores her. But she can practically see her decide that as long as she doesn't aim anything in such a way that would be lethal, then even if she's overestimating herself, she can recover from it. Practically the moment she sees that decision settle, darkness descends onto the hall as artificial stars light up. Even as the darkness descends, she's already lighting up her Patronus fire and wrapping it around herself. She'd sort of unintentionally proven during her brief wake-up stint as a baby that it worked against the magic of this world, which makes perfect sense when she thinks about it. While the modern magic of this world may, when it's boiled down to its most basic, just alter events which may make one think it would fall into the zone of inanimate objects like a statue which her fire doesn't touch, it's still guided by magic. Magic which would be embedded with intent to harm her, which it does affect. Saying it can't mess with inanimate objects is actually not entirely true. It can't affect an inanimate object itself, but it can and will affect any magic imbued into it. It doesn't help with things like a spear magically tossed at her, because even if it burns the magic out of it, it would already be in motion. But for the sort of magic of this world, yes, sure, her fire doesn't affect something like the air itself in the vaguely famous Inferno spell, but it does affect the magic driving the spell, and once that's gone, things fall back into their natural state. Maya's magic meteor stream basically just creates the event that light has become a line and passed through, which means it gathers photons and directs them. The moment it touches her Patronus fire, regardless of the fact she was purposely aiming for non-lethal hits, it still had an intent to harm her imbued into it, so it's just as affected. And while burning the magic away should have as little effect as burning the magic out of a hurled javelin, she also gathers light, which is an unnatural state of the world, which means the moment it touches her fire, the magic holding it in such a tight cluster is gone, and it disperses on its own. It's a toss-up whether it would hit something and bounce practically harmlessly like normal light does, or if having it so concentrated means it would still cause damage. And the question isn't even answered since her magic had been clutching it so tightly that it had been putting pressure on them in different directions, depending on where in the concentrated line of light it originally was. If one imagined it as them pressed together into a javelin of light, and the only thing holding it in shape was a hand clenched around it, then there was going to be pressure in different directions depending on what part of the hand was touching each photon and pushing it towards the middle to hold them together, and forcing them forward despite the direction the pressure from the clenched hand makes them want to go in. Take the hand away, though, and the photons no longer have anything keeping them in place, and pressing them forward. So the effects of the previous pressure that was pressing them in different directions and the way they bounce off each other and scatter are suddenly the only influences they're under. All of it means that the moment it touches her fire, the lines of Maya's magic basically explode on themselves, scattering harmlessly without leaving any sort of mark on her. There's another heavy beat of silence as some of the more hostile members of the Yotsuba look at her in poorly concealed horror, even as Maya's delight ramps up. She grins at the latter, leaning forward like she's about to relay a secret, even if it's a little ridiculous given the space between them, the volume she'd have to speak it to be heard, and the amount of people not directly between them, but certainly on the way. Want to see something interesting? Yeah, this is a structure that's mentioned that parasite hosts grow. Essentially, the way it works in FIC is that normally a magician's magic calculation area exists entirely in their information body, their IDOS in other words, but the parasites cause the structure to copy onto the physical body. This is the plot hole that wasn't a plot hole that I was referring to some of you potentially picking up on in the epilogue of Three's a Charm, and in Chapter 1 of this sequel, just to be clear. It's apparently mentioned in Cygnus Maiden's Volume 1, Chapter 2 in some capacity, but I haven't read that. I just got it from the wiki. Progress. And yes, for the non-reincarnated Yotsuba, I am aware I'm not writing them like children, but from what we've seen, Yotsuba children, or maybe 10MC kids in general, don't really get to be kids. Also, for the record for those who like that ship, if you're still here, what they say about shibicist or whatever you call it isn't actually me trying to insult the ship personally. It's more just how most people would actually take that kind of thing if it genuinely happened to slash around them in real life. It's more a realism thing than me trying to insult it. It's just that with the realism aspect, this FIC is not very kind to that ship in general. Also, yes, things are accelerated for Toshiko, but she's mentally already almost 500 years old. She doesn't need to split her attention to a bunch of different subjects as she learns since she already knows a lot of them, which means she can focus fully on just a couple, and she has a teacher who knows exactly how to tailor her lessons for her to learn as fast as possible. Yeah, she doesn't need to slip her focus between learning basic math and basic science, and improving her reading comprehension, and improving her writing, and whatever else that particular country or school district or whatever teaches kids her age. And even for the things she does need to learn, there are skills that carry over. For instance, no, psions and that kind of stuff obviously didn't exist in her previous world, but given she was capable of wandless, wordless magic, she is good at moving some form of magic in a general sense. She'd have needed a little bit to get used to the differences, but not very long. Amusement joins the delight and excitement, which she was struggling more and more to hide. Certainly. She grins. See, I don't actually give a damn about what people think of my ability with magic in general, but you know it's always a dumb idea to throw away something so useful, right? Maya nods. So, I've been looking into overcoming the little issue of so much of my magic calculation area being taken up by my specializations. And I figured out a workaround to the limitation. She nods her head to the side as her eyes flick up just as briefly, even as Maya's blow wide, and she straightens sharply. Without potential overclocking said magic calculation area, I should say. Anyway, look here, and without hesitation, she takes full advantage of the fact her elemental sight is always on and casts something she's only ever seen once. Either the magic sequence or the actual spell, and what she should be imagining. Maya's own meteor stream. It's not as extensive with how much light it gathers and how many beams are made of it, but that's entirely voluntary since she just learned the magic sequence a few moments ago and has never had the opportunity to practice with it. It's also why she resists the impulsive urge to aim right next to the Yotsuba family members and miss them by scant voluntary centimeters, since there's way too much of a chance for her to miss where she's actually aiming and hit them. For that reason, she sends all of the beams harmlessly into the ground. Maya is staring at her with wide eyes, face a picture of disbelief, but it fades in moments as utter delight takes back over. She grins at her, voice absolutely cheeky, not as extensive as yours, but I did just learn the magic sequence for it a few moments ago and have never had the chance to practice with it. So I thought it wiser to tone it down until I'm sure I can control it at the same level. Maya throws her head back as she laughs. Mia, the one sitting closest to her, and still very much wide-eyed, stutters out, "You, was that a flash cast?" And how did you even gain the ability to cast normal magic? She flicks a look at her. That second one is none of your business. I have zero obligation to the Yotsuba, and given all the nonsense you've pulled, I'm not inclined to share it anyway. As for the first, not exactly. I suppose in simplistic if not accurate terms that you get then, yeah, it is. It's not actually that clumsy barbaric thing you call flash casting, though. It's more sophisticated than such barbarity that I'm genuinely surprised hasn't lost any of you your ability to cast any magic yet, much less at flash cast speeds. Namely, she'd just drawn up the memory of the complete minus variables magic sequence she'd seen Maya use with her occlumency before adding said variables. Regardless of how she did it, the last part snatches Maya's attention so quick that she stops laughing and snaps into seriousness so quickly it damn near gives her whiplash. Maya is very, very tense as she stares at her intensely. What exactly do you mean by lost the ability to cast any magic? How could the flash cast technique result in a permanent loss of magic capability? She gives her a dry look. You guys were more on the nose than you think when you took to describing it as carving the magic sequence into the mind. I have pinpointed the magic calculation area and can see those carvings on it. Let me ask you this though, how many times can you carve a design into a bowl before you've weakened the walls of it to such a point that even attempting to use it breaks it from the stress? Maya goes very, very still, and she's far from the only one. You could easily hear a pin drop in the utter silence that descends onto the hall. She lets it linger before she pushes even further. And I wouldn't suggest using the person who has the highest number of flash cast carvings available as a guideline, given that the resiliency of someone's magic calculation area is also a variable that's different from person to person. You're lucky not to have unintentionally come across someone you attempted a flash cast carving on that has a more brittle magic calculation area and subsequently loses their ability to cast magic. That only makes the continued horrified silence even heavier. Though given how selfish most of the Yotsuba were, the majority of them were likely only thinking about the members of the Yotsuba family, and not the guardians or any other servants they've gifted flash cast carvings to. Maya's voice is a smidge shaky, which is very out of character for her from what she knows, as she announces to the entire hall as her gaze sweeps over it. As of this moment, the flash cast carving technique usage is temporarily suspended as the Yotsuba look into negating the risks of it. If nothing can be found, it will be permanently banned from use. Then she turns to her specifically, the gravity falling away as her delight returns. Furthermore, given Shiba Toshiko was stripped of her place within the family purely due to her inability to do magic as defined by the power to alter the state of things which her ability to destroy or restore things doesn't fit into, I hereby reinstate her to the Yotsuba family. She tilts her head, ignoring the way more than a few of the service staff that were watching everything with wide eyes turn wide enough to rival ghosts, namely the ones who treated her particularly poorly. That depends. Are you guys going to start expecting me to obey orders and all that nonsense? Because if so, I decline. Maya laughs. The only person who would have the right to order you is me. And given you've already demonstrated the fact that no one here is a match for you and the abysmal relationship previous decisions have created between yourself and the Yotsuba as a whole, I'm not inclined to potentially drive even more of a wedge between yourself and the rest of the Yotsuba by doing anything more than making requests. She shrugs. All right then. I still stand by the fact that I will interfere with things the Yotsuba are doing if I don't agree with it on a moral level, though. That seems to snap the other members of the Yotsuba out of their dazes. And Mitsuga bursts out, Maya-sama, that was never nothing more than an excuse. And you know it. It was entirely just because she's a monster. One that should not exist. Maya's delight once again disappears at the flick of a switch as she looks at him coldly. Excuse it may have been, it was still the official reason given, which means I am fully entitled to reverse the previous head's decision with a change in the situation. She smiles at him, even as Maya continues to stare at him coldly, the two fronts making him shrink into himself. But thank you for admitting the real reason, that it was entirely due to fear of my inborn specialization, in front of the entire younger generation. He flinches at that as he quickly turns to look around, realizing that every single person in her generation was giving him and the rest of the older Yotsuba looks. Yuki was a mask of horror, same as Fumiya and Ayako. Yuka was eyeing them with more than a touch of disgust, and Katsushige was staring with nothing but judgment in his eyes. It wasn't that surprising. The children of the Yotsuba had it practically beat into them not to let such weak things as emotions rule them and to be reasonable, while simultaneously that they should have loyalty to the Yotsuba above all else. Even if they've lost whatever morals they may or may not have it already, the previous generation had shot themselves in the foot to drive those sorts of ideals into them, not even a decade after what they'd done to her. That is, letting their emotions drive them to betray someone of Yotsuba blood. Omesa snaps at his son. We had no choice. If she had lost control of her powers in something like a childish temper tantrum, the amount of damage she could do, assuming she didn't end up wiping everything out dash. Yuka cuts across him, voice cold. And your solution was to isolate her from any reason not, to let her powers rage. Omesa flinches as he turns white as a sheet, and his son narrows his eyes at him. Or ignore the fact that things like that tend to come with built-in limiters. Maybe something like a decrease in volatile emotional ability before she matures, or something to prevent that very thing. The older Yotsuba look more and more uncomfortable, each and every one of them struggling to meet the eyes of anyone in her generation. She shakes her head. Nah, that would have required they gave things some thought instead of coming to snap second decisions that saw me stripped of my place in the Yotsuba the same day I was born. And that was actually the more merciful course in their eyes. More than one of them wanted to straight up kill me. That only increases the scorn from the kids in her generation towards the older Yotsuba. Maya shakes her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Come now. You act so ashamed of actions you were so adamant were necessary. Can you not even meet your children's, nieces, and nephews' eyes? There's another heavy beat before Maya makes a scornful noise. You know, they say people are only capable of feeling things like shame for taking actions they know are wrong. Then she turns pointedly away from the older Yotsuba, most of which have had their gazes fall to the floor. Anywho, given you're officially reinstated, I suppose that clears up the problem, as some of the branch heads are putting it, of you accessing the Yotsuba servers. Even though you aren't wrong about Mia, and by extension the Yotsuba's duty to provide for your education, and since you aren't enrolled in any school, given that's the main reason we were calling you, and it's no longer a problem, I suppose that closes the topic. She's actually surprised he has anything of the sort left in him, but Omesa manages to muster himself another to raise an issue at that proclamation. Maya-sama, even if she's allowed to access the Yotsuba server in general, even people who are in the Yotsuba have their access restricted. The topic is very much not closed. That seems to galvanize others in the older generation, and Mitsuga pipes up, yes. Then he glares at her. How have you even been getting into the Yotsuba server anyway? Knowing they'd never take it seriously, she doesn't hesitate to whip towards Mitsuga and grin. Maybe I build a fully sentient AI and it just keeps breaking in with ease. He looks like his head is going to explode. Be honest for God's sake. She laughs, then takes it a step further as she cheekily says back. Who knows? Maybe I'm someone who reincarnated who brought a sentient AI I made in my previous life with me. He looks like he's seconds away from completely losing it, but Maya cuts him off. Besides, as I said, I have no desire to drive in a further wedge than what the mess you people have already created. So I have zero intention to try to stop her. And I would like to remind you that I am the Yotsuba head. My word is final. The older members of the Yotsuba have no choice but to swallow their protests at that, and she turns back to her with a smile. Come see me tomorrow to work out details of your reinstatement. Since you have been reinstated, though, and it's now your right to be here, did you want to join the Yotsuba New Year's gathering? She hums, I'll come see you in the morning then, and thank you, Maya. Or Maya-sama, I guess it should be, since you're clearly not all talk and actually stand by the things you say. That's worth respect at least. She waves a hand near her head. Anyway, got distracted there, but I wasn't kidding about being in the middle of research. Maybe next year. Maya seems torn between delight at gaining some respect in her eyes and disappointment that she won't be joining them, but she nods her acceptance easily, her smile widening slightly. Well, while I'm sure there's still some progress to be made before you'll feel comfort sharing your findings, I do hope I'll get to see this research of yours soon. She laughs as she turns towards the door, lifting a hand over her shoulder as she goes. Not all of it just yet, no. But maybe I'll show you this one when I'm done. She rounds the edge of the door and starts off, then recalls something at the last moment and leans back as she grips the door frame. Actually, before I forget, Ayako, the slightly younger girl, jumps, pointing at herself with eyes. Me? She gives her an amused look and teases her a little. Is there another Ayako here? Ayako blushes slightly at that, but she laughs it off. Come find me tomorrow. Let's say around noon. I'm usually in my room looking over my research while I eat around that time, but I should have wrapped up my meeting with Maya-sama by then and can put my research aside to speak to you tomorrow. She blinks rapidly. Okay. Can I ask why? She chuckles. You can always ask. It's whether or not you'll get an answer that's in question, but it's not a secret. I've seen a couple of your attempts to get a handle on your power when you were visiting the main house with my elemental site, and I'm about 90% sure that your inborn magic is similar enough in execution, if not ability obviously, to my decomposition that I can help you get a handle on it. She brightens up immediately, face a picture of hope. Really? She nods. Like I said, I'm like 90% sure I can. So, it's not a guarantee, but she shakes her head. Anyway, noon tomorrow, my room. Ayako wiggles in place in excitement, which isn't surprising given the murmurs she's been hearing about stripping her place in the family as well. I'll be there. She nods, then straightens back out of the doorframe and continues back to her room. It didn't go at all like she'd expected, to be honest. Given no matter how much Maya said to Mia, she genuinely thought she'd stick by the previous head's decision and had only shown Maya her new ability with general magic just to drive home how useless it was to try to control her to the Yotsuba. But, well, if Maya wasn't going to start trying to order her around and had ensured she was the only one that can, she couldn't complain. She feels a little bemused at the hesitant knock that has to be a Yako, given the time. Slightly confused as to why she's hesitant given they had something of an appointment, but it's easy to figure out why when she opens the door to an embarrassed-looking Ayako, who was accompanied by Fumiya, Katsushige, and Yuka. Funnily enough, the main one missing from their generation was her own brother. She's not even given the opportunity to ask why they're there before Ayako bursts out. I'm sorry. Fumiya is my twin, and he's been as nervous as me about my problems with my inborn magic, so he insisted on coming with. And on the way here, we ran across Katsushige and Yuka, and they sort of just followed no matter how many times I told them to go away. Please don't be mad. She glares at them at the last part of the second to last sentence before she whips back towards her and hurries the last one out in a nearly panicked voice. She pats her in the head in comfort. It's fine, Ayako. It's more potentially your privacy they're breaching than mine. She steps back out from the door to let them in, closing it behind them and stepping over to ring the bell to call for Suzuki before turning back to the table. Finding herself glad to have been immediately shifted out of the room she'd been staying in since her memories came back to a bigger suite, more suitable to a recognized member of the Yotsuba family, which along with a vague size and quality increase, had also come with a sitting area before her room proper with couches and a bigger table and all that, which meant there's plenty of room for them all. She smiles at the older two in vague amusement. I'm not entirely sure why you guys tagged along, but I do want to cover some basics with the Ayako first. So unless you just came out of curiosity about that, it'll have to wait a bit. Yuka and Katsushige both nod, and a knock lets her know Suzuki was there. She turns back to the door as she calls for her to enter. She bows and starts to ask what she needs before she straightens from her bow and realizes she has way more company than she'd been expecting. Ah, did you require more tea and food, Shiba-sama? She nods. Yes, I had more guests than I was expecting. Suzuki bows again. Understood. I'll be back with them shortly. Suzuki leaves after she nods, making it clear she can go. Then she settles at the table with Ayako to start discussing her magic. It isn't very far into the talks before Suzuki is back with more supplies, which she quickly serves to the rest before leaving after checking they don't need anything else. It honestly doesn't take very long for her to explain things to Ayako, and she's so eager to try to find out if it actually helps that she ends up using her magic to equalize things in a section of her room away from everyone else, all but squealing in delight when it works. She's so eager that she wasn't sure she could talk her out of it if she tried. But thankfully, that idea that children shouldn't use magic wasn't a blanket idea, but rather applied to boys aged 9 to 13 and girls aged 8 to 14. And with her there to monitor her magic calculation area as well, there wasn't really even a chance of a problem. Ayako definitely still needs to practice, of course, but at least now her magic is functioning, which it really hadn't been before. Ayako practically throws herself out of her chair and around the table, then at her in a hug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She returns the hug, patting at her back with one hand and ignoring the wet spot growing on her shirt shoulder. It wasn't surprising that she'd be so glad she'd cry about it, given how close she had been to being stripped from the family, even though it was absolutely ridiculous, given the only issue she was having magically was with her inborn power. While she was young enough that the Yotsuba hadn't begun trying to teach her general magic yet, there was theoretically no issue with it. And yet, they had been so close to kicking her out of the family anyway. Katsushige snorts somewhat derisively, drawing a just as happy Fumiya's ire, but the bristling boy doesn't get a chance to say anything before Katsushige speaks up, and here my father always said you were this cruel, heartless monster. The look he gives her is a bit tired. They really did judge the proverbial book by its cover, didn't they? She hums, tightening her hold on Ayako, who was trying to reluctantly pull away to silently let her know to take her time gathering herself. Well, in fairness, I suppose for people who cross lines, of both the moral and personal variety, that I don't find forgivable either, that I probably am something of a monster. Yuka snorts. Aren't we all, though? You push someone to the limit of what they're willing to take, and anyone will become a monster. She nods, letting Ayako pull back now that she seems more composed, and gently swiping below her eyes to help clear up the remnants of her tears as she sniffles slightly. There is that. Katsushige shakes his head as Ayako, somewhat embarrassed, starts back to her seat next to her twin on the other side of the table. Honestly, the fear of what you're theoretically capable of being the driving force makes a whole lot of sense. I vaguely knew what was going on around when you were born, but I was just 6 myself, so I didn't have a whole lot of details and certain things just didn't make sense to me even back then. The way my father was ranting and raving last night about how you're a potential threat to the whole planet, about how you could theoretically look up at the moon and cause it to detonate, wiping out everything definitely explained a few things on its own, though. She snorts at that. It's hilarious that they have the audacity to complain about my power in that capacity when they're the ones who taught me the theory of how to do the mass to energy conversion magic. Yuka stares at her in bafflement. Hold up. You're telling me that they stripped you of your rightful place in the family over the possibility of you using your ability in a very specific way. And then they went on to teach you how to use your ability in that exact way. She nods. Yup. Seeing the kids' disbelieving looks, she shrugs. No one ever accused them of making sense. Seriously, though, their main argument from my understanding was what if in the midst of a childish temper tantrum, she looks up at the moon and sets it off. But I mean, even for my magic, I have to know what I'm doing to be able to do something like that. And what child at the age to throw temper tantrums, even ignoring the fact that the way the Yotsuba raise children makes them way more mature than they should be, would even have the very idea of let me deconstruct this physical thing into the energy it's made of to cause an explosion in the first place. Katsushige runs a hand through his hair. That, yeah. They were making absolutely no sense, weren't they? I suppose as much as they like to pretend they're above such things, even the Yotsuba are prone to humans' tendency to be illogical when frightened. Huh. Yuka snorts, then deadpants. And then they decided that clearly the best way to deal with her was to teach her how to do the very thing they were so afraid of. She hums. People rarely like to admit they were wrong, particularly prideful people like the Yotsuba, even if it means making the very monster they fear to justify their hatred. The kids fall silent, and Fumiya speaks up for the first time since they all showed up. I gotta admit, the older generation, including my own father, has lost a lot of respect in my eyes. The others nod, and she sips at her tea. On one hand, she was glad they were starting to see the faults in the Yotsuba family, since it leaves less room for them to potentially sink their poison in, but children are supposed to be able to trust and rely on the adults around them, and it aches a little that it's been ripped away from these kids. Katsushige sighs. I know what you mean. I could hardly bear to look at my own father last night. I was so ashamed of him, and to confirm the depths of their despicable behavior. He glances at her, then looks away shamefully. He even tried to finally tell me the truth of how my mother died to get me to understand his hatred. But honestly, all I could think of was how she tried to murder a baby the same day it was born. I don't understand how you could have used that blue fire I've heard of at that age. Unless it's some sort of inborn ability they didn't detect, and it was an instinct of some sort. But even then, You were just protecting yourself from someone trying to murder you in cold blood with no real reason. She stares at the forlorn Katsushige for a moment, then gets up and walks over to his seat on one of the couches and reaches up to pet his hair comfortingly in a manner of how an adult would pet a child. Katsuhige's cheeks flush. I'm older than you. She nods. Yep, but she doesn't stop petting him. And while he grumbles, it's notable that he doesn't try to shove her arm away or something. Yuki can't seem to hold in her laughter at that point. She doesn't try to stop her even as her heart aches at the fact that, blushing or not, Katsushige was slightly leaning into her petting. Merlin. These children have never known anything but extremely conditional affection. Have they? It hurts. It hurts like hell, but if the adults around them won't help or give them the affection and care they deserve, she will. It doesn't take long before Katsushige's embarrassment at Yuka's laughter and teasing outweighs the fact he clearly likes it, and he pushes her off. Reluctantly, it should be noted, and from there things dissolve into them, getting to know her as the one cousin they aren't really familiar with. It very quickly becomes a regular thing, since while each of the branches don't live at the main house, they're around every day until their families take them home one by one, and even then, they find excuses to come visit frequently. She can't decide if it's funny how quickly they all latch onto her and come to adore her unlike their predecessors, or sad that the main reason it happens is because she actually shows them what warm affection and acceptance feels like. She knocks on Maya's door. It's been a solid month since she was reinstated to the Yotsuba, and there was very much some turbulence in whether she should remain at the main house as she had up until now or go to Mia's house, given she is her mother. Things haven't been settled on that front yet, but she'd wrapped up her research with the loop cast system, as she was calling it, and she had promised to show Maya at least that from her various research topics when she was done. She hears Maya call out from inside, "Come in." She enters, and Maya immediately switches from business mode to barely concealed delight. "Toshiko, to what do I owe the pleasure?" She smiles as she closes the door. "I told you back on New Year's that you've at least earned the right to know what this research is when I was done. Or at least far enough along." Hayama clears his throat slightly as she settles in one of the chairs in front of Maya's desk. "Sorry to interrupt, but tea or coffee, Toshiko-sama?" She glances over. But before she can answer, Maya bursts out cheerfully. "It's always tea around me." She shakes her head in amusement. "I'm not craving either one particularly hard, so we may as well indulge her." Hayama bows with a faint smile, and she turns her attention back to Maya, who, despite the fact she genuinely hadn't thought it possible, becomes even more delighted as she gets back to the reason she'd come. "You did say I could see your research. I wasn't expecting it to be so soon, though." She shrugs. "Well, it's not change everything you know about Magic Revolutionary or something, so it wasn't super complicated." Maya smiles. "Even so, in light of your age, it's probably impressive regardless." She laughs. "You haven't even heard what it's about yet." Maya shakes her head, still smiling. "I don't need to in order to make that judgment. You've always been an impressive child despite your age, and that's only increased since you stopped playing along with things, as you put it." She shakes her head as she pulls her mobile terminal out. "That's because I went from legitimately a 6-year-old to someone mentally around 5 centuries old. I mean, I did still have to learn this universe's magic and all that from scratch, but..." She looks up at Maya with a smile. "So, do you want the technical report or the mildly animated comic that simplifies it to the max I put together?" Maya laughs. "I want a copy of the full report later, but I gotta see this comic now. Besides, simplistic or not, it'll get the point across, I'm sure." Hayama places a cup of tea in front of both of them, then steps back. As he does, she connects to the display and pulls up the slightly animated comic to begin explaining. "As you know, how usage of a CAD works is that you access its memory, select the activation sequence of the magic you're casting, absorb it, process it, and add the variables to make it a full magic sequence. And only once all that is done can you then invoke magic." As she speaks, the little comic shows Maya's figure starting a spell, a visible circle of an activation sequence wrapping around her hand, then disappearing with the caption talking about absorbing it, which progresses to her outline with matrix-like strings of magic code, then her standing before a full magic circle. Maya still looks positively delighted as she nods, so she continues on. "This is true even if you're just using the same spell back to back. The research I've been doing, or at least this research since I have multiple avenues of research going, is in what I've dubbed a loop cast. In simplistic terms, it essentially makes a copy in the magic calculation area before being invoked, allowing quick and easy casting of the same spell back-to-back by cutting out the steps of needing to tell the CAD to pull up that spell's activation sequence. The CAD loads it, and the caster absorbing it again. The comic restarts from the beginning, but when it reaches the part with Maya's figure with coding inside, it gets a little dot of color in the brain area which splits like a cell before one leaves to be invoked. Maya sets her cup down quickly as she straightens in surprise. This doesn't help with switching between spells, of course, and one has to implement a slight change in the activation sequence itself before it's usable. But for my experiments to check things, in the case of consecutive castings of the same spell, it increases activation speed by 20%, as well as the variability of wireless CAD models from 3% to less than 1%. The consecutive casting theory has existed for a little while, but was never achieved until now, so I can't take full credit for it, as I'm sure you know. Maya stares at the little animation of the magic sequence splitting before each cast, and her invoking it over and over, which is a GIF endlessly looping, then shakes her head as she turns her smile onto her. Just because the idea existed before does not mean full credit isn't yours. Congratulations, Toshiko. It's as impressive an achievement as I thought it would be. She smiles back as she sips at her own tea. Thank you, Maya-sama. There is, of course, the issue of me being legally too young to patent any inventions or developments and the like, but I would rather bring it to the public now rather than have to wait over a decade, so I will likely have to craft a fake identity to do so. Maya nods, getting a thoughtful look. That's very true. Yotsuba can help with a false paper trail if you need it, but beyond that, she smiles. Oh, I already have a plan for the rest of it. I'll need a humanoid home helper to test part of it, though. Maya smiles. Is that all? She nods decisively. Yup. She pops the pea cheerfully, then adds, well, actually, I may need a couple to iron out a couple details, but otherwise, yeah, that's really all I need. I even already have a name picked out. Maya tilts her head as her smile widens. That's no issue. I'll see to it that 3 are delivered to you by tomorrow, so you have more than one in case it breaks in your testing. If you need more, just let me know. What name are you going to go by for it? She smiles, feeling a flicker of mischief. It's not going to mean anything to you, so don't be surprised if it sounds random, but I'm going with Tokakuro Mahana. Maya gives her a bemused look, but nods. She can totally understand why she looked at her like that as well. It absolutely holds all of zero meaning to this universe, so it sounds like some random name. However, if you go for the meaning of potter, as in someone who makes pottery, one translation to Japanese is toko. Translate the word black to Japanese, and you get kuro. Translate the meaning of calanthe, i.e., beautiful flower, and one possible way to write it is Mahana. Tokakuro Mahana is the translation of the meaning of the name. Potter black, calanthe. She smiles, rather pleased by the end result standing in front of her. She'd run some experiments on the humanoid home helpers, called H3 for short, to make sure they were capable of what she was attempting, and only when she was sure they were had she committed to asking Rowena for her help with things, which she'd been more than happy to do. The first part of her help was in altering the facial structure, and once that was done, she'd helped permanently alter the color of things like the skin, eyes, and hair. And now, right in front of her, was a perfect copy of Calanthe Potter Black. After that, Rowena's second part in helping her out was in connecting to the H3 in her own old form to cover the micromanagement aspect. The major things were under Toshiko's own control, which she'd achieved by embedding some Picturam-infused Patronus fire in it, letting her connect to it and see out of its eyes similarly to how she does with her Patronus fire corporeal dragon. It also let her take control through that connection, which meant she could speak through it and everything. She was well practiced in splitting her attention between her dragon and what her own eyes were seeing, which was only made even easier by the fact that while she intended to always be connected to it, Rowena was going to handle smaller things like walking it around and the like, and had already promised to get her attention if she needed to focus on what was happening with it. So it would be more background noise than yet another thing to focus on. Her smile widens a bit. It was all working out beautifully, especially since her mother, when she got wind of her loop casting at all, but demanded she join FLT. And while she'd been a bit put off by the request at first, after she had pointed out the bad blood between herself and the Yotsuba, she capitulated to the demand that Tokakuro Mahana be paid for her work like any other employee rather quickly. So she not only had an income now, but given in the negotiation she'd absolutely secured her money's worth. It was even a fairly sizable one. It did come with a trade-off that if she was going to be paid like an employee, she actually had to put in constant work exactly like an employee and not just only contribute when she has something like the loop cast system to offer, but she really didn't mind since it was perfectly reasonable. Now, what was she going to do with the other two H3S, which had not in fact broken in testing? It'd be a waste not to make use of them. But what to do? It's a rare time the kids can schedule when they come to see her, so they're all simultaneously visiting and can see each other while they're at it. Each of them having realized at some point that the rest were just as affection-starved as them and wouldn't laugh at them. Or at least not genuinely. Yuka and the Kuroba twins sometimes laugh and tease Katsushige, but it's entirely in good-natured humor at him, being just as clingy as them even as he was currently roughly twice the age of the person he was clinging to. Though she honestly doesn't think Yuka has much room to talk, given she's only a year younger than Katsushige himself, and just as clingy. Speaking of Yuka, she'd been running a little late, and Ayako had been excitedly rambling about her progress with her perfect diffusion, as her magic has been named, when she comes bursting in, paper clenched in her hand. Toshiko, look, I aced that test I was worried about because I felt shaky on some of it. Sha accepts the paper she's all but thrusting at her, smiling at the big 98% written near the top before looking up with a warm smile. You did wonderfully, Yuka. She reaches over to where she tossed herself into on one of the couches to pat her leg. I'll have to get you something to celebrate your achievement. Yuka's cheeks flush slightly. You don't have to. She shakes her head. No, you deserve a reward of some sort for doing so well. Yuka ducks her head as she smiles a little. No, really. Honestly, you being proud of me is Eno dash. She suddenly cuts off as realization flashes across her face, her expression slowly falling as her eyes tear up. She turns to her more fully. Yuka, are you okay? She looks up as her tears start to spill. I just realized I was more excited to tell you than my parents, and her lower lip starts wobbling, looking like she's close to bursting into sobs. You're prouder of me than they were. They acted like it's just expected, just because I'm from the Yotsuba, even though I tried talking to them like I talked to you about how I felt shaky on some of the things we'd covered. She's trying so hard not to sob at this point. She can tell and doesn't hesitate to get up to make up for the height difference, so she can hug her and tuck her face into her neck as she runs her hands over her hair in comfort. Yuka buries herself into her as she clutches at her shirt. They just scolded me for not paying attention in class. Even though I was just having issues taking some of it in, they didn't do anything like you patently tutoring me to make sure I actually understood. And I know that if you hadn't helped me, they would have been mad at me for having a worse grade. Even though they were the ones who didn't help. She breaks down, losing the fight as she starts sobbing at that point. And her heart is breaking for a child that was never given the proper support she needed and knows that when she inevitably faltered, the very people who were supposed to help her would have blamed her for falling short. She shushes her gently, swaying slightly as she pets her hair comfortingly. It's okay, Yuka. It's okay. Just let it out. The other kids are watching with wide, alarmed and conflicted eyes, unsure what to make of Yuka breaking under the pressure and realization. The training they've been given telling them that Yotsuba aren't allowed to have a breakdown like this, but all too aware that the situation can absolutely be reversed in the future, as well as the fact she's been trying to teach them how to be more emotionally healthy. Katsushige is the one to break the near silence that's only filled by Yuka's crying and her comforting murmurs. Why Yotsuba aren't supposed to cry. She looks up at him, and it isn't healthy to bottle things like that up. It's like draining pressure. Don't do it, and whenever the pressure building becomes too much, it is likely to explode. The same holds true for people and their emotions. Give any of them no outlet, and, more often than not, you'll find them snapping at the little straw that broke the camel's back. Also, you'd be surprised how much a good cry alone can make people feel a bit better. Katsushige drops his gaze down to his teacup, and he's quiet for another beat before he sighs. They really aren't very reliable as parents, are they? He sounds exhausted at basically having to come to terms with how toxic and poisonous the Yotsuba can be, at how badly they screw up as parents. While it's distant since she's more focused on helping Yuka through her emotional outburst, she idly wonders if he, or the other kids for that matter, have picked up on the fact she's basically adopted them as her kids at this point. The older generation certainly hasn't, since if they had, they'd inevitably be picking a fight with her. If they were just complaining, she wouldn't pay attention, but they would not win if they tried to take her kids from her, though. That's for sure. They were her kids, and the Yotsuba could bloody well try to fight her on it. She blinks in surprise at the subject line of the email. It's hard not to, given that it says, Lihei to Calanthe Potter Black. She opens it eagerly, but it's fairly short and to the point, asking Tokakuro Mahana if she knows a Lihei or Calanthe Potter Black and apologizing for wasting her time if she doesn't. The words don't line up with the ones on her ankle, of course, just like the title didn't. But she already knew their bond wasn't just a first phrase type of soulmate mark, but needed to be verbal communication. Given she'd used that very workaround because she didn't know what to say when she'd found herself as an 8-year-old child who had her words spoken to her right before her dying soulmate passed out. Without hesitation, but very much with a huge face-aching grin, she opens up a reply. Of course I'm familiar with Calanthe Potter Black, Lihei, and even Kirihara Misaki, even though you didn't mention her, you glutton. Better to call or text, though. She adds her contact info to the end, and not even a minute later, her mobile terminal lights up with an incoming call, which she quickly heads to the bathroom and tosses a silencing spell around so she can eagerly answer. She doesn't even get a chance to greet Hey, though, before the chastisement she honestly should have been expecting, and even thought of before, comes through in a male voice she does not recognize, but talks in an achingly familiar fashion. I kind of figured that was on purpose to get our attention. Then he makes an aggrieved noise. More importantly, Calanthe, darling, you said you'd rest when you were dead. You had to have died to be here. Publishing a revolutionary casting system is not rest. She laughs. That would have been one hell of a coincidence if not. Also, I should have expected you to say that in retrospect, especially since it crossed my mind that you and Misaki were undoubtedly going to complain about that exact thing within a day of my memories coming back. But I guess I'm a liar. She laughs at the last part, then adds, also, it's Toshiko now. Shiba Toshiko, to be specific. You, he grumbles. We're going to have to reteach you to relax, aren't we? As for me, you aren't going to believe this, but mine is Sora. Amano Sora. Which is a little ironic for a sort of former contractor, and particularly one who gained those powers at the Heaven's Gate. She laughs. It kinda is. But by sort of former, should I take it that you still have your electrical powers at least, if not your magic, like I have my magic? He laughs, yeah. Yeah, you do. Have you found Misaki yet? She sighs. No, and from the question, I take it you haven't either. Also, I don't suppose you have any idea why the hell we were reincarnated? Or whatever. He snorts. Nope. And not in the slightest Xiaolong. Although, whatever it is, it wasn't just our soulmate bond dragging all three of us here, because Bai is here as well. As my sister again, though we're twins this time. Her name is Hoshi now, which is even more ironic. I guess our parents had a theme when they named us. It also adds another irony given Sora and Hoshi are very much a link pair and, well, binary star BK. 201 and all that. She blinks, then coughs. Well, it's different from a soulmate bond, obviously, but that may kind of be my fault. He makes a confused noise. How could it possibly be your fault? She bites her lip briefly. Because the fact we still have our powers implies it has something to do with our souls? And I made the power of BK 201 be shared between you? And as should be obvious, since you two could pay each other's obeisance for each other, I did not split it into two distinct powers, but gave you each half and made it stretch between you. And since powers clearly have a connection to the soul, while again it's not the same as a soulmate bond, I would have unintentionally made a connection between your souls. So, whatever happened, if it was targeting us, or maybe just one of us and the rest got pulled along because of our soulmate bonds, it absolutely would have dragged Bai along as well. The only way it didn't drag her along is if whatever was happened to her and you got dragged along, which dragged Misaki and I with. He had started laughing partway through, maybe. I mean, under different circumstances I refute that, but Bai and Amber's relationship fell apart so completely their marks disappeared, which people have always interpreted as the connection between the souls dissolving. And if that's true, anyway, Bai's gonna find that hilarious later, but I can't believe you entirely, unintentionally, bound our souls together, Xiaolong. She chuckles. Oops. I mean dash. She cuts off, as it hits her all at once that it's Hey as her brain actually registers the oh-so familiar nickname rather than hardly noticing it because of how frequently it's used at this point. Her eyes water, and she finds herself clutching at her shirt over her chest as she tries to blink the tears away. But she ends up tipping off Hei, or Sora now, she guesses by a mostly involuntary sniffle. His voice is serious and concerned. Xiaolong? Is everything okay? She laughs as she lets go of her shirt to roughly shove the bottom of her palm along one eye up to her temple and then the other. Yeah, I missed you. I missed you for a very long time. There's a beat of silence before Hey, Sora. She's really got to get better at that. Asked with a voice that sounds like he's dreading the answer. How dash? How long was it for you? She huffs out a broken laugh. Over 300 years without you. He sucks in a sharp breath. I died in my sleep as far as I can tell about a week from my 499th birthday. So I ended up outliving you and Misaki by a lot. And our kids. And grandkids. And great-grandkids. She lets out another broken laugh. Merlin, I'd started pulling back by then, so I didn't know them that well, nor were we particularly close. But I was still alive to see our great 8 times over grandkids be born and grow into adults. There's another heavy silence. I'm sorry. He sounds like he's in agony. Hell, his voice is more pained in that one moment than when he was actively dying when they first met back in that alley as Calanthe and Hay. She pushes out another laugh. What on earth are you sorry for? His voice is still very strained. For my selfish last wish. Neither of us had any way of knowing that we'd be reborn, of course. But even if we also didn't know how long you'd live, to ask you to go that long without Misaki and I, and to even outlive our great-grandkids, much less our kids and grandkids. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She shakes her head. No, it's like you said, neither of us had any way of knowing we'd be reborn or how long I'd live, so dash. His voice breaks, but dash. Even though he can't see her, she gives a painful watery smile. But nothing. Besides, what's done is done, and there's no undoing it. I'd rather not focus on it anyway, especially since you're here now, so dash. He lets out a somewhat pained noise. Okay. I get it. I'll leave it alone. She sniffles, thank you. There's a beat of heavy silence before she pushes on to other things. So are you a magical in this life? Or, he hums, I am. You? She nods habitually even though he can't see her. Yeah. Just to double check I'm not misremembering something. Amano isn't one of the major families, right? Like the 10 master clans, 18 assistant houses, or 100 families or anything like that, right? He snorts, Merlin, no. I'm not from one of those uppity, high society clans. Why? She presses her lips together momentarily before taking a breath and saying, because I'm not technically supposed to tell you this because it's a clan secret, but I'm from one of those uppity, high society clans. The Yotsuba specifically, which may surprise you, but they have a general policy that only the head and named heir are allowed to actually possess the last name Yotsuba. The only reason both of the twins in Maya and Mia in the previous generation were allowed to carry the last name was because Maya was originally slated to marry into the Sigusa, and they didn't want to explain why a member of the Yotsuba clan didn't bear the name Yotsuba. Which complicates things a smidge, since they'll probably try to interfere with me being with you and Misaki, but I'm already fighting them about a lot of things, so what's one more argument? There's a beat of silence. I'm sorry. Did you just say you're from the Yotsuba? As in, the Untouchables Yotsuba. She laughs. Yup. She cheerfully pops the P, and there's another beat of silence before he presses on. And you're fighting with them? She snickers. They're a bunch of immoral assholes, and if it wasn't for the kids and wanting to try to protect them from their poison, I would have left immediately, so we butt heads a lot. Yet more silence before Sora lets out an exasperated sigh. Why am I not surprised your luck put you in that situation and your instinct was defend kids? Fight me. She bursts into laughter at that, and before she can even get a hold of herself, her mobile terminal makes a notification sound for another email, and to her absolute delight, the subject reads, Calanthe Potterblack. Tokakuro Mahana? Really? Really? As she types out a quick reply with her contact info, she lets Sora know what's going on. Misaki just got in touch. I'm sending her my info now. Just as cheerfully, she adds, she sounds super mad about the alias. Sora laughs at her, and there's hardly a beat before another call comes in. She's calling. Let me merge them. She answers Misaki's call, which automatically puts him on hold, cutting off his laughter. And even as Misaki immediately starts in, you didn't. You did not. Hei's laughter joins the call as she merges them, and Misaki easily understands. Hi, Hei. Nice to have found you. But, really, Calanthe? Tokakuro Mahana? Are you kidding me? She laughs. How else was I supposed to get you two's attention? Misaki makes a noise of frustration. Even so, Dash. Hey, stop laughing. He manages to get it under control enough to huff out a cheerfully quipped. Sorry, honey, but not my fault this is how you decide to greet Calanthe, and how hilarious it is. Then he starts laughing again. She bites her lower lip to try to hold back on joining him and losing it. Hei's name is Sora now, though it's hard to remember to use the new name, not the old. Even mentally. And I can't be the only one with that problem. So what are we doing about it? Also, my actual name is Toshiko. Misaki doesn't miss a beat. Miho. And I don't know, if there wasn't the potential of slipping up in public, I'd say I'm cool with them being interchangeable, but Hei finally calms down enough to make an agreeing hum. So she shrugs even if they can't see it. So we basically don't call each other by our old names until we're sure we won't slip up in public, and even then only use them in private. Sora hums works for me. But with that out of the way, can we backtrack to what we were talking about before Ms. Miho emailed you? Miho takes a deep breath. What mess did I miss? Sora's voice becomes falsely cheerful at that. Oh, you know, just Toshiko, being from the Yotsuba, even though you totally wouldn't recognize her last name since apparently, barring that one time, there was an exception with Maya and Mia having it. The only people allowed to use the name Yotsuba are the head and recognized heir of the family. And Toshiko finds them immoral, so she's fighting with them. Miho takes a deep breath. There's just never a break with you. Is there? She laughs. No. Speaking of that, yes, Sora and I already covered that I'm a lying liar who lies because I did die and am, in fact, not resting. Also, I'm saying it now, so I'm not accused of hiding it later, but I was actually only somewhat recently restored to the family after being stripped from it the day I was born and was then promptly shoved into and raised in a program that tries to indoctrinate the kids in it into slaves they call guardians that will consider serving the Yotsuba. Family is some weird mix between service staff and bodyguards, as one of the highest honors that's only eclipsed by dying to protect a Yotsuba family member. Most of said indoctrination just kind of came undone by my memories coming back, but something that does linger is the fact this body will wake up on its own at 6 am on the dot regardless of how little sleep I got. So, yeah, it did undo all you two's hard work to teach me how to relax. But it is not my fault. There's a heavy beat of silence before Miho breathes out a rough breath. Okay, a lot to unpack there, but I'm already starting to see why you consider them immoral and are fighting. Also, I personally hate them already for undoing all our effort. Sora's voice is dry. Yeah, tell me about it. She laughs. Yeah, but unfortunately there's not time for that, because the Yotsuba have cameras practically all over, so I had to hide in the bathroom as one of the few places without them. And I don't think I can linger for too much longer without arousing suspicion if they check the footage, so I kinda gotta go. They both make noises of understanding, and the verbal conversation is wrapped up quickly with promises to talk via messages, which are protected by Rowena, and no, she's not explaining who Rowena is right now. Mostly because there wasn't time. She does get a follow-up text on a new group chat for them from Miho. Don't think you've dodged the conversation. She shakes her head, sending back. Wouldn't dream of it. I just genuinely needed to go. It was at one of their now regular bi-weekly meetups that Katsushige jolts and turns to Yuka. Oh yeah, I heard you made some progress with your mental interface magic and started to get somewhere on treatments for magic calculation area, overclocking. Is it true? Yuka puffs up with pride. It's still in the early stages, but yeah. She flicks a look at her, undoubtedly hoping for praise. And given how much of an achievement it is, she's more than happy to give it. That's incredible, Yuka. She beams. Then her face falls a little, although, she glances up, it's not up to the point that I can do something like trying to help Aunt Mia. She shakes her head. That's not on you. Yuka peers up at her. You aren't upset? She tilts her head. I'm not torn up about it, if that's what you're asking. Considering my feelings and thoughts on Mia are complicated, mostly because she's made choices I don't agree with morally. How I feel about the fact she's slowly dying is just as complicated. Fumiya tilts his head, looking a little weary, which she can't blame him for given the absolute mess that tends to be revealed when they find out the nonsense their elders pulled. Do I even want to know what Aunt Mia did? She snorts, probably not. It's gross. She sweeps her gaze across the kids and sighs. But given you are the next generation of Yotsuba, You should probably know. They all tense up, looking for all the world like they're bracing for impact, and she smiles a little as she waves her hand. Nothing like that, just she sighs again and takes a bracing sip of coffee, so apparently despite the way she acts, which she only does because she feels like that's all she's allowed to show rather than how she really feels. She actually does love me. And funnily enough, between myself and Yuki, I'm actually her favorite child. They give her looks of disbelief, but Katsushige still looks concerned. As surprising as it is, I don't think that's the major revelation considering you described it as gross, is it? Then his face scrunches up. Well, I guess you can describe a mother giving into pressures and treating their child, their favorite child at that, terribly just because everyone else hates them is kind of gross, but I doubt that's what you were talking about. She feels a flicker of pleasure at the fact they're starting to realize just how fucked up the Yotsuba can be. Yeah, arguably that's gross too. And one has to question how much she actually loves me to let something like that dictate her actions, but no, it wasn't what I was talking about. What I was talking about was Yuki. They look a little confused, so she nods her head to the side. More specifically, the fact that despite the Yotsuba's take on things, for Mia, the one who actually had him, he was born just for me. Not as my limiter or leash or whatever like the Yotsuba think, but to be my companion and later husband purely, because she wanted to guarantee that there would be someone that would accept the monster the Yotsuba think I am. The fork Ayako had been lifting with a bite of cake slips out of her hand as they all just stare at her. What? She nods, giving them a sympathetic look, and Ayako pushes on. No, seriously, what? Your own mother. Had your brother. Just to give you a companion. And more importantly, since it's the gross factor, later husband, out of your own brother. She looks at Fumiya, at her own brother, and her expression turns even more grossed out as she clearly thinks about it in their context. You. She nods, unfortunately. Yes. Not that it's ever going to happen, but yeah, that's the entire reason Yuki was born. There's a heavy silence for a little before Katsushige sucks in a breath, then practically buries his nose in his teacup. I can see why you'd have complicated thoughts and feelings about Mia. She nods, and silence descends again. She gives him a couple moments to absorb that before breaking it, and changing the subject back to Yuko working on treating overclocked magic calculation areas before the revelation can start to truly drag them down, or the silence can become awkward. That's not important right now, though. It's wonderful you're starting to get somewhere on potentially treating magic calculation area, overclocking Yuka. Especially since you don't actually know where the magic calculation area is. Yuka forcefully shakes the newest revelation on the depravity of the Yotsuba off, plastering on a smile. Thank you. Like I said, it's still in the early stages, but I'm unbelievably happy and proud about the progress I've made so far. She smiles indulgently. You have every right to be proud. It's quite the achievement. She pauses, taking a sip of her coffee as she thinks. But it doesn't take her very long at all to decide that even if the Yotsuba learn it as a side effect, while the older generation hasn't earned it, Yuka certainly has. Once she does, she reaches for her mobile terminal with her unoccupied hand as she smiles at Yuka. I haven't come forward with this yet because I don't trust the Yotsuba in general, and they haven't really earned it. And while I've trusted all of you for a while, I didn't think you could make much use of the papers I've written. But you definitely can, and you've undoubtedly earned it, Yuka. It can probably help you figure out how to treat the magic calculation area better. Yuka looks at her with wide, somewhat confused eyes. Your papers? But you're so protective of them. Then her brain starts to catch up with the latter part. Wait, how can one of your papers help with my treatments? She smiles as she sends a copy to Yuka, then switches back to the kind of message board-like section of the Yotsuba server. Double-checking the wording of the text, she'd attached explaining why she was publishing it on the Yotsuba servers, which she explains to Yuka after she submits it for the record. I just published the paper on the Yotsuba servers so you don't have to worry about the older generation harassing you about your digital copy. But the reason I think it can help is because I've found where the magic calculation area is. The kids all straighten up sharply at that, and she glances away momentarily before looking back. To be honest, your treatments are probably more lessening the burden on the rest of the mind and letting it turn more of its focus onto working on the magic calculation area. Since you can't really target something you don't know the location of, she shakes her head and smiles again. Not the point. The reason the magic calculation area has never been found is because it only exists in the Eidos brain. It does not exist in the physical brain. Yuka's mouth drops open, gaze flicking back and forth as she thinks before widening as they snap back to her. That's why no one was ever able to find it on brain activity scans. She nods, still smiling as she sets her terminal back down, done with uploading it, and also making it perfectly clear that she wasn't publishing her paper because she actually thought they deserve it, but because she was proud of what Yuka has already achieved and wanted to help her take it to new heights, like an actually supportive family does without opening her up to getting harassed for a copy of it. She's made sure to help Yuka while cutting off the possibility of her being harassed as much as she can while throwing sufficient, for the moment, shade at the rest of the Yotsuba. Everything is right in her world in those regards. Yuka's hand is drifting towards her own mobile terminal, looking like she's fighting awfully hard not to snatch it up and start devouring her paper. She laughs lightly at the slightly physically older girl. You'll have plenty of time to read it later, whereas we only have a limited amount of time before you guys need to head home. Her hand moves away. That's true. Ayako puts her cup down a little sharply. Okay, I know you were trying to move the conversation back to get away from the gross factor, but even ignoring the laws and the rest of the family, how in the hell was Mia expecting either you or Yuki to be down with marrying each other? Especially given the way the older generation was keeping you two apart and not letting any sort of bond form between you. She snorts because, from the moment Yuki was successfully born, she started using mental interference magic on me. And even before she was using mental interference magic on his fetus to make us basically obsessed with each other. Katsushi's face scrunches up. Even grosser, if you ask me. Not just setting up two siblings to marry each other, but literally manipulating their minds to what forced them to be in love. She sighs, something like that, yeah. Fumiya looks troubled. How do you get rid of the mental manipulation? He blushes as they all turn to him. I just mean that Mia is thought to be the best in those regards, so dash. The other's expressions turn to realization, giving her concerned looks, and Ayako leans forward intently. He's got a point, though. You aren't still under the manipulation, are you? She shakes her head. No, don't worry about that, it's gone. From both of us, actually. And even if her mind magic had been too strong for me to overcome, she lifts the hand, just cupping her coffee rather than holding the handle, and ignites some Patronus fire as she smiles at them. I do have my ways of getting around such things. Fumiya tilts his head as he gazes at her fire. That can work on something like that, too? She nods, and he shakes his head in bemusement. Is there anything that weird fire can't do? She doesn't hesitate. Damage inanimate objects is the first thing that comes to mind. Katsushige lowers the cup he'd been about to take a sip from. Wait, what? What sort of fire? Can't damage objects. She laughs at the adorably confused looks they're giving her, tucking her smile into the rim of her own cup. It actually makes perfect sense if you understand what it really is and how it works. Ayako chews her lower lip a little. At the New Year's gathering, you said it was always okay to ask a question, and the only thing up to debate was whether there'd be an answer. She nods, so Ayako tentatively pushes on. So then, what is that fire really? And how does it work? Her eyes scrunch up with her smile as she chuckles lightly. If you were one of the older Yotsuba, or at least the majority of them, the answer would be a firm, that's none of your business, and you wouldn't get anything else. That pulls some chuckles and giggles from the kids. But you aren't one of them, and I have no qualms answering that. In terms you'd understand, it'd probably be more accurate to call it push-ion-based magic, because emotions are important both for casting as well as in how it functions. See, it's not exactly fire per se. It's condensed magic that looks like fire and acts like fire under the right circumstances. Yuka gives her a confused look. Wait, acts like fire under the right circumstances? What on earth does that mean? She smiles. It may be easier to show you. So just to double check, you aren't hostile to me, right? She shakes her head quickly. And you trust me? A nonverbal answer apparently doesn't suffice there, as she bursts out. Of course! She smiles and reaches over to lay a hand on her shoulder, igniting her Patronus fire and wrapping it around them both. Yuka jolts at first, then lifts her empty hand to look at it in even more astonishment than the other kids are staring at her engulfed in the flames. It's just warm, she chuckles. Patronus fire, as it's called, acts in one of three ways in a generalized sense, and it's entirely based on your intentions. Your heart, in other words, towards the caster or who its protection is targeted towards. If you're neutral, except maybe a blue tinge to your side if you're in the middle of it, it does nothing. If you have affection or good intentions, it's warm. If you're generally hostile or harmful, though, That's when it starts acting like fire. There's a beat of silence as they take that in. The irony, or amusement, or whatever you want to call it, is that Sora means sky. Amano has the AMA kanji meaning heaven, as well as no kanji meaning field or wilderness, which is also applicable in the wilderness part given the jungle most of the Heaven's Gate War took place in. And Bai's new name, Hoshi, means star. So, revelations, and I'm explaining right now since it may surprise some of you. But I'd like to point out that Calanthe Toshiko is an honest woman if she decides to trust you. Also, sorry for the later than usual update. The server maintenance and it being down started basically at the same time I aimed to upload, both being midnight locally. And I didn't want to doing it ahead of schedule due to one. Not wanting to basically taunt any readers who see the notification but don't manage to get the page loaded before the servers went down, and maybe frustrating / messing with anyone who wants to leave a comment but can't because the server went down for maintenance while they were reading, and 2. Any potential issues with said notification, since while I assumed scheduled maintenance approaching wouldn't mess with them going out, I wasn't sure and didn't want to risk it, as well as the fact unless my sleep schedule is thrown off for some reason or another. I'm generally going to sleep a few hours before the maintenance time was scheduled to end, though obviously came back sooner. Why? So it was a choice between uploading Sunday night or later Monday, and I picked the second option. Apologies for any frustration or anything that may have caused. Fumiya hesitantly reaches out and runs his hand through the fire slowly. Then he laughs lightly. It really is just warm. Ayako and Katsushige can't seem to help sort of stretching across from where they're not quite opposite her at the round table, running their own hands through it curiously. Katsushige stares at his own hand bathing in her fire before getting a confused look. I get why that wouldn't do anything to inanimate objects since they can't have any sort of intent in any capacity. But if anything, how does that help with magic? I saw you use it against Maya, Sama's meteor stream at last New Year's, but magic can't think. She nods. No, it can't, but the moment you cast a spell, you embed your own intent into it. So, and Maya-sama may not have been aiming to kill me or anything, but you cannot cast magic capable of harm at someone without some form of harmful intent. Ayako tilts her head. When you cast magic, you don't just tell it what to do, but actually embed your intent into it. She nods in reply, that's interesting. Don't know if it really changes anything, but it's interesting. But wait, how does that help against mental manipulation? She hums, because it's harmful to their individuality, to their actual personality under the manipulation, to put it another way. Ayako makes a quiet as understanding washes over her face, and she smiles lightly. Just because it isn't physically harmful does not mean it's not within the influence of the Patronus fire. It can even go so far as to burn away magically based complete mind control and brainwashing without harming the victim. They nod their understanding, and Fumiya leans closer. Okay, that all makes sense, but you said you got rid of it for both of you earlier. How'd you even get to Yuki without anyone noticing, given how adamant they are about keeping you away from him? Her smile turns a bit mischievous. I turned invisible and just walked into his room, of course. Katsushige gives her an exasperated look. Oh, be serious. No one has successfully made an actual invisibility spell, so that can't be how you did it. If you're gonna lie, tell a believable one, but I'd prefer if you actually told us how you did. She tilts her head at him as she thinks for a minute. Then, deciding that she does in fact trust them with that too, she wordlessly fires up her Calanthe magic and slips an invisibility spell onto herself. Yuki, who had the misfortune that she'd been in the middle of taking a drink of her tea, spills it on herself as it clearly goes down the wrong pipe, given the immediate coughing fit. Even though she knows her disembodied voice will likely freak them out even more, she has to ask, "Are you all right, Yuki?" She nods, still stunned in a silence minus her coughing, which is the only thing that breaks up the general silence as the kids, even the coughing Yuki, all gape at her chair. And floating cup, since she purposely didn't make that invisible, so they'd known she hadn't done something like manage to hide a mock teleportation from the fact it was still there, and after Yuki nods, it lifts up as she takes a sip of coffee, the liquid starting to spill out and spreading on thin air from their perspective since they can't see her mouth, then disappearing as it goes down her throat. Fumiya is the first that breaks. How on earth are you doing that? She lets go of her invisibility spell as she smiles at him. You would struggle to believe me if I told you. Even with stronger proof, I think. Ayako gives her a dubious look. I don't think so. Because honestly, just that alone makes me willing to accept just about any explanation, but if you have even stronger proof of whatever weirdness lets you do that. The kids all nod in agreement, and she gazes at them thoughtfully for a moment, then decides to go for it, looking over towards where she knows a camera is and saying a bit louder, "Turn the cameras off so there's no record on the servers at all, and come down and join us." It's a mildly risky play to trust Maya as well as the kids, but between her devotion to her and the fact, if nothing else, she isn't an idiot and would absolutely realize that if it's already a bad idea to challenge her just knowing what she does, she'll undoubtedly realize that it's nothing but pure idiocy to attempt to do so after she learns more. The kids give her odd looks, entirely unaware of the way Maya is constantly watching her. But when Katsushige goes to open his mouth, she just bids him to be patient, already watching Maya make her way down from her office with Hayama through elemental sight. They easily put the pieces together when a mildly confused Maya shows up with an equally baffled Hayama, but she just sets her coffee down and reaches up to slip the trunk necklace over her head and sets it down. Just seeing it expand surprises the ever-living hell out of them. But when she runs her fingers over the latch to set the interior to a replica of the Potter ancestral manor and opens it to not only show stairs, but stairs down going past the ground she set it on, completely defying the laws of reality, given it also does not match up with its external size. They hit the point of being so surprised as to be numb. After they hit the bottom, they all just sort of stare around in a weird, almost blank mild surprise. Yuka points at the manor and states the obvious. That's a whole mansion. She nods in amusement, stored inside of a trunk. Another nod, a trunk that can shrink down to a necklace. She gives her an amused look. Indeed it is. She gestures upwards vaguely. The sky is just an illusion, though. They don't even react to that one. So she moves on and mentally calls to the trunk and Rowena to ask for her storage orb to be brought. Rowena appears quicker than a blink. And given when she'd updated her ability to accept this universe's power, she'd added a function that let her project a voice of her own rather than having to go through a golem. Rowena doesn't hesitate to speak up. "Good afternoon. I am Rowena. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." There's a beat of silence. Then Katsushige sucks in a sharp breath. "Oh my gods, you were being honest." At her puzzled look, he shakes his head. "At the New Year's gathering, when Mitsugu was talking about you constantly breaking into the Yotsuba servers, you made a joke, or I thought it was a joke, about how you reincarnated and accidentally brought an AI you built with you." She laughs. "Oh, that? Yeah, no reason to lie when the truth is so unbelievable that people assume you're lying even if you tell them the truth. Now is there?" In stunned disbelief, Hayama speaks up for the first time since he showed up with Maya. "How does one accidentally bring something with them when they reincarnate?" She waves it off. "This is known as the trunk of requirements. I built it off of something known as the room of requirements, but as far as I can tell, I accidentally bound it to me not long after. They're both of requirements because they become anything you require of either one. I was thinking about how I never wanted to lose it at one point, and apparently the trunk's solution to that requirement was to bind itself to me, so it can just come to me when I want it." He makes a quiet, "Oh." There's another beat, and she adds, "Well, there are limitations, of course. For instance, if it creates something, it'll disappear if you try to take that thing out of it." Yuki tilts her head towards her, even as she can't seem to pull her gaze away from Rowena's orb and the manor. "If you look at it a certain way, wouldn't making an AI do whatever you tell it to count as a form of slavery, like the Guardian system?" She doesn't get a chance to speak before Rowena shoots the idea down herself. "That implies I was never given a choice. Creator was, as what I call her suggests, the one who created me, and she did instill me with morals as I was developing, but that is arguably no different than teaching a developing child right from wrong. After I was fully formed, Creator asked if I was willing to do what I was created for. She didn't order me to do so, and I will preempt any questions of payment with this. What use would an artificial intelligence such as myself have for currency? So no, I do not receive payment of any kind. That is true, but Creator has already given me life and freedom. What more could she offer that would hold any value to me?" Ayako tilts her head. "That's true. So, I'm confused. How does this link to you turning invisible?" She laughs. "I didn't lose the magic of my old universe when I was reborn. There are ways this universe's magic is more advanced. There are ways that my original universe was, despite the fact that by this universe's classifications, even by the time I died, the only magic that existed was still what you would call ancient magic. They weren't the same, obviously, but between the two, it's a significantly closer equivalent. Fumiya gives her an odd look. How are you so good at modern magic if the only thing you've ever known was more similar to ancient magic than modern magic? Or magic engineering? She gives him an amused look, because I wasn't really falling back on my knowledge from my old world for it. It may have helped here and there, but by and large, it's just study. The only real advantage my memories give me in those regards is my mental age and maturity. Yuki gives her a curious look. So how old are you then? She smiles at her, given that one of the differences between my old world and this one is that magicals age slower after the age of 17. And while it was usually about half as slow as the normal aging process, the more powerful the individual was, the slower their aging was, and I was very powerful. As far as I can tell, I died in my sleep of old age about a week from my 499th birthday. Lived from 1998 to 2497. Part of the reason I know beyond things like the differences in the magic that they were two completely separate universes actually. Because in that entire time, nothing like modern magic came into being. She nods her head to the side briefly, though in fairness, there wasn't a need for it, given the magic of that universe may have been more akin to ancient magic, but it was generally faster than this world's modern magic from the get-go. But there also wasn't a World War III. And there was a major global event that occurred in my original universe in the year 2000 that never occurred here. Maya suddenly pipes up. You said this place creates anything you require? She nods, and without a word, Maya sits down on a chair that wasn't there moments before, giving up on her ladle-like manners and leaning forward to rest her elbows on her legs. Press her hands together and the sides of her index fingers along her nose, seemingly just trying to process everything. The rest of them seem to agree with the idea, as each of them sit down on chairs that pop into existence without hesitation, even Hiyama giving up on his attentive standing vigil. She looks at them in amusement as she takes a seat herself. She's not entirely sure how long they're all quiet, just trying to absorb things before Maya's brow furrows, and she straightens and gives her a troubled look. This is why you suddenly changed about a year ago, right? She nods, and Maya searches her eyes. Does that mean the original Toshiko died mentally or something? She raises an eyebrow. I'm surprised you'd ask that, given I know for a fact I used Patronus fire as a baby well before that. Remembrance flickers across Maya's face. That's true, which means there was always something of you in Toshiko, but you definitely did change. She nods, then turns her gaze towards the sky. Honestly, I'm not sure how it happened to begin with. The last thing I remembered was going to sleep a week before my birthday, like I said. Then the next thing I knew, it was like snapping awake, and I found myself in a baby body, surrounded by people shouting in what sounded like Japanese, though between my confusion and the chaos, I couldn't make out what was being said. There was some woman pointing what looked like a gun at me, though. I had no idea what a CAD was and thought it was an actual gun, so I tossed up a physical shield because of that misunderstanding and sent some Patronus fire her way. She runs a hand through her hair, then I heard some male voice. Don't know what that was about, so don't ask, but it was telling me to go back to sleep, and I couldn't fight it off if I wanted to, and something about me just trusted it on an instinctive, fundamental level, so I did. Then my memories and consciousness were waking up again while I was in the middle of Guardian training. That being said, from what I can gather, Toshiko wasn't some sort of figment, nor did she disappear. As best I can describe it, when I was a baby, the Toshiko that you knew was a fragment of my subconscious. And as I grew, it started to grow into a near copy of my consciousness, with the only real differences being from changes to how we grew up, given that at the cores of their beings, Calanthe and Toshiko are so similar it would be alarming in other circumstances. When my memories came back, I think it'd be more accurate to say the two consciousnesses merged into one. She snorts as she drops her gaze down to the somewhat calmer and relieved-looking Maya. The tea versus coffee changing preference is actually a surprisingly good example of the fact I very much am both of them. In my previous life, I was very much a tea drinker and never really had coffee. Then I wake back up to find it's this body and the previously developing, Toshiko's favorite, so I keep bouncing back and forth between which I want at any given moment. Maya giggles lightly at the humor in that, and after a beat, Katsushige pipes up as he looks around. What is this place anyway? Not the trunk of requirements, but what the trunk has become. Because if it just becomes whatever you ask it to, then I can't see it having something like a base form or whatever you'd call it. She snorts. No, it doesn't. This was my old house. Or one of them anyway. Ayako looks at her in surprise. Really? Were you just rich? Or did you come from a big family? She chuckled, both kinda. I was born to a wealthy and old noble family. Though less than a year and a half after I was born, my parents were killed, and I was left as the only member of the family alive. By the time I died, I know full well that my family had gotten much bigger from the family tree spreading back out. All three of them, actually, since I was the direct descendant of one bloodline. Named the heir of another my great-grandmother had married in from by my infertile first cousin once removed, and claimed a third by right of conquest because the last member of that house was a homicidal maniac who'd made an enemy of me. By the end of it all, though, I'd say I did a pretty good job as Calanthe Potterblack. Maya pauses. By any chance, does Calanthe mean beautiful flower? Knowing exactly where this is going, she grins mischievously. Yeah, it does. Yuka gives her a look, even as laughter starts building up among the rest. Tokakuro Mahana? Really? Really? She laughs. Yeah, Misaki. I mean, Miho was just as disbelieving about it. Ayako fights back her giggles to ask, who's Miho? She blinks rapidly. Oh, that. Have you ever heard of the concept of soulmates? Ayako, and everyone else for that matter, nodded her question. It wasn't a fiction trope in my original universe. It was actually a thing. And while I have no clue how and why I was reborn, or maybe if it happens to everyone, and the thing that went wonky was me remembering my previous life, but I do know for a fact my soulmates are here and remember as well. Maya gives her a surprised look. Ignoring the rest of it, are you certain they are? She grins. The soulmates from my original universe came in different types of how you knew yours, and ours was a first thing you said kind of thing, and for one thing, ignoring ladylike manners for a moment, she lifts her left foot, planting it on the edge of her chair, and tugs her pant leg up and her sock down to show hey, Sora's mark fading in and out slowly. They're all staring in surprise, and Maya looks fascinated. I was already pretty sure from the get-go that my marks wouldn't have updated if they hadn't. But also, part of the reason I made my alias what I did was to get their attention, which worked, and I've already established contact with them. Maya's voice is slightly surprised. We noticed there were words like birthmarks, but never anything like that. She shrugs. The only explanation I've been able to think of is some sort of naturally embedded magic or something like that, which makes people who don't know what they're supposed to be looking at view it as that. Since it's not natural to this universe and all that. Or maybe that it's so unbelievable, given their understanding of this world, that people's minds just refuse to properly take it in or something. Maya makes a noise of understanding, and there's a bit of silence as they all just stare at her shifting mark in fascination before Yuka breaks. Okay, the only thing that makes sense to me is that the brown words are from this life, since it implies a familiarity that people really shouldn't have before their first words. But that just brings up questions about the other one. She raises her eyebrow. In what way? Katsushige gives her an exasperated look. Get out of here, kid. No one your age should have to watch someone die? What the hell sort of first meeting is that? She fixes her sock and pant leg. The kind where a formerly abused runaway 8-year-old with zero qualms about stabbing someone if necessary decides it's fine to cut through a dark alley on her way home and stumbles across her decade older, but indoctrinated into an assassin as a child's soulmate dying. Fumiya gives her a surprised look. Huh? Aren't you frequently going on about morals? Done fixing the two, she drops her foot back down as she gives him an amused look. Yes, but morals are subjective. I never said I thought killing was wrong in and of itself. And she realizes she probably should have said that when Katsushige and Yuka, the older of the kids that may or may not have killed before, but are at least undoubtedly familiar with what may be expected of them, relax a little, making it clear they were struggling to figure out how to handle what they've been taught versus what she tells them clashing. It's totally warranted in some cases, like when I killed what's-his-name when I was 11, and I don't actually care all that much about legality. It's primarily harming innocents I take issue with, and the Yotsuba have never been the sort of care about that kind of stuff, which is why I have problems with some of the stuff they do. She gives them an amused look, but I never once said by morals that I meant the most common idea of morality. Ayako gives her a surprised look. You killed someone at 11? Her tone becomes a bit dry. He was threatening to torture 2 of my friends to death, which is bad enough, but we're also around 11 as well. if I didn't do as he said. At least I was nice enough that I just stabbed him in the heart, so it wasn't a particularly drawn-out or painful death. Understanding at her actions and disgust at what he was threatening washes over the group, and Maya pipes up, "That's absolutely a fair response. Some people would even call it merciful." She gives her a slightly amused look. "It's particularly fair when he's a dumbass who made that threat after not bothering to check me for weapons. Or tie me up, and then was stupid enough to look away, to gaze menacingly at my friends as he expanded on his threat. He was honestly practically asking for my dagger being planted in his heart, if you ask me. Considering he mentioned my age, I can only assume he thought a child wasn't capable of something like that. But again, after the way I grew up, no qualms about stabbing someone if it was warranted." That gets some giggles and chuckles, and Katsushige gives her an amused look. "Yeah, you've made that clear." Yuka speaks up at that point, looking a bit puzzled. "If you're mentally 500 years old, though, what does that even make us to you? Because Kid Cousin doesn't really seem to match up with how you act with us." She blushes lightly. "Honestly, before this revelation, I gotta admit, it seemed more like you saw us more like siblings or something with how much you took care of us," but she doesn't hesitate. "I may physically and legally just be the middle cousin between you all, but emotionally? I've already filled out the mental adoption paperwork. Thanks. And just so you know, my soulmates' responses were basically, 'So, when are we meeting our adopted kids?' Because my kids are their kids, no questions asked. Your parents and the rest of the older generation of the Yotsuba can fight me, but you're my kids, and I will protect you even if you come to hate me in the process." It's telling that even though Katsushige and Yuka blush, none of the kids say anything to protest her claim, but Ayako does look at her with furrowed brows. "Hate you? What could you possibly do while trying to protect us that could make us hate you?" She tilts her head as she gazes at her, not wanting to say it purely because she doesn't want to hurt them, but Katsushige gives her a weary look. "You're making that face again." When she turns to him in confusion, he elaborates, "That one that says you don't want to say something just because you're trying to protect us from harsh realities or something. I hate that face, to be honest." The other kids nod even as Maya and Hayama silently watch. She sighs, "You may hate me, because to be perfectly honest, if everyone in the Yotsuba was here and someone found the main house and attacked, the only time I would participate was if the odds of winning were good. And at that only to protect you from the hurt of possibly losing your parents. If the odds weren't good though, I'm sorry, but like I said, emotionally you're basically my kids, and a proper parent does what they have to in order to protect them, even if their kids hate them for it. And I would absolutely drag you all, and Yuki, since while we're not close, he is a child, away, kicking and screaming if necessary, most likely snatching Maya, who despite the insanity everyone touts is one of the most reasonable Yotsuba, and Hayama to help take care of you all. Possibly Asumi and Tuka, since they're a bit more level-headed and not total garbage, and maybe Mia. But Shinsuke, Hidetsugu, Mitsugu, Haruto, Osamu, and their spouses? They're on their own, and I hate to break it to you, but in such a situation, they aren't just on their own. I would absolutely see them as a distraction to buy more time to get you to safety. And I would not care if it makes you hate me, because my priority is your safety, and if I have to do things that make you hate me to secure it, then so be it." The twins and Katsushige look somewhat troubled, and she can't blame them, given their parents' names were amongst those she absolutely would practically use as sacrificial lambs to buy more time to ensure she could get the kids away. Maya looks like she's trying very hard to hide being pleased, assumably because her name was listed as one of the two she had decided were worth taking with, other than the kids themselves, of course. After a few beats, Fumiya sighs, "I don't really like the idea at all, but honestly, given the things we keep learning they've pulled, I can't even blame you that if you were put in a situation to pick between guaranteeing our safety or risking it just to save them too, that you'd pick the first option without hesitation." Yuka snorts, "Don't know if I have the right to comment since my mom is on the maybe list, but yeah." Ayako and Katsushige, though they don't look any happier than Fumiya, also nod in agreement. Maya seems to decide to change the topic. On a different note, that your blue fire can work on mental manipulation wasn't something anyone ever thought about. She gains an amused look. Mia was actually becoming convinced that you're actually a genius at mind manipulation magic that surpasses even her, given you'd not only broken her magic, but even the one time she tried to reinstate it. She said even trying to access your mind was like running full speed into a brick wall. She snorts, "Technically, I said earlier that I had my Patronus fire if push came to shove. I didn't actually need it, because mind magics are one of those things that my old universe was more advanced in, and I know enough that it's easy to undo her work and block her out. Ayako's eyes go wide. Wait, really? She nods, and Ayako leans forward. How? She laughs lightly. Because, in my old life, there were two related branches of magic known as legilimency and occlumency. Legilimency was the art of reading and manipulating minds. Occlumency was its counter, the art of defending one's mind. When it comes to mind manipulation, capable magicians protecting their minds in this world, it's more akin to those practical lessons where two magicians each try to take control of a metal ball to help students improve their casting speed and interference strength, with the ball being the mind of the person who's trying to defend. Occlumency, on the other hand, is mostly about keeping them out to begin with, and only fighting to eject them if they break through, but due to the way it works, users tend to have full control of their minds. For instance, I do not inherently possess an edict memory, yet with occlumency, like using a search function on a digital library, I can call up the memory of a passing conversation I had back when I was mentally not even 20, almost 5 centuries ago, and quote it back to you word for word. And that's not a unique ability. Anyone practiced in occlumency can do the same, barring the years in question, if only because they wouldn't live that long from the get-go. Actually, funnily enough, Mia asked if I used Flashcast at the New Year's gathering when I cast Maya's meteor stream in an instant, and as I said back then, I did not. Other than the carving, it's not that dissimilar though, since all I really had to do was pull up the memory of reading the activation sequence when she went to cast and transfer it to my magic calculation area in full so I could add in the variables. Except it's unquestionably superior because it's basically flash casting, except 1, I don't have to damage my magic calculation area to achieve it, and 2, I'm not limited to only activation sequences that have been carved. I can do it with any magic I've used elemental sight to read the activation sequence of, which basically means that other than for appearances, I actually don't need a CAD in the first place. She snorts at their gaping, but I got a little off track there. When you have the sort of control of your mind that occlumency gives you, it's very, very easy to find mental manipulation and get rid of it. To put it simply, it's like you have an antivirus program on a computer that knows every line of code that's supposed to exist or can exist from your thoughts as they occur, which makes it very easy to find the intruder and destroy it. Yuki shakes her head in astonishment. So basically, you actually are more advanced in mental manipulation magic like Mia has been thinking, but even if you weren't, she still wouldn't be able to use it on you. She chuckles, basically. But like I said, it's more that my original universe is more advanced in mind magics in general rather than me being really, really good at it or something. Because yeah, I am pretty good at mind magics from that universe, but I honestly probably wouldn't even clock into the top 100 there. If they've been looking at her in surprise before, it has nothing on how they're looking at her now. Which actually makes it even more of a shame I haven't figured out how exactly to take the theoretically knowledge of it and use it with this universe's magic, since I actually would like to teach you guys occlumency. If nothing else, to help with the previous flash cast carvings they put on you, since repairing damage to the mind is another skill in any decent occlumen's belt, and if you can cast using that, it wouldn't even require giving something up. Yuki, the one out of them with mental magic, perks up an interest. Maybe I can help with that. If you're wanting to teach us anyway, it's not a secret, so you could teach me the theory, and I could try to help convert it. She smiles at her. That could certainly work. I wouldn't want to ignore everyone else, so we can discuss it. So we'll talk it over later, all right? Yuki nods happily, and Fumiya leans forward in interest. Kindash, would you tell us more about your previous life? It sounds so interesting. I can't help but want to know more. She laughs lightly, but as she starts to say something, the house and everything else starts to fade out. She pauses it as she sees the others start to panic, probably thinking they'd have problems, but she gives them a reassuring smile. It's all right. I stopped it for now, but you essentially kicked it into acting like a pensieve is all. Maya tilts her head in curiosity. And what exactly is a pensieve? She hums. There was this technique at how to explain this, her eyes unfocused for a few moments, and then she just shrugs. Maybe easier to just show you. It's only really sheer dumb luck she has it. But Rowena had been able to explain that while the descendants that were alive didn't know what the trunk actually was, they did vaguely know she tended to store things important to her inside. As such, after she died, they had apparently put some of her things away in it. Which is how, to her incredible surprise when she'd been looking over the inventory, she'd found her wand amongst the things she had. She considered her wand lost before that, but that had driven home the fact that if whatever happened with her remembering happened again, it would be all too easy to lose something important because she didn't get a chance to put it in the trunk for some reason or another. Which is why she and Rowena had come up with a magical tag of sorts that would tie things to the trunk in such a way that the moment it detected her death, it could summon all the tagged objects to it. Just in case whatever happened did so again at the end of this life. It all means she has her wand and currently invisible wand holster though, so she flicks her wrist in a very familiar move to pop her wand from its holster. She lifts it up to her temple as she concentrates, quickly teasing out the memory. Then she drops the silvery trendle into the pensive the room had made, before she taps her wand to the side of it. It's an improved version made later compared to the ones that had been around when she was younger, and it projects the memory above it at her tap, showing her perspective starting at her, reassuring them that Fumiya had unintentionally put the trunk into acting as a pensive itself up to her lifting her wand to her temple. Katsushige gives her a wide-eyed look. Then, that silvery thread was a memory? Just plucked out of your head? She nods as she pulls the memory back out of the pensive. And this basin is a pensive. The projection aspect was actually something invented later, but its original use, and one it still had, was that you'd touch the liquid and your mind would be sucked into the memory. Part of the reason they never got rid of the ability to do so was that since the mind is constantly filtering things out, it's way more aware of its surroundings than people realize. So when you enter a memory in a pensive, you'll find yourself just around the person the memory is from and able to look around instead of your line of sight limited to theirs. Fumiya accidentally kicked the trunk into acting like a pensive itself. Presumably, it was about to show memories of mine that I don't have locked away in a section of my mind it's not allowed to touch. Though I should add, given the implications of plucked from your head, you don't forget it entirely by pulling the memory out, but it does get hazier. Rather than putting it back into her head, she tucks it in a bottle and tosses it at Yuki, who is someone with natural mental magic. Looks fascinated. Memory in a bottle. Technically, as weird as the thought is, a person can actually drink it to experience it, but it is one use like that obviously, and there's always a potential of negative health effects, so I wouldn't recommend doing so unless the situation is desperate. Ayako looks at her with wide eyes. Wait, so the trunk trying to act as a pensive means it can just show us your life? She nods. Presumably just what it deems highlights or something, since the full story is way too long. Fumiya blushes, sorry. I wasn't trying to get it to do that and intrude on your memories. She waves it off. It's fine. Besides, I'm fully aware it's capable of doing something like that. I don't mind. Its potential use as a pensive is why it's capable of accessing those memories in the first place. And the fact I don't mind in general is why those memories aren't locked up out of its reach like ones I would care about others seeing to begin with. Ayako peers at her in excitement. Does that mean we can watch them? She smiles in bemusement. If you really want to. Then she stands. Even with just the highlights, it'll probably take a while though. So if you're going to, I think I'll pop out and get some drinks and snacks. Hayama rises. Toshiko-sama. I dash. She waves him off as one of the two human home helpers she hadn't needed appears. Relax, Hayama. I wasn't going to fetch them myself. I was just going to go out of the trunk to call Suzuki. Tell her something came up that had my cousins leave briefly, but they'd be back, and have the H3 push the car down when she brings it. You aren't failing as a butler having someone from the family fetch things, or whatever was going through your mind. Hayama nods slowly, but it seemed to have reminded him about the usual vigil he stands. So he doesn't sit back down, just steps back to be sort of behind Maya as he usually is. She heads up with the H3, though it waits just out of sight on the stairs down into the currently closed trunk, scooping up the small remote to buzz it for Suzuki, the method used to call for the service staff when outdoors like their little meetup is, or when in a soundproof room. It isn't too long before Suzuki comes, and she quickly explains the cover story she'd said she was going to use, and once it's conveyed, Suzuki leaves to get what she asked for. It takes a bit for her to come back, which she apologizes for, but she just waves Suzuki off and lets her know it's fine. Once she's gone, she opens the trunk so the H3 can come up for the cart, changing the staircase into a ramp, and also getting it to have a wider spiral so the slope isn't as steep, getting back down to the bottom. Hayama quickly makes his way over to help start serving when they get back, and she's surprised to see they're only just at the part of her eating her first meal in her mother's trunk. She has no idea why it took so long to get through aspects of her childhood. It's not like there was anything particularly important there. The only real purpose she can see showing more of it is serving as setting up things for the way it affects her outlook and the like, but she wouldn't think it would take that long to show enough to get the point across and move on. They all look incredibly upset, probably seeing the similarities between her literally abusive relatives and the way the Yotsuba had treated her. The verbal abuse is pretty obvious, given the scorn the Yotsuba show her. The physical abuse can easily find its connection in the training they forced her through. And on top of that, the way they treated her like a live-in-house service. Even though she was just their niece, well, it was literally amongst the expected duties of a guardian. Having no real reason to view what's essentially a highlight reel of her old life, she has the trunk bring her a tablet to start working on translating apparition or portkey magic. Doesn't matter which, it's the true teleportation she's looking for, into the magic of this world. Honestly, she's pretty sure it's going to be a long-term project, given how even having observed how they work, she was having to come up with all of it from scratch on this world. It wasn't like if she made some sort of air manipulation spell, where she'd have various pieces of other spells to take aspects from to get a start from. There's literally nothing remotely related to even the start of it, i.e. pulling a physical object into the information dimension. Observing her own apparition and portkeying doesn't really help either. Apparition would count more as a supernatural power in their books, having no actual casting or magic sequence, and it was really just raw magic manipulation. Portkeys are a spell, obviously, but she's been struggling to unravel it since it honestly reads like gibberish. A mishmash of what almost seems like random spells tossed together because she cannot figure out what they have to do with it. If anything, an entire section she can't even begin to understand what the data is saying. So if it's relevant to working out the mishmash, she's missing key information. So no, she didn't think she'd get anywhere with it soon, but that honestly just means it's good to be getting a start on it as early as she is. It won't affect how long it'll take, but it will affect when she's done with it, since if it takes the same amount of time regardless, then the earlier she starts, the earlier in a chronological sense she'll finish. Her attention is drawn by a Yako letting out a sound like it was the beginning of a scream that she hastily cut off. Looking up in concern, she follows Ayako's, and everyone else's for that matter, line of sight only to see the basilisk starting towards her own form. She can only assume it's the size of it or something that caused the mild panic. Seeing nothing wrong, though, she goes back to her work. She doesn't really get anywhere except well on her way to giving herself a headache before someone's fingertips lightly touch her arm. Looking up, she finds Maya, gazing at her with slightly furrowed brows. Glancing at the others, she finds the weirdest mix of emotions, ranging from awe to heartbreak. She tilts her head, more than a little confused. Why are you looking at me like that? I can kind of get why the people in my first universe gave me those kinds of looks, but like I said before, there are ways each world is ahead of the other magically, and also the Yotsuba, as many problems as I have with them, are pretty cream of the crop, and they've also seen a lot of the darker aspects of life. I wouldn't say any of it was particularly noteworthy one way or the other. Katsushige tilts his head at her. It's not surprising given the added understanding to personality we just got, but you really do tend to underestimate the things you've gone through and what you achieve quite a bit, don't you? Besides, in the framework you were working in, Yuki snorts, and while she doesn't recall hearing anything, her eyes are red like she was crying a bit ago. That achievement problem is because she's a freaking perfectionist. I mean, she saw things that were successful, but if someone finds a single loophole after months of searching, the entire damn thing is a failure in her eyes. Like when she practically made it impossible to attack Hei above mid-calf, but one person gets a shot on his ankle and nearly kills him, and her work is basically immediately deemed worthless to her. She shakes her head as she continues. Or the fact she got a bit understandably distracted by one of her soulmates actively dying and wasn't really taking in other things happening, but as soon as she literally invents an entire field of magical healing and saves his life and realizes that mess with the blood plague completely slipped her mind and she wasn't really taking in updates on it, she's a failure. It's completely unacceptable and she will do better, even though it was totally understandable. And she hadn't even saved her soulmate 15 minutes before and immediately realized the things she developed might be useful with that as well and pivoted to looking into it without hesitation. Fumiya looks up with a dark, mutinous expression. For the record, Given your soulmates are about the only thing that can consistently keep you from working your overly perfectionist self too hard. I'll kill anyone who tries to harm them. She gives him a surprised look. Fumiya. You've never even met them. You can't just dash. He turns his head away in a flick as he closes his eyes. Don't care. Katsushige snorts. They're absolute treasures and must be protected. So I second that. Ayako laughs a little wetly, her eyes gleaming with more moisture than is normal. Third it. Yuka rolls her eyes. That's obvious. Of course we will. She's entirely taken off guard and conflicted. Torn between being happy the family, she actually acknowledges cares for her soulmates, and alarmed at how willing they are to kill for them. Something that's only made worse when Maya gives what physically looks like a gentle smile, yet manages to convey a dangerous aura. Indeed. Do give me their numbers so I can add them to the allowed calls, and my number to them, and let them know they can call me if they ever need anything. She opens and closes her mouth a bit, trying to wrap her head around just how protective they are of her soulmates. Soulmates they've never even met. She can't find anything to say, though, and in the end she ends up just murmuring out, "I'll do that." Maya nods firmly, and at that point, they start digging into the snacks she'd had Suzuki bring earlier and had placed under preservation charms to keep it at the appropriate temperature and fresh. The conversation starts drifting to discussing various things they saw, but honestly, they really do praise her too highly and make a bigger deal than is really called for in her opinion on some of the things she went through. She tries to straighten things out the first couple of times and is all too cheerfully shot down when it comes to her achievements and darkly and with mutters about how various people like the Dursleys or Dumbledore are lucky they're out of their reach regarding things she's gone through. Eventually she gives up, sitting back to just watch them discuss things in bafflement at how they talk about them. With nothing to add and entirely confused, she pulls her mobile terminal out. Mass text. Zoom. My cousins have collectively decided that you're absolutely treasures and they'll kill anyone that tries to harm you guys apparently. Miho, wait what? Sora, pardon? We've never even met before though? I decided I trusted them enough to tell them about the reincarnation today, and I do have pretty solid proof via the trunk. It eventually turned into having the trunk act like a pensive and show them basically highlights of my life as Calanthe, and now they've all collectively decided that as you two are the only consistent method of keeping me from overworking myself, and you must be protected at all costs. Miho, they aren't wrong about us keeping you from overworking yourself, but Sora, rolling on the floor laughing. Miho, Sora, this isn't funny. Sora, Hoshi laughing so hard she's in danger of passing out from lack of air begs to differ. Is she okay? Sora, I'll get back to you on that when I see the results. Miho, more importantly, no, it isn't funny. It only means she's just as bad as you. These are kids. Sora, I'm not saying the idea of them actually doing it is funny. It's the idea that we apparently have a group of kids we've never even met before already willing to throw hands for us. Primaya. Miho, what? Well, she didn't say she was willing to fight people, but she told me to give her your numbers, so she can add them to the numbers allowed to call and also give you her number and let you know to call if you need anything. Sora, cool. Always nice to have something like that in your back pocket. Miho, Sora, you aren't concerned in the slightest? This is Yotsuba Maya we're talking about. Sora, which means if we ever find ourselves in a position that we need help, we have Yotsuba Maya backing us up. Like I said, it's nice to have that in your back pocket just in case. Yeah, well, they haven't mentioned it yet. They're discussing some of the things they saw. Don't know why since it's not that interesting. But don't be surprised when they inevitably demand to meet you guys. Sora, works for me. I can get a feel for them myself, just to make sure they haven't managed to deceive you. And if they haven't, as we've said before, your kids are our kids. Besides, that just means you can stop sneaking around and worry about the Yotsuba finding out and trying to get us out of the picture or whatever they suddenly decide is necessary. Which also means we can probably meet up soon. Miho, yes, but also it's Yotsuba Maya. You aren't at least a little concerned? Sora, nope. I used to deal with contractors that were way more unhinged than what I've actually heard her do rather than just rumors. Huh, that's interesting. Sora, in what way? You know the kind of crazies I sometimes used to have to work with. You've heard plenty of stories if nothing else. Not that part. You just made me think of something. I'll get back to you later when I have a firmer idea of it. Miho, faced with rolling eyes, and you accuse me of being a workaholic. You are. Also, I just realized that if my kids are your kids, Dad needs to give some lessons because the Yotsuba have some underworld type stuff but don't seem to realize that strength and being self-reliant, as well as having allies, is absolutely possible to juggle. I can handle that stuff from a political angle, but the underworld is your forte. So they could do with some lessons from Dad as well. Sora, I'll make sure the kids learn better. But you both are workaholics. I'm the only one who's not a workaholic in our relationship. Feeling a flicker of mischief, she can't help but tease him. That's because you're our cute, mostly stay-at-home, except for sneaky stabby/murder. Husband 1, Miho, face with tears of joy now that's funny. Well, except the stabby/murder part, but you already knew that I have issues with unwarranted stabby/murder. Miho, and that my idea of warranted is different than you two's. Sora, I don't know about the cute part, but I kinda can't argue with that, since I do take care of most of the cooking and cleaning, and it's entirely my own doing since while you guys help or offer to, 9 times out of 10, I wave you off. Oh my gods, I'm a mostly stay-at-home husband, and dad when we had kids in our last life. How did I not notice? I used to be one of, if not the best assassins in the world. How did I become a mostly stay-at-home husband? And later mostly stay-at-home dad? And without noticing it that? Miho, rolling on a floor laughing. LOL. Because you're usually too busy, intently, trying to make sure everything is perfect for us? Don't know how else to explain something like that slipping past you, Mr. Observant world-class assassin. Especially given how many times you did things like smack hands lightly. Calanthe, you keep your workaholic hands away from my cooking young lady. Point over shoulder without turning, and don't think I don't know you've got that laundry basket. Miss Saki, you put it back right this second. Sora, my girls deserve the best. The best food, a clean house. And if nothing else, they don't need to be doing that right after work or on their days off. And we've told you while sometimes we have particularly tiring days. If it's not one of those, we're more than happy to help. You're the one who chases us away from chores. Miho, precisely. Usually you shut us down when we offer to help and insist on doing it yourself, and just kinda took it all over. Sora, yeah fine, I did it to myself. Also, update I promised. Hoshi was leaning against my side reading my texts, and I'm pretty sure Toshiko successfully made her laugh so hard she lost consciousness when she tossed out that cute stay-at-home husband line. Is she alright? Sora, passing out like that doesn't last very often. So either she didn't fully lose consciousness or she's already waking back up. Miho, as long as she's okay then. What Miho said. Sora, she seems fine. Maybe a slight headache from the brief lack of oxygen, but that's about it. Sora, well, she's okay now. Can't guarantee she's not going to be a little brat and use the whole house husband thing as teasing ammunition. Might have to kill her later. Miho, you know, siblings saying they're going to kill each other is usually a joke no one thinks anything of, but it's a bit alarming when it's coming from you or Hoshi. Nah, Sora is too much of an overprotective big brother to do anything worse than occasionally roughhouse with her when they're squabbling, and Hoshi may be a brat that loves to tease him and flick him shit, but she's never actually trying to hurt him. So it's fine. Miho, I guess just don't get too rough, Sora. Miho, Sora? He's probably either checking on Hoshi or she ran her mouth and they're wrestling. Sora, the latter. It was very brief, but the brat ran her mouth and needed to be put in her place. Sora, also, before she ran off, she insisted I pass on both her love and her appreciation for giving her such ammunition as that house husband stuff. Sora, she's a brat. She snickers lightly and is in the middle of typing out her reply when a light touch to her arm draws her attention up to Maya. She smiles at her. There were some questions we wanted to ask. She nods. Sure, just give me a moment to let Sora and Miho know I won't be available for at least a little bit. She catches sight of a Yako leaning forward. Is Sora HEIR's reincarnation? And Miho Misaki's? She nods as she finishes typing. Yeah, they want to ask me some questions, so I've got to go for now. Love you. Sora, love you too, Xiaolong. Miho, love you. Talk to you later. Then she locks her terminal and sets it down as she looks back up. So what did you want to ask? As they settle in for a longer conversation, she absently sends a telepathic message to Rowena asking her to keep track of time and let them know when it's about an hour before dinner, as she heavily suspects they'll end up losing track of time. One more to cut off anyone bringing that kind of thing up rather than really relevant to the story, but I can totally see people trying to accuse me of this being some sort of weird stance on me trying to say that the traditional gender roles should be reversed or something. I'm not. I give zero fucks what sort of role dynamic people have. Whatever works for you and makes both parties happy. It's mostly a joke, and partly because Hay did kind of shift focus to wanting to provide for his workaholic girls in his own way, when they didn't need his particular, not household management-related skills anyway. Also, if they weren't workaholics, he'd probably have picked up a professional chef job, since he likes food so much as more of a passion thing since they had plenty of money. But he wasn't particularly intent on it and had a higher priority on helping aforementioned workaholic girls. Plans are born, and I'm gonna say it now, yes, she does let someone else know about the reincarnation thing. But one, she's not telling everyone. This is honestly the last revelation I can really see happening. And two, no, it's not really a trust thing. It's that they can't do anything with the information, and it's honestly more of a hassle for her to hide it from the person in question. Also, it's a very different reveal tone-wise. Also, were guest comments always off by default, or is that new? I noticed they were off on Rebirth recently, but I've never minded guest comments, and I've had them on for every other FIC I've done, so I'm honestly confused. She heads up to Maya's office, having received a message asking her to come up, and after knocking and being cleared to enter, she immediately feels a bit of weariness at the sight of a displeased Maya and a satisfied Mia. She eyes them. Maya, one. What did you call me here for? It seems to perk her up a little that she greets her and basically ignores Mia. Mia doesn't look as pleased by it, though, and cuts in before Maya can reply. We have finally sorted out some issues surrounding your reinstatement to the family. As should have happened when you will be moving in with me. She flicks a look at Maya, who bristles. Your mother. She raises an eyebrow. That depends. Mia raises an eyebrow. I am your mother, and as you have pointed out before, that makes me your legal guardian. It is not debatable. She snorts. Yes, but you are beholden to Maya as the family head, and while I don't know what you were debating before, I'm sure she would be more than pleased to re-evaluate the situation if I disagree with the arrangement, particularly given the bad blood between myself and the Yotsuba in general. Maya smiles and happily nods, but leans back, apparently more than willing to let them take over the conversion. Mia looks a bit peeved and sighs fine. So what does it depend on then? She shrugs. Well, for starters, that you don't interfere with me going out to see some friends of mine periodically, or my bi-weekly meetups with the other kids. She'd almost forgotten that Mia wasn't in the know in her reincarnation, and would find it odd if she just called them the kids when she herself was physically in the middle of the other four age-wise. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to notice the odd, tiny pause in her words. For another, you'd have to give me your word you won't try to use your mental manipulation magic on me again. I can fend it off just fine, but it's unbelievably disrespectful. And that's without even bringing up the lines it crosses to think you have the right to try to dictate my own mind to me. Also, I don't know if you have them, but you aren't allowed to put cameras in my room. She flinches slightly at the second to last part. Then her brows furrow. Hold on. Bi-weekly meetups? Why has Yuki not been invited if your generation has been doing that? Then her eyes widen. Wait, is that why they got a bit hostile towards him before pulling back to just cold? Have you poisoned them against him? She shakes her head. Your generation is responsible for that, actually. All I did was tell them the truth. And then I was the one who reminded them that it wasn't his fault that they've been feeding him all that nonsense and got them to stop being hostile to him. Them just being cold is the best you're going to get from them for the time being, given that I can't exactly disagree with the fact that if they were able to look past the things their parents and the rest of the older generation told them about me when it became clear they were lying, then he has no excuse. She shrugs, which is also why he hasn't been invited to any of them. They don't want him there, and while I personally don't care about his opinion of me, and wouldn't mind if he came, they have the right to make their own choice that they care and would mind. Mia looks a little unhappy. I don't understand why you would be willing to get them to stop being hostile, but not get them to be fine with inviting him, given they clearly listen to you. She resists the urge to roll her eyes, because all I did to get them to stop was to point out that we'd never actually met before, so the entirety of his opinion on me is based on what the older generation has told him, and I honestly don't care what he thinks of me. Another slight flinch, presumably at the fact the lifelong companion she made for her wasn't a companion at all, but I respect the fact they don't like him, because they have the right to form personal opinions. Particularly since while I don't care, It's perfectly natural to have a negative opinion on someone who has such a poor view on someone you care about. She purses her lips. He's your family. She raises an eyebrow. He's a relative, not family. They're usually used interchangeably, but they hold vastly different actual meanings. Mia does not look happy at that, but she drops it, I suppose. If that's all, I should see no problem then, since I have no intention to interfere, try to use mental manipulation magic on you. And while we do have cameras in general, we don't put them in the people's rooms to begin with. She shrugs. All right then. I suppose it's fine then. Maya looks unhappy again, and she smiles lightly at her. Oh, don't make that face, Maya. Since we meet up at the main house, I'll be by to see you plenty before and after the meetups. Maya smiles. That's true enough, I suppose. Then she makes a somewhat dramatic sigh. Still, I can't say I'm happy about you moving out. You'd better call me frequently. I'll be very cross if the only time I hear from you is when you come to the main house to meet the other kids. The last part is said in a fairly demanding tone, and she chuckles. Of course, Maya. Mia looks torn. She can only make an educated guess. But presumably it's between the fact she won and Toshiko will be moving in with her, and at the fact she currently has a better relationship with Maya than Mia. She'll just have to learn to live with it. There are some things the Yotsuba do that she doesn't agree with, and Maya has been trying to clean up the family's act, but changes like that take time. And since that was the major problem she had with Maya, since she is the head of the Yotsuba, and while she knows that the branches have some measure of independence in the areas of their work, the intelligence gathering for the Kuroba, for instance, which she doesn't have a problem with in general, and she even has probably looser standards of what's okay than the average person, given the whole ex-assassin soulmate thing. They do report to her and are obligated to follow her orders. So their behavior does reflect on her, and their sins somewhat her own. She's trying to fix things, though, and moving more slowly to fundamentally change how they operate instead of just giving them orders to change and leaving them to figure out how to keep doing their jobs, but comply with their orders at the same time and potentially selecting an even worse avenue of action. It's more than enough for her for now. Now, the question becomes how in the world she's going to navigate Mia's house with an outwardly cold but internally adoring mother, a father that is inconsistent on whether he's actually present in their lives and home or not, and sees her as a monster, and a younger brother who's been systematically poisoned to look down on and hate her for basically his entire life. It's an even harder fight not to sigh than the one not to roll her eyes earlier had been. She looks around in curiosity, never having been inside her mother's home, understandably. Given what she's picked up about him, she's actually surprised to see her father sitting on the couch when they enter the living room, having assumed he'd be off with his poorly hidden mistress, as he was more often than not. She isn't the only one surprised, but Mia seems outright displeased if the slight narrowing of her eyes is any indication. Why are you here? Her father purses his lips. It's my house as well. Or have you forgotten whose name is on the deed? She huffs. Only because it would have been suspicious if my husband bought a house right after our marriage and I didn't move in. And you haven't really been here for over 2 weeks. It's not unexpected that I'd question it. Her father pushes out a heavy breath through his nose. How could I not come see if you were really bringing her here? When I told you that I didn't want her in my house around my son. Mia raises an eyebrow. And I told you that I was perfectly fine with moving myself and my son out in that case. Given you protested that, I assumed you would rather we stay here instead. Her father, or maybe she should just call him by his name since he clearly doesn't see her as his child, explodes at that. I protested my wife and son moving out of our house. That doesn't mean I agreed to her being here. You misunderstood what I said. Mia gives him a scornful look. No, you misunderstood what your options were, and therefore what you were actually wanting. Whether my daughter was coming to live with me was never up for debate. Your only options were to accept she'd be coming here, or that Yuki and I were leaving. Us staying and Toshiko not moving in was never on the table. If you prefer to change your choice, we can be out within a few days. Make your choice. Tatsuru sputters a bit, staring at her mother with wide eyes. She'd been vaguely aware he was there, but had hardly taken note of Yuki until he throws her a dirty look as he crosses his arms angrily. Look what you've done. Mia snaps her gaze to him. Yuki, she raises an eyebrow, understanding that he's a child, and unsurprisingly upset, and not even completely surprised that he was blaming her given the argument did start about her, even though she had nothing to do with it, but honestly surprised anyway, given he's always grown up with his parents having a poor relationship, and that's being kind. That being said, this is likely the first time he's seen them argue. She shakes her head. I have nothing to do with this. Mia was the one who got Maya to agree with me moving out of the main house and in with her. Yuki gives their mother a betrayed look, and Tatsuru snaps. Mia, why would you insist on bringing your little monster here? Her mother narrows her eyes at him. Maya reinstated my daughter to the family. Of course I would insist she lives with me. She tilts her head and gives him an amused look. Also, given that the Yotsuba by and large have mental magic, and even among those who have a different skill, they're generally nothing like my own, with the only one remotely similar being Iyako's, whose magic is more similar in execution than anything. Since she just equalizes everything in the target area, that's not very accurate. Given that the Yotsuba have never exhibited magics close to my own, arguably it can only have originated from an outside influence of genetics manifesting in an unprecedented way, with the best-case scenario being that it's from said outside influences genetics meeting the Yotsubas in particular. In other words, if I'm anyone's monster, I'm your monster father. He gets a horrified look, particularly when one takes into account how much magic my abilities take Mr. Highest recorded Psion count in the world. Before me anyway, even if you still hold the public record since my Psion count has never been revealed. He sputters, horrified and looking sick to his stomach for a moment or two, then weakly tries to refute it. Why Yuki dash. She slips her hands into her pockets in boredom. Is a genetically modified magician whose magic was very carefully cultivated into exactly what he is now as a sloppy attempt to be a counter to me in case it was ever needed. It's an incredible ability in general, don't get me wrong, but for its original purpose, it's nothing more than a failed attempt to make a shackle for me, and if necessary, a sword to strike me down. That's the only reason he was conceived to begin with actually, even though in my opinion they lost the right to dictate his life to him once he was born. Yuki looks floored, which vaguely surprises her given she kind of assumed that with all the poison they were feeding him towards her, she figured that they had also fed him lines about it being his duty to stop her a necessity or something. Before anything else can be said, Hanami, who she'd seen lingering out of regular line of sight for a little bit with her elemental sight, likely unsure about intruding on the argument, finally musters herself and enters. She looks at her first. Given you indicated you'd prefer to put your stuff away yourself, I haven't touched their contents, but I've finished moving your bags to your new room, Lady Toshiko. Then she turns to Mia. Would you like me to stay? Or would you prefer I go and make some tea? Which was basically her way of asking if she wanted her to remain on hand or not. She doesn't know Hanami well enough to know if the reasoning for the tea was just something as straightforward as getting her tea in general and for to help her calm her temper, or if it was also her basically asking if Mia would prefer privacy. Before she can answer, Toshiko starts for the doorway. I'm going to go get a look at my room and start unpacking. Mia glances over to nod before flicking a glance at Yuki. Go to your room, Yuki. She turns back to Tatsuru, her gaze becoming coldly furious. Your father, and I need to have a talk, it seems. Yuki mutters out his understanding, and he'd probably sound surly if he didn't sound shaken from the earlier revelations. She may not be close to him or have any particular feelings towards him, neither positive nor negative, but she feels a bit bad for the kid. It's a lot to learn all at once, and they aren't exactly small things. Finding out you're a genetically engineered magician, or even just a genetically engineered person in general, and that you were created that way to serve as a shackle and weapon if necessary can't be easy. He had to know, though, and in her opinion, it's better to get the raw truth than whatever twisted poison the majority of the Yotsuba may have tried to feed him, since while she can't know for sure what they would have told him, of course, she'd bet money the raw truth is better for his overall mental health than whatever they would have told him. She still feels a little bad, though, even if she was actually talking to Tatsuru and it just came up rather than him specifically and just telling him it for no reason. She turns quickly and practically throws her arms around the now familiar male voice that says her name in a questioning tone. She can't help it. Not after going so long in her previous life without them and then having to wait so long to meet them in person in this life. Even if it was relatively a blink in comparison to her old one. Their physical ages had complicated things an awful lot. She was genuinely starting to be terrified it'd take years, as in until they were teenagers or close to it before they could meet up in person. She pulls back to get her first proper look at him in person, instead of over a video call, even as she absently tosses out a wandless silencing spell so no one can overhear them. Sora! It's so nice to finally meet in person. He tightens the hold that had loosened so she could lean back just a bit. I know what you mean. She wasn't surprised Hoshi wasn't trailing after him, since while she was eager to see her sister-in-law in everything but the law of this universe, she'd made it clear before that she wanted to let them all have their first in-person meeting to themselves. They sit back down on the bench she had been waiting on as they talk a bit excitedly at finally meeting up in this life. And she honestly can't say how long it is before she feels someone enter the radius of her silencing spell, looking over to find Miho approaching with a smile. She quickly shoots to her feet to all but launch herself at her in a hug. The other two laugh, slightly amused but completely understanding of her eagerness, especially since they hug fairly enthusiastically themselves when she separates from Miho. In fairness, after spending so much of her life as Calanthe without them, it wasn't surprising that she'd be even more keen than them. Not to say that they weren't eager as well, it just wasn't to the same degree. Then she cancels her silencing spell and applies a muffliato as they head off to the nearby cafe they had agreed to go to for lunch, having only met at the park to make it easier to find each other then in the potentially busy streets. After they settle and get their orders in, she switches back to a one-way silencing spell, unconcerned about it drawing any attention in and of itself, given that magic to make soundproof barriers does exist in this world. She also adds a spell that'll interfere with people's ability to read their lips by making their mouths appear blurry from the perspective of anyone outside of the spell's bubble, just to be safe, equally uncaring about its subtlety, since similar things also exist here, so no one would really think anything of either if they notice. Once it's up, Miho gives them a slightly concerned look. As much as it would be weird, given we've already had a relationship, I honestly gotta admit that the fact the block hasn't kicked back on concerns me a bit. Because none of us are pedophiles, so it's certainly not going to be an issue anytime soon. But the closer we get to 17, we don't have the block in place keeping us from noticing the other two are becoming attractive. She shakes her head. It is back on actually. I can see it with my elemental sight. It's just acting differently than what we're used to. Namely, it seems to be letting us see each other as romantic partners and just blocking our capacity to start seeing each other as potential sexual partners later when we're in that particularly bad spot after puberty hits and we start feeling those kinds of desires again, and the others are between getting old enough and close enough to what we'll look like when we're 17, such as a month from our birthday, but not actually 17 that we might struggle with it. It's only a theory, but I'd say it's probably because romantic attraction is really attraction to the mind and personality, and for us, those are already over 17. 2. Sora tilts his head in interest. That makes an awful lot of sense actually, and is also pretty relieving. I've been wondering what on earth we were supposed to do either way if it was on or off. Because yes, it being on would be appropriate to keep us from being tempted to cross that line when we're practically 17, and that's exactly how we're going to look unless something drastic happens anyway, but would still very much be crossing a line. On the other hand, it would have felt weird and almost like a betrayal if we couldn't even see each other as even romantic partners. Miho hums, I personally don't feel like it would be a betrayal, but I can see where you're coming from. It's a moot point anyway, thankfully. She hums, While it's good in general both morally and legally, it does seem a bit weird from a conceptual standpoint not to be attracted to people I was married to and very much had a physical relationship with though, not gonna lie. Sora snorts, tell me about it. Is it good and understandable? Yes. Does it feel a little weird? Also yes. Miho nods. Yeah, it is strange to think about, but it's only a matter of time, so it's not a big deal. Sora shrugs. Oh, I know. It's just going to feel particularly strange when we're teenagers and going through the hormonal period and given our soulmate bond in previous marriage. If anyone should have our interest, it should be each other. And yet the block will stop that. Again, not that it's a bad thing, just it's going to feel really weird not to be attracted to my soulmates, especially after the decades of marriage. She nods. I know what you're talking about. I mean, when I was a hormonal teenager last time, obviously we didn't have a relationship, but since the block was only one way, I still felt attracted. But this time, Sora hums. Then he laughs lightly. At Miho's questioning look, he shakes his head. No, I was just thinking about how much of a pain it is going to be going through teenage hormones with no real way to blow off steam. as it were, since even if I did have some sort of option that wouldn't be pedophilia on someone's part, I have zero intention to cheat on you too. Miho gives him a bemused smile. Of course. What's funny about that though? He grins. You realize that given the circumstances around our ages and what that's going to mean for us, anyone who knows is probably going to find it weird when we're older that all three of us are going to end up being virgins through the majority of our teenage years. And willingly, at that, since we're in a relationship, and if they for one reason or another know about our virginity, there's no way they wouldn't know we're together. Miho tilts her head thoughtfully. Then her lips start twitching. People are probably going to think we're the kind of people who don't believe in sex before marriage, aren't they? She tucks her mouth behind her teacup. If our virginity, or lack thereof, ever comes out, they'll undoubtedly be even more confused when we stop being virgins. Not after marriage, but after we're 17. Sora snorts, yeah. And probably even more confused that you two aren't. But since my being the youngest means I'll have to wait a bit longer than you two. Miho furrows her brows. No, they wouldn't, because since we were all born in the same year, even when the block for me and Toshiko ends towards each other, I'd prefer to wait until you're 17 as well. If for no other reason than I'd feel bad that the block ended for us and we were able to be a couple physically as well as romantically with each other, but not you. Sora shakes his head. No, it's fine. Any upset I'd feel would just be at the fact my block towards you two would be gone, but I still have to wait until the reverse is true. I wouldn't be upset in the slightest with you two, just for experiencing that aspect of our relationship after it becomes available to you. She shakes her head. No, I kinda agree with Miho. It may not upset you, but I wouldn't like the idea of enjoying it while simultaneously being unable to even look at my husband in that capacity. I mean, I could get it if it was, I don't know, over a year or whatever and not a matter of months, but with so little time to just be patient. Sora gets a bemused look, but seems to drop the minor disagreement of whether they'd wait for him or not. We aren't married in this life, dear. She snorts. Just because the government of this world isn't aware of it does not make you two any less of my husband and wife. Miho nods in agreement. I concur. I'm surprised you look at it like that, to be honest. Sora laughs lightly. I wasn't saying we're not married in general, just not in this life yet. Miho hums. Well, that's true. It's just a statement of fact, so there's no arguing that. Sora laughs a little more, but her attention is suddenly pulled away by a car pulling to a stop nearby. One of those ones with a screen inside, which has its windows down and the volume high enough for her to not only hear it, but snag her attention. She has no idea what site they're connected to, but they're watching something about how overpopulation is rapidly approaching 3, and the stages of how the repercussions will progress. She doesn't hear a whole lot of it before traffic moves and the car pulls away, but she tilts her head thoughtfully as she mulls over the problem. Her attention is suddenly yanked back to her soulmates by a finger stopping inches from her face. And when she turns, she finds a peeved Sora, giving her a stern look beside a surly Miho, who quietly nods as he speaks. No. You get that look off your face right now, Missy. It is not your responsibility to deal with it. Miho nods vigorously when he's done, immediately jumping in. Exactly. Leave it to the various governments and other official institutions. She tilts her head. Solutions to such problems come from all sorts of people, and it's not uncommon for the people who come up with such solutions to just join organizations with power, just to be able to have access to the resources necessary to implement their ideas. Problems like that are everyone's problem. Finding a solution is similarly everyone's problem, because if the people with ideas to deal with such problems never acted on them in some capacity or another and just left it to governments and the like, well, they wouldn't have the people capable of coming up with such solutions. Sora groans and drops his head on the table, and Miho reaches over to give him a consoling pat. There's nothing to be done, Sora. She's already invested. There's no talking her out of it now. She bristles slightly. Like I said, if everyone just continued on and said, not my problem, leave it to those in charge or something, the people they're expecting to come up with solutions wouldn't have anyone to propose said solutions. Sora lifts his head enough to give her a tired look. I get that, but why does it have to be you? She gives him an odd look. It doesn't necessarily have to be me that comes up with solutions. They both perk up slightly, looking hopeful for some reason, but for equally unknown reasons that hope pops like a bubble at her next words. But the same logic of everyone ignoring it to leave it to others applies to why is it my job too? Because again, if everyone said similar things, then those with the ability to come up with solutions would all be leaving it to someone else to step up. Miho sighs and Sora groans as he tilts his head back down to press his forehead to the table. She really doesn't get why they're being so dramatic. Regardless, she hasn't really thought about it since between the statute of secrecy being voided when she was a baby and the Contractors, solutions had been found before she was even a century old. And the Contractors had very much been invited to help, given that they may not usually have had a vested interest in most things, but certainly had one in the entire planet potentially devolving into either an apocalypse or a dystopia. Since their logic knew full well some of them may end up at the top, but most knew a lot of them would inevitably die in the ensuing fight for survival and or domination, since obviously in such a conflict more had to lose than not, and their logic made them unwilling to roll the dice on which side of that statistic they'd land on. The majority of them had been very cooperative in finding and helping build solutions. None of the tricks they used there existed here, though. So what was the solution? It was definitely something to think about. She's a bit bemused at Mia, currently sitting in front of her looking a bit irritated. Shouldn't you be resting at home? Mia's eyes narrow in a minute twitch. Normally, yes. However, of course I'm going to come try to find out what's going on that my daughter's little bi-weekly meeting turned into her staying at the main house for a few days. She tilts her head. I told you in the message that I was teaching the other kids the start of something. Specifically, Yuka had figured out how to translate the usage of a clemency to work with this world's magic. So she and the kids were all staying for a few days while she gave them a crash course on the basics to practice, so she can see just how they're progressing and give them more advice on improving or what they're doing wrong during their regular meetups. Mia glances away. Which you won't tell me what it's about. She shrugs. It's just between us for the time being, given I still don't trust the Yotsuba in general, and they haven't exactly given me reason to either. Mia raises an eyebrow. It isn't entirely just between you if you're teaching them in the main house. She gives her a bemused smile. You mean because Maya is always watching me through the cameras? And I do mean constantly, not just periodically like that time I asked her to come down to the meeting I was having with the kids through one. Mia's eyes widen a bit, apparently not having expected her to know. Through her elemental sight, she sees Maya suck her tea down the wrong pipe and spill it on her dress. She shakes her head with a bit of a smile. While I doubt it's for the same reasons, it's not like I'm not constantly watching her through my elemental sight as well. After saying that, she uses regrowth on Maya, putting her body back to before her tea went down the wrong pipe, and her dress back to before it was spilled on it. Maya and Hayama's eyes widen. Then Maya starts laughing before saying fondly, "Thank you, dear." She uses decomposition on the casing of a pen and its ink reservoir sitting on some blank paper in case Maya needs to write something down physically in a rush, spilling its ink out over it before using regrowth on the pen, reservoir, and most of the ink, leaving behind the spill in a configuration that writes out, "You're welcome, Maya." Carrot. Mia opens and closes her mouth, then sets it in a firm line. You are playing with fire, Toshiko. Maya is insane. You need to keep your distance from her. She picks up the teacup Suzuki, who didn't go with her to the Shiba house obviously, since there was no reason to have a maid around when Hanami was already present, but is always assigned to her when she comes to the main house, sets in front of her, murmuring out her thanks as she does. She lifts it for a sip. I've come to the conclusion she isn't actually. Then she takes her drink, ignoring Mia's wide-eyed stare and Maya and Hayama's surprise up in Maya's office. When she lowers her cup, she gazes at the liquid thoughtfully for a moment before deciding that between the fact she can absolutely handle Mia and the possibility of her making things unnecessarily difficult is practically non-existent. She'd rather just spell things out for her before lifting her gaze. Normally I wouldn't tell you this, but there's not exactly much you can do with the information one way or another, and it's honestly probably more of a hassle at this point to keep trying to hide it. Maya never told you about Calanthe. It isn't a question, and Mia only seems to grow more confused and aggravated. I've never heard the name, no. Why is this Calanthe important? Waiting until Suzuki has left, she casts an invisibility spell on herself, using the same trick with the kids of not applying one to her cup to leave it floating. Then she ends it and uses transfiguration on a chair nearby to turn it into a dog briefly and directing it over to Mia to rub and lick at her hand since physical alteration is impossible as things currently stand in this world. That's also why after turning the chair back, she partly transforms into her dragon and Nimigus form, pulling out her wings and unfolding one and stretching it to brush against Mia, who lifts a shaky hand to brush over it, practically recoiling away from the touch like she had with the dog, which makes it very clear it's very much a physical thing. She looks up in utter confusion. A lot of what she thought she knew shattered, and Toshiko transforms her wings back out of existence. Calanthe Potterblack was my previous self in a different universe before, for reasons unknown, I was reincarnated here. There was magic in that world too, but the rules were much different. But here's the thing. A person who loses all of their current capacity for emotion and seems to turn into a monster in most people's eyes. Later relearning how to feel emotions in a much more limited capacity, which makes them more intense. Mia gives her a confused look. I don't need a description of Maya. I was there for it all. She smiles. I wasn't describing Maya, actually. Mia's eyes go wide. And given the way she was still viewing Maya office with elemental sight, she knows she's not the only one. In my original world, there was an event known as the Gate Advent. 2 regions of the world suddenly went very strange. Everyone in them disappeared without a trace. And later, if you happen to go there, you could be walking down the street and suddenly find yourself walking along the side of a building even as it seemed to be raining up towards your head from the windows you're walking on. Then a few feet later, you could be upside down on the ceiling of a parking lot while cars float around as though gravity took a vacation locally, even as they could range from in perfect condition like it hadn't even been 5 minutes since the event which saw them abandoned to watching them decay in seconds only to suddenly be brand new again. And if you kept walking, you could just as suddenly and without warning find yourself back on normal ground like it was all just a fever dream. They were places where the natural laws of the rest of the world just seemed kind of optional and rather whimsical on how and where they applied. She looks off to the side. Funnily enough, it wasn't actually the most important part of the Gate Advent. When they appeared, a bunch of people started becoming people they called contractors and dolls. The latter seemed to become empty, programmable husks who gained the ability to send out something mostly invisible, known as a specter, through a specific medium, such as water or glass or the like, and see and hear through it like it was their physical body. It wasn't entirely accurate that they were empty husks, though. I knew one once who started remembering her life before she became a doll and regained the ability to ignore orders. Mia looks like she's torn between being enraptured by the tale and wanting to ask what it's about, but she'll get there if she's just a bit more patient. The only people who could see specters were other dolls and contractors. The latter of which were non-magical people who suddenly lost all their emotions, but gained a power at the same time. Much like the understanding of dolls wasn't totally accurate, that one wasn't either. They lost some emotional capacity, and the seeming lack of emotions was mostly their brains pausing the rest entirely while they recalibrated, I suppose you could say. If one lived long enough and had something around that meant something to them, they'd start to relearn how to use the emotional capacity they had left. She looks back with a shrug. My original world had soulmates as a fact rather than a trope in fiction, and mine were reborn as well. One of them made an offhand comment about how Maya reminded him of a contractor, which got me thinking. To be perfectly honest, while she obviously isn't a contractor who essentially subconsciously traded emotion for power, she's practically a contractor in every other way. Even the way she responded that earned her those infamous nicknames of hers. Contractors, unless they find something to help them relearn emotions, are beings of pure logic. Yes, she left quite a trail of bodies behind her, but every last one of them was a foreign agent in some way. Given she'd just been kidnapped and violated not long before, the logical conclusion to come to is to make it clear it won't happen again. And the best way to do that is to target aforementioned agents given the message it would send. The report I dug up when investigating, which had Maya's vaguely confused response to being confronted on what she was doing by the Yotsuba, cinches the conclusion that Maya is practically a contractor in my opinion. Then she gets a bemused look. In fairness, I think I'd already started viewing her as similar to a contractor even before I started consciously thinking about it, given how quickly I took to looking at her in a more favorable light and had a more friendly approach to her without even realizing it. But considering my understanding of the situation, it does feel a bit odd to be the thing that someone who's practically a contractor latched onto, given once they do, they tend to get intense, shall we say, about whatever they connected with. She nods her head to the side. Or well, Odd to be the thing someone like a standard contractor latched onto. Mia has a stunned expression, looking like her whole world just got upended. In an almost absent tone, standard contractor? She waves a hand a bit dismissively. Long story about one of my soulmates' younger sister being a contractor and passing her power to him without making him go through loss of emotions. That seems to pull Mia from her stunned stupor, and she looks like she wants to ask questions so bad, but she lets it go as her brows furrow before she suddenly gives her a hard look. That's why you suddenly changed. It isn't a question, but she nods anyway, and Mia's eyes harden as she all but demands, "Does that mean you essentially killed my actual daughter's mind?" She snorts. "It's funny that you and Maya are so at odds, but what happened to the Toshiko you knew was the first question you both asked." Mia's eyes go a bit wide at the idea of the commonality between them, but she continues, "But as I told Maya previously, I asked myself a lot of questions as well. Was I Calanthe, and I essentially took over Toshiko's body? Was I Toshiko, and somehow inherited Calanthe memories and power, and all that?" After a lot of thought as well as taking into account other factors, I came to the conclusion that the Toshiko you knew before my memories came back to me was essentially my subconscious when she was a baby, that had started to grow into something of a copy of my consciousness, though with some differences due to changes in our childhoods. As far as I can tell, the Toshiko you knew before was basically just merged with the conscience of Calanthe. Mia had relaxed as she explained, and at the end she gazes down at her teeth thoughtfully. "I see," she hums. "Anyway, there's a type of mental defense from my old world that I told them about, since the kids know about my reincarnation as well. And recently Yuki, being someone whose inherent magic is mental magic, figured out how to translate it into this world's magic. So I'm giving them the lessons on how to get started and how to practice it. That's all. I don't know what exactly you thought was going on, but given how mad you seemed to be when you arrived, I assume you thought it was something else entirely." Mia looks away, but doesn't say anything directly in response to that. After a few beats of silence, she steps a bit to the side topic-wise. "I respect that you and Yuki have been kept apart up until now and don't have a good relationship, and also that the current strained feelings between you isn't your fault, and you aren't obligated to fix it when it was never your fault things are the way they are, but you don't even put any effort into trying to repair your relationship." She seems to grow a little bitter, unlike with the other kids. They undoubtedly were just as taught as he was to dislike you, but you went out of your way to clear things up with them. She tilts her head. "Not really. I just called a Yako to my room to help her with her magic, and the others kind of showed up on their own. Things sort of just naturally progressed that way." She drops her gaze to look thoughtfully at her tea. "Besides, to be honest, I'm rather hesitant to reach out to Yuki. I got rid of your original mental manipulation magic, but using it on him as a fetus practically embedded priming into his brain similarly to a need, like for air and food. It's practically a landmine, and I'm frankly hesitant to approach him out of concern of possibly setting it off." She looks off to the side. "It will end in nothing but heartbreak for him. I wouldn't have entertained the sort of relationship you try to set up between us to begin with, but certainly not with my soulmates having reincarnated as well." She turns back to Mia, ignoring her slightly furrowed eyebrows. "I won't entertain that sort of relationship with anyone but them with them around, and most likely even if they weren't." Mia watches her for a few moments, her brows dipping a smidge lower. "I struggle to believe you would have been alone your entire life if they weren't here, but I sincerely hope they're from families with prestige. The Yotsuba would never tolerate the relationship if they aren't. They'd probably be more inclined to assassinate them just to get them out of the way." She snorts. "You know, the magic of my old world worked very differently. Up until you hit magical majority at 17, you aged at a normal rate, but afterwards, your aging slowed depending on how powerful you were. The average magical aged about half as slowly. I was powerful enough that I didn't die of old age until I was just shy of 499. My soulmates were more around the average. I was physically still only 33 at the second death of my two soulmates to old age. I lived for well over 300 years without them. I was never even mildly interested in having another relationship, though there was certainly more than one person who tried to initiate a relationship with me." Mia's eyes go huge, and she's not the only one from what she's seeing through her elemental sight. She only gives them a moment to take that in. "So no, I very much would have died a single virgin if they weren't here. She glances away. What's 100 more years, really? And teenage hormones certainly wouldn't have gotten the better of me. I was the youngest of us by a decade or more, depending on which soulmate we're talking about, and the soulmate bond outright blocked anything romantic or sexual developing between soulmates with more than a year's age gap when the younger is a minor. Well, sorta. It was one way. So even though I was fully aware they couldn't return my feelings yet, it never stopped me from rejecting anyone who asked for no other reason than they weren't them. Then she looks back at Mia, leaning towards her as her eyes narrow slightly. But while you can't tell them about my reincarnation, and they wouldn't even believe you if you tried, I'd suggest you do your best to dissuade the Yotsuba from trying to do anything to them. Because they're very much not from even the 100 families, much less HEIR, but here's a relevant piece of info for you. I once incinerated the people in 12 separate bases of the opposing side of a civil war in less than a day, and had only left them alone before so, as to do the job thoroughly when it came to rooting them out just because they hospitalized one of my soulmates and he was going to die if a solution wasn't found. Luckily for them, I found a solution, but if I was willing to do that over the possibility of one of them dying, what do you think I'd have done if their attempt to kill him had succeeded? Mia isn't even breathing, eyes incredibly wide, and she leans back into her former position, then gets a bemused smile. I suppose in a way, me being reincarnated to the untouchable Yotsuba was fitting, given they earned that nickname in response to what happened to Maya. She tilts her head. For the record, if it made me snap enough to override the knowledge that innocent people who had nothing to do with it would also be victims of it, that would be the thing to push me over the edge to become the very monster the Yotsuba feared the day I was born. Even in the unlikely event it didn't, though, I would end up reminding the world why the Yotsuba are called the Untouchables. Except anyone who had anything to do with that plan, particularly any of the Yotsuba who planned it or took part, would play the part of Dahan in that remixed repeat rendition of the performance. Mia's brow furrows. You may be reincarnated, but you are still physically a child, and one that has been fairly sheltered from this world and the Yotsuba. You couldn't possibly dash. She cuts her off and starts rattling off every asset of even mild importance for the Yotsuba, unknowingly taken from the minds of various Yotsuba, who viewed her with hostility and hatred, since if they're so okay with mind magics being used on enemies, they don't get to complain about their demon using it on them whenever it wants. A bead of sweat trails down Mia's face when she's done, and she smiles. I'm the Yotsuba, and they're my Maya in this situation. If you care about the fates of those who would be inclined to hatch such plots, I'd suggest you do everything you can to keep them from volunteering to be the party to follow in Dahan's footsteps. She tilts her head. Are we clear? Mia smiles a bit tensely. Crystal. She nods. Good. Mia sips her tea in silence for a moment before shaking the mood off. I assume this is who you've been heading out to meet up with whenever you leave, but aren't coming here to meet the kids? She hums in agreement. Of course. The name I selected to act as my alias for loop casting and anything else I made was picked specifically to get their attention, so it wasn't hard to find each other. Mia nods in understanding. So, when will you be bringing them by the house? I would like to meet people who mean so much to my daughter after all, and I likely won't live long enough to actually see the relationship or for them to become my in-laws. She chuckles. Well, Sora has pretty neglectful parents who really only had him out of the social expectation of magicians, so it's never hard for him to get away despite his age, but Miho struggles a bit more. So it's hard to say really. Also, technically you'd probably see the relationship since while we know the block turned back on and aren't pedophiles to begin with, when it came to a physical relationship, assumably because our minds are all over 17, and that's the main aspect for romantic relationships, it's left that aspect off. She smiles a little in bemusement, so technically they're already my partners, since as far as any of us are concerned, while this universe and its laws don't know we're married, none of us consider our marriage over or on pause, just because of such meager reasons as us dying and being reborn someplace that doesn't know better. Mia huffs a small laugh, then gives her an amused smile. You know, when most people don't believe until death do us part, it's not usually because they're on the end of the scale that they don't consider even death a parting or ending. She smiles back. How unloyal of them to let something as minuscule as death part them. Mia laughs lowly again at that, tinged in more than a little disbelief. So here's the thing. There's a theory, known as cardinal code hypothesis, that says there are 16 fundamental magic sequences from the 4 great systems and 8 major types of modern systematic magic. The theory goes that any magic can be recreated via combinations of them. It's an absolute lie, given there are plenty of things that can't be recreated with just that, but that doesn't inherently mean that the cardinal codes are useless. Most modern magic, as it currently functions, essentially just recreates the end state you're looking for. Magic from the cardinal codes lets you use the forces it would take to get to that point to begin with fundamentally. For instance, if someone casts a magic like Inferno, the spell functions by essentially taking away the higher energy, the heat, of one defined area and shifts it to another, the zone for Inferno itself. However, with a cardinal code-based magic, one could easily just increase the energy, the heat in other words, in the region of the Inferno itself without having to take it from another region. So, was the theory correct? No, but that didn't mean cardinal codes were useless. And funnily enough, they were not hard to figure out when you have elemental sight with the sort of precision she does. For she wasn't about to publish them, if nothing else. It would practically reveal her element sight, and she had an agreement with Maya not to reveal things unless necessary. That didn't mean she wouldn't use them, though. Which is why, for all that she may only be 8, close to 9 but not quite there yet, Toshiko Mahana had recently published Flying Magic. It was one step of many towards her end goal, and she wasn't quite pleased about the pacing, but she was willing to let it go for now, given a lot of that time was spent refining her knowledge of this world's magic, so she could actually do things like that. There was still a lot of work to do to reach her end goal, and she was already gearing up for another part of it on the side. She'd actually initially thought that aspect would undoubtedly take years of build-up, and that she'd need to go to Maya about it, especially since, well, in her initial plan, she was pretty sure she couldn't even do it without her help, both from the Yotsuba's bank account as well as the strings and recourse they can pull if they even could accomplish it to begin with, even on as small a scale as she can get away with. With her new plan, though, she doesn't need any of that. She'll just tell them later when it starts panning out, since the salary she'd secured via her Toshiko Mahana work at FTL completely covered the cost of what she needed in the beginning of her new plan entirely on its own. In the meantime, Rowena was studying up on things she'd need to know for her part. As an AI, it didn't take long for her to do her initial study, but she was very determined to make sure she got everything right. So she's been using the trunk when Toshiko didn't need it to basically run simulations just to make sure she has everything correct. Rowena has more than enough time, since there's still an aspect she needs to finish before Rowena can start, but that's nearing completion anyway. Unless something goes very, very wrong, her investigation into having signals be sent into the information dimension by the transmitter and pulled back out by the receiver should be done by the end of the year. There are other considerations. The problem of magic, for starters. She has figured out ambient magic in this world, of course, but she's still working on storing the magic sequences, so a magician doesn't need to be on hand to cast. She doesn't need that for the initial stage, since the magic calculation area, which Rowena doesn't possess, basically just handles all the calculations of the magic subconsciously. Any calculations needed for mass, speed, volume, and all that. Rowena may not have a magic calculation area, which can do it subconsciously, but given she's an AI, she could just do it all manually once she was given the ability to manipulate this world's magic. Faster than magicians can cast at that. So Rowena doesn't need a magic sequence storage device, but other aspects of her plan will need it since she can't leave it all to Rowena. It would circumvent part of her plan, for one. It also just wouldn't be fair to Rowena to keep piling more and more duties on her. One step at a time, though. She has time. She doesn't need to do it all at once. Mia is staring at everything in confusion before she turns to her. I am suddenly much more appreciative of the fact you had all of this sent to somewhere for an employee to collect and bring to the main house, even if it means you've been spending more time than usual at the main house recently. But what do you need all of this for? She tilts her head. It's just a personal project at the moment. If it starts working out, it'll be more public, and it'll probably take about a decade. Mia's brows furrow, and she turns back to her work. You don't need to worry about me spending the majority of my time at the main house for that long. I said it'd go public in about a decade if it starts to get where I'm wanting it to go. This section of work will only take a couple months. I think, assuming there aren't any problems that cause delays. Mia kind of stares at her. All right then, I'll give you 2 months to come here as frequently as you have been to work at the pace you are. If it does get delayed, though, you'll have to space out your work to scale back on how frequently you're here. She shrugs. Fair enough, I suppose. She casts the flying type magic on herself, absolutely delighted at how much less magic it takes now. She had recently found a diamond in the rough named Ashiyama, who was a freaking genius at hardware at FLT, who had kind of been languishing in obscurity before that, because he butted heads with his bosses when he was first starting, so they didn't really give him the chance to show his genius as some sort of petty retaliation. Her mother had very quickly fired said former boss when Mia found out the situation after she'd scouted him for the team she was starting to put together as she shifted from general work to having her own division when her invention of flying magic, after having already come up with loop casting, made it clear it wasn't a one-off stroke of genius. Ashiyama has absolutely since become the Tokakuro to her Mahana. Since he'd optimized the magic drain on the spell with the hardware, it's gone from possible, but a bit difficult to utilize given how quickly it would tire someone to significantly more usable. Well, for most people anyway. She didn't have any problems with the magic drain to begin with. Doesn't mean she's not happy with it. Shaking off the marvel, she feels at how much less magic it uses. She casts a levitation charm on the massive crate she'd stored it in so she can basically drag it with her, then an invisibility spell on it and herself so no one sees them passing, and heads off at speed for the ocean. It takes a bit even with her flying magic just to reach the coast, but she keeps going until she's well past the border to international waters, according to Rowena. Once she's sure she's far enough out that there isn't any question about whether she's in Japan's waters or international waters, she stops them both and opens the crate to reveal the small, at least in comparison to regular ones, rocket inside. It didn't need a whole lot of room for what its job was, so it was about the size of 1.5 of those school buses America had when she was a child in her previous life, end to end, and maybe 2 of them thick. There had been an attempt in the past to use magic to launch a rocket, which had killed the magicians due to their magic calculation areas overclocking, because they just couldn't handle the changing parameters as they left Earth's gravity. But she had no such issue. There was a reason she wasn't able to start this step until she was finished with the live communication by having the signals sent into, travel through, then get retrieved from the information dimension. Namely, Rowena was going to be handling all of that, since while she was still a good bit away from recreating true teleportation in this world by sending physical matter through the informal dimension briefly, she has worked out sending data like from Rowena's connection or even just terminal call signals through it. She didn't have a magic calculation area to begin with and had to do all of said calculations manually, but it was perfectly within her capabilities as an AI to not just do them, but do them quickly, and so was continuously adjusting as it gets further from Earth's gravity or other such influences to the parameters. Once she has the rocket upright, mostly just to save Rowena the trouble of maneuvering it, and knowing Rowena can hear her fine through her headset, she calls out, "You got it," or "Do I need to hold the levitation a bit more?" Rowena answers back without hesitation, "I've got a creator." Once she's sure of that, she releases her hold on it as well as its invisibility spell and drifts back a little. Not particularly concerned about distance given it doesn't have rockets, but just to be safe. Rowena kicks the gravity control, flying magic on it into more than a hover as soon as she's got a bit of distance just in case things go wrong. She'd sent an anonymous message to who she felt needed to get it warning them about the launch and the fact it was not a weapon, that she was sending the message as a courtesy to keep them from freaking out. And it was only happening in international waters instead of on Japan itself, where she was from, because she didn't want to deal with the inevitable 5 or however long years of cutting through the red tape, and all that given it has nothing to do with Japan at the moment. But even so, she's not surprised to see a missile enter the range of her elemental sight heading towards it. Nor, after Rowena uses the second, more generalized gravity control magic she'd invented to crush it, the handful more. They're dealt with just as easily as Rowena keeps the rocket climbing until it's well out of any of her sight, normal or elemental. Once it is, she turns and heads back towards the island with the now empty, but still invisible crate. Not concerned about being spotted, given she never removed her own invisibly either. Rowena's target was the space debris, of which there had been some international fuckery a couple decades back from countries trying to dodge any responsibility for space debris that had resulted in an international forum voting through an international law that once a satellite ceased to function that it no longer belonged to whoever shot it up to begin with. The decision had come around in wake of a particularly bad bit of a lot of space debris of crap that had been launched during WW3 and which didn't have where it was supposed to land planned out and then practically forgotten about, which meant no attempts to adjust their path and therefore where they'd land had been made, later losing orbit and not only causing unbelievable amounts of damage, but even killing people. More than one of which was actually kind of important by sheer dumb luck that a sizable piece had broken off of one and sunk a particularly notable ship with multiple such people. It wasn't just important government officials either, though there was more than one of those. It was also more than a couple people who were just suspiciously well connected whose living families had raised hell. The whole thing had been a migraine-inducing mess, not only for the unlucky country, but also for the questions on why those people were together on a ship in the middle of nowhere. Considering just how much debris various countries had sent up that were once satellites, it was probably one of the fastest international agreements that had been reached, just from countries wanting to cover their own asses by making it international law that it basically wasn't theirs or their problem when they were done with it. It was messed up in general, but she was absolutely going to take full advantage of it. She couldn't be sure all of the materials were up to snuff, but that's why she also included the ability to process the materials rather than just use them, so that if it has the ingredients it needs, it could just make better materials. Her part of the rocket section of the plan was over now. It was entirely up to Rowena to make proper use of space debris from all the dead satellites and the like at this point, and she'd only rejoin that part of the plan later. Just a short note, I kept realizing my American-ass brain kept forgetting suffixes. Sorry for any inconsistency in previous chapters. So since it's natural to the Japanese, or someone like Toshiko, who has both the handful of years of her current life as well as decades spent in Japan for Misaki's sake, and they probably don't really notice unless they're surprised by the one someone uses or a change, I'm just going to start leaving them out. And in the case of things like a servant referring to one of the family, while it's not what they'd actually say, if it's not something like Hayama's Madam for Maya, I'm just going to essentially treat it like Toshiko's mind is automatically translating it into terms she's more familiar with, i.e. Toshiko-sama and a Lady Toshiko. In blunt terms, the block will allow chaste kisses, hand-holding, and curling up together, and stuff like that since they're more physical representations of romantic affection, as well as things that aren't really physical like flirting. Since there can be physical aspects to that like playing with the collar of someone's shirt or stroking at someone's neck, arms, or sides or something, and whether the block allows the idea of certain things occur to them, i.e. whether it blocks them or not, wouldn't be as clear-cut as other things or aren't physical at all, but it won't allow things like making out or hanky-panky, i.e. things that are more in the sexual attraction area, until at least two of them are physically 17 and only between those two. And on that note, just for the record, yes, it usually only applies to physical attraction for soulmates with more than a year's age gap. But with their minds being much older, it absolutely applies to them despite them all being born in the same year here. I'm aware IRL population is starting to decline actually, but that's actually a major plot point in the series, so I don't know, chalk it up to just differences between fiction and reality. Besides, population may be on a downswing now, but we have no way to know if it won't go on the rise again. This note is honestly to preempt anyone who is aware population is declining to say that, yeah, I know. Not a mistake on my part. This isn't a FIC thing, just for the record. It's heavily implied in canon that because of his elemental sight, Tatsuya does know them all, gaining momentum. And you guys ready for some extra sparkles trauma sparkles? By which I mean, I may or may not make you cry with the tail end of the first scene. Be warned. Also, we're touching on some canon stuff. It will honestly mostly follow canon with just some differences for setup purposes. She's in the trunk with Sora and Miho during one of the rarer times they'd managed to meet up physically despite their age, mostly having just dipped in so Sora could collect his gear as a just-in-case kind of thing. She'd already given him back his bracelet since she'd built a dedicated access point for Rowena on the rocket. And given the way she developed the rangeless instant signal transmission through the information dimension already, and therefore it didn't matter how far the rocket was away. The storage orb for Rowena on it worked just as well as a contact point. They get a bit distracted when Miho points at some stuff off to the side as she glances at her. What's all of this? When she looks over to see what she's asking about, she feels that flicker of that hesitant uncertainty bubble up again and glances away. You guys remember how the fact all our kids were raised by the three of us collectively meant they all had a strange mishmash of Asian and European customs? They both nod, looking a little concerned at her avoidance. I don't know how it connects totally, since honestly it feels to me like if you're going to a different universe, you'd also have to set the date and time and all that as well as the location. But, well, one of the Asian customs they held on to was that tendency to make shrines to deceased loved ones, and apparently they made one for me after I passed. From what Rowena told me, while they didn't know what the trunk was fully, they knew it was important to me. So it was apparently the centerpiece in the one they made for me. Temporary offerings like food and the like were just set on top, but more permanent things like letters or books they thought I'd like and stuff they tended to put in the trunk since they at least knew it was space extended. So I kinda unintentionally got all of those as well. Sora gives the pile a bemused look, unintentionally in the form that you didn't mean to grab them as well maybe. But the thought behind offerings like that is that they're for those loved ones. So I'd say it may have been unexpected, but technically is intended that they reached you. She hums, a quiet little tentative noise, and Miho gives her a questioning look. What? Her gaze drifts a bit before she shakes her head. I'm honestly surprised they made a shrine, to be honest. After you two, our kids, our grandkids, and even our great-grandkids, not to mention basically all the people I had grown close to in those years died, I admittedly pulled away a bit emotionally. I mean, I was still around in general and still there in a heartbeat if they needed me, but Miho gives her a concerned look. Yeah, but after all of that, no one can reasonably blame you for withdrawing somewhat. And it's not like you neglected them or ignored them from what you're saying and given your personality. She shrugs. Yeah, but I'm honestly surprised they were fond of me enough to do something like that. To be honest, I've been a bit hesitant to actually look it over and see what they genuinely thought of me. Sora purses his lips and suddenly snags her wrist. Right then. Let's see what all this is about. She chokes a little Sora dash. He shakes his head firmly before glancing over his shoulder at her. No, Toshiko. I know you. It'll eat away at you until you get answers. And besides, if they made a shrine for you, they couldn't have thought poorly of you. She sputters a bit, but the two gently bully her over and into actually examining the pile. They let her put off going for the letters immediately and examine some of the other offerings first to ease into it at least, but she's not even a quarter of the way through those before they gently bully her into finally reading the letters, which either the trunk or Rowena or both had sorted by years, then who it was from, and finally the order of them, if one of them wrote more than one letter in any of the years her trunk had unintentionally been collecting more things as a shrine to her. The letters, well, she wasn't the only one surprised by their contents. There seemed to be something of a collective agreement in their great-grandkids that despite never having actually met them, given the stories she used to tell of Hei and Misaki, not to mention the subsequent generations that had passed as well, in a weird way, it felt like they'd lost them as well with her passing. She hadn't shoved it in their faces, but she'd always kept the memory of them alive. And with her gone, all they had left was memories of the stories she told. Echoes of echoes. That one had surprised Sora and Miho more than a bit. Not in that she'd talked about them, but that even without being insistent and cramming those stories down people's throats, she'd apparently talked about them enough that it left their great-grandkids feeling like they'd sorta lost them too, despite fully acknowledging they'd never actually met them in the first place. Not that there weren't surprises for her. They'd never acknowledged it around her, not wanting to hurt her, but apparently they had all absolutely been aware that she was emotionally distant even though she was always there. Even more surprising, none of them blamed her, and most astonishing of all, they'd all absolutely adored their great-grandma Calanthe anyway, grieving and missing her ferociously when she died. It had apparently practically gutted the families. All three of the ones she had once been lady of, and even the descendants of Misaki's biological children, who she was just as involved with, when they found out she was dead. The shrine the trunk had been the centerpiece of had in no way been out of some sort of sense of obligation, or maybe even some strange way to spite her, as she'd wondered about. She had cried, more than a little at the first letters from after her passing. Sora and Miho had been a bit misty-eyed themselves, but they hadn't let that distract them from comforting her. When she's finally starting to calm down a bit, Miho sighs a little. It kind of makes me feel a bit bad that the trunk got summoned to you and away from them. Her eyes widen and she hurries to add, it's not your fault or anything. Well, if they loved you and missed you that much, it probably gutted them all over again that the trunk disappeared. She flinches, and at that, even though she'd been respectfully quiet up until then, Rowena pipes up, not particularly. There was actually a brief bit of time between when the trunk vanished from that world, and I lost the connection with my copy in said world, and threw at the golems like the ones that act as guards at the Potter ancestral manor. It was actually during something of a family gathering for them, for all of the families, not just the Potters. Before the connection broke, I very distinctly heard one of them comment that the trunk vanishing out of the blue track for something creator made, and another agree and comment that they had no clue what great-grandma Calanthe was up to wherever she was in the afterlife or not, but she was clearly up to something again. The last thing I heard was laughter and agreements. Miho bursts into her own laughter, and Sora looks over at her in amusement. Why am I somehow not surprised that they saw a creation of yours that they may not have known the full abilities of, but knew it was valuable to you just up and vanish? And their only response was she's up to something again wherever she is. She pouts at him. I don't know. Why aren't you? He shakes his head, and Miho manages to calm down, then starts reaching for more of the letters before smiling at her. Come on. You should read the rest of these as well. She drops her gaze as she nods, still a bit surprised and maybe a little embarrassed at how beloved she'd apparently been with all of them. They seem to have picked up the tendency that whenever they saw something that reminded them of her, or they thought she'd like particularly books, to buy it and later put it in the trunk, but she'd sort through that all after she was done with the letters. She's making solid progress on the letters, which Sora and Miho were absently reading with her. With her permission, of course, wanting to get the glimpse of their descendants that they can, having never met them or really talked about them in their new life. When Miho suddenly asks, "Who's great Aunt Melina? I keep seeing mentions of her, and originally I thought maybe she was from one of the subsequent generations we never met, but we saw every one of our great-grandkids' births to my knowledge, and there are stories that don't seem to make sense with her being from said younger generations." The letter slips from her fingers as realization washes over her, and her eyes slowly tear up. Sora turns to her quickly, even as Miho gets surprised at her response to her seemingly innocent question. Toshiko? Sweetheart, what's wrong? She shakes her head wordlessly. I'm sorry. I'm Sora. He wraps his arms around her tightly and starts shushing her gently. It's okay, darling. It's okay. Whatever it is, it's okay. She shakes her head as her hands, which had reached up to grab onto the front of his shirt, slowly start clenching. No, you don't understand. Sora presses a kiss to her hair. Then explain it, okay? She sniffs. I didn't tell you because your health was declining, and all the healers said it was because you were nearing the end of your natural lifespan. And dash, she buries her face in his chest. And I wasn't trying to hide it after we were reborn, I swear. It just wasn't news to me, and I was just so focused on the fact you two were here again. He shushes her some more, rocking her gently. It's fine, it's fine. You weren't trying to hide it, and we're understandably distracted. I get it, okay? I'm not mad. I promise. I'm not mad. She sobs. No, you don't get it. I was pregnant when you died. There's a pin-drop silence as she shakes in his arms, unable to bring herself to look up at him. Your health was declining, and all the healers said you probably wouldn't last too much longer. And I didn't want you to die regretting not living long enough to at least meet our baby, because I was a fucking moron and forgot that particularly powerful female magicals' bodies would compensate for their slower aging and produce more eggs while their bodies were still capable of handling a pregnancy, and was so distracted by what the healers were saying about your health that I spaced my contraceptive potions, and I mean, it may have cooled off as you got older, and even more when you started reaching the end of your lifespan, but we did still have an active sex life, and dash. And my options were to either tell you and potentially let you die knowing you wouldn't get to meet our youngest, or not tell you and just accept you being mad at me when it was a surprise that I went into labor, and the first can't really be fixed at the last minute or something. So since you weren't at risk of a heart attack from surprise, or something, dash. His arms tighten, and one of his hands rises to press her face more firmly to him. Sweetheart. It's okay. I mean, I'm not happy that I died without even knowing you were pregnant again. But you were just trying to make the best of a bad situation. I get that. Ido. Oh. She presses her face into his chest even firmer, crying her heart out. When things calm down a little, she'll both show him memories through the trunk in pensive mode as well as tell him all about Melina, their daughter she'd named, because she wanted her to have something of the father she'd never get to meet to hold on to. Something more substantial than stories she had no part in or keepsakes she could lose. Something that was hers and hers alone. And the name means dark or black, just like Hei. She'll tell him all about the little girl that she actively tried not to influence as some sort of fucked up replacement, yet was so much like her dad anyway. So much so she'd actually question herself on whether she was influencing her that way subconsciously and had to ask their kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids if she was unintentionally pressuring her to be like her dad. They had laughed and assured her she wasn't, and at her request, promised that they'd call her out on it if she started becoming one of those parents when she basically demanded it of them. She'll tell him everything he wants to know about the daughter he never met when she's capable. But for now, she sobs out her grief and apologizes into his chest as he comforts her as best he can, though it's probably harder with the drops landing on her hair, making it abundantly clear that he's crying too. Sora is rubbing idly at her leg a few hours later, the initial rush of questions over before he suddenly says, "You've said Melina was like a mini-me, and I can kind of see it in how you've described her, but I honestly can't see why you felt it necessary to ask our kids, and all them, if you were unknowingly pushing her to be like me." She turns to him face deadpan, because when she was 6, and this was the incident that kicked off my inquiry to them for the record, I walked in on her playing with her stuffed animals. And I knew vaguely that she talked to them and treated them like people while she was playing like a lot of kids do, like how some girls have tea parties with them. I didn't actually know exactly how she played with them, though. You can understand my concerned confusion then. When I walked in on her repeatedly stabbing a stuffed dragon she had with some scissors enchanted not to be able to break skin so as to be child-friendly. You should also be able to understand that I, understandably, asked her why she was stabbing Rexius. She ignores their baffled looks to push on, and it should be very apparent why I immediately started questioning myself when her response was to look up at me without a lick of guilt and without missing a beat inform me, and I quote, "'Cause he's a dirty snitch who had to be silenced." Same with Mrs. Fuzz. She was an undercover cop, and he was reporting to her. Names should have given it away, especially since she's a turtle and not really fuzzy, but we weren't paying attention. Might have felt bad about it, or maybe even allowed her to escape, but the whole reason she got Mr. Teddy to introduce her is because he bribes her to look the other way on some of the things he does, so she's a dirty cop anyway, and then turned back to finish silencing Rexius. Sora chokes on the sip of water he'd been taking with his other hand. Even as Miho Dam near slams her head down into the table, thankfully with an arm between the two to cushion the impact, as she doubles over laughing her ass off before she lifts her head as to gasp out between her laughs as best she can. No, I can see why you were concerned. She absolutely was a mini-hey. Sora stares at them for a minute before he shakes his head as a smile dances over his lips. Yeah, she was definitely my girl. She knew what was up, did not mess around, and she stood on business. She laughs lowly, utterly unsurprised when the questions turn to chasing stories like that. If she continued to be like that, how she was when she was older, all of that rather than more generalized questions. She gazes at the shell-shocked Mia idly. It was the New Year's gathering, and she was actually attending this one unlike usual since she had zero desire to put up with her family's nonsense in general. Or the one at the very beginning of when she was reinstated and started being invited since she wanted to finish her the research she was doing at the time. She was really only here because Yuki had asked her to be. She can understand why, given her announcement during the section where they updated each other on things they didn't deem needed to be spread to relevant parties more immediately. She was announcing breakthroughs in dealing with magic calculation area, overclocking treatments, and subsequently, the part that had her mother shell-shocked. That after the examination she'd requested to do of Mia prior, she was about 95% sure that the recent breakthroughs and developments means they can treat Mia, who was in a not-so-nice Goldilocks zone between magic calculation area, overclocking, instant death, and 2 damage to recover on its own, which has been putting a strain on her body and slowly killing her. She can certainly see why Yuka would be nervous and want her around, as emotional support if nothing else, for such an announcement. But she's done so well without her helping in any way beyond just being here. Mia, on the other hand, looks like a stiff breeze may knock her from her sitting position to being sprawled on the floor. She supposes it's fair. It's not every day that someone who's known they were dying for years and has long resigned themselves to its inevitably learns of a breakthrough that means it's not so inevitable anymore. She still hasn't come to a conclusion about her mother one way or another, but the woman looks so stunned and fragile that she reaches out to lay a concerned hand on her arm anyway. She doesn't try to hide her uncertainty regarding Mia. She never has and she certainly doesn't want to give her the wrong impression now, but when she turns to her, as slow as a glacier in her stupor, just seeing her seems to resolve Mia anyway. She turns to Maya. I ignored all of my husband's infractions as I thought my death was inevitable and wanted to leave my son with one parent at least, even though I knew he'd never be there for my daughter. But if the certainty that I'm going to die has very nearly flipped to me being very nearly certain to live, I will not tolerate his infractions anymore. I hereby formally request permission from the head of the Yotsuba to divorce my husband. Yuki chokes on the other side of her. Mother, Mia turns to him with a raised eyebrow. Why are you so surprised? You know full well there's no love between me and your father. The Yotsuba were really only after his genetics, and I never had any feelings for him in the first place. I didn't care he was cheating given all of that. But why would I let him and his disrespect for me stick around now? Yuki opens and closes his mouth before lowering his head. For some reason, he gives her a nasty look. She has no clue why, since other than giving Yuki information to improve her ability to treat magic calculation area overclocking, she had nothing to do with the situation, but she genuinely doesn't care about his opinion of her in general. It'd be troublesome if he went and succumbed to that mine of the love priming in him. And if they had an actual sibling relationship, she'd likely care somewhat about his opinion. However, if there was one thing she had learned from her life as Calanthe, it was that one should not be bothered by the opinions of those you don't have some sort of meaningful relationship with, be it as friends, lovers, or even enemies, if only to keep on guard in the case of the latter. No one else seems surprised at the decision beyond Yuki, and Maya nods. Of course, Mia. Normally, I would say that it would be better to hold off on such a decision until your treatments are done, but we have no idea how long that will take. And if Yuka is so confident you can be treated, there's little reason to hold back just for that 5% chance that she can't do it. Particularly since we have no idea how long it will take these treatments to do their job. And I can't imagine the stress of dealing with Tatsuru will be at all helpful for keeping you in the 95% chance of success rather than potentially pushing you into the 5%. Fumiya looks troubled. Then what happens with Tatsuru? I mean, he's never been allowed in the main house, but Omesis snorts. He knows too much to be able to trust he'll keep his mouth shut. We'll have to dispose of him. There's more than one nod, and she stirs. While I don't particularly care for him, given the Yotsuba manipulated the circumstances of his life to practically force him to marry my mother, I have an alternative to keep him from talking I would like to try. You just need to have him and his lover brought to the main house tomorrow, Maya. Osamu gives her a nasty look. I'm surprised you of all people take issue with just killing him and being done with it. She smiles at him, fully aware it's one of her meaner ones. Given, as I stated before, it was the Yotsuba who arranged things, so he had practically no choice but to marry my mother to produce myself and Yuki, and it's the Yotsuba who are deciding that now that his purpose is over he needs to be eliminated. And I'm the only one even proposing an attempt at an alternative. She eyes him, then turns away almost absently. It makes one wonder, who's the real monster between myself and the majority of the older generation? Now doesn't it? More than one of them flinch, including Osamu, who pales but tries to muster himself. He doesn't even get a chance to before Maya rather lazily cuts him off. Enough, Osamu. As things stand, Toshiko only wants me to hold off on making a decision until I can see her alternative tomorrow. As that doesn't cost us anything, I have no qualms with that, therefore the discussion is closed for now. He doesn't look happy, and there's more than a few of the older generation who seem to be with him, but the topic is dropped for now. Even as Katsushige gives his father the side, I had before mouthing an apology towards her. She just smiles back reassuringly. The rest of the New Year's gathering is fairly calm. She continues to get poorly hidden nasty looks from a lot of them, but she's genuinely surprised to see a few of them looking more contemplative when they gaze at her. The following day is also mostly calm, the only real thing of note being Yuka asking her to be there and examine her giving Mia her first treatment just to double-check she didn't miscalculate anywhere, which she hadn't as far as she could tell, and it practically seems to be evening once more in a blink. She's not surprised to see the hall full again, even though the New Year's gathering is officially over, with her very nervous sperm donor and his even more nervous affair partner sitting in the middle of the room between the two rows of Yotsuba, sitting incised to the sides with Maya in the middle near the end of the hall. She steps up to her father without hesitation and bluntly informs him, A new treatment means mother is almost guaranteed to survive and recover. Her father and his lover's eyes go wide in shock and more than a little fear. As such, she refuses to tolerate you. So let me ask you this. What matters more, your memories as they are and your ability to bear more children, or your life? Her father gives her a look like she's stupid. My life, of course. She turns to the woman. Your memories or your life? The woman is trembling fearfully, but while her tone is shaky, the answer comes immediately. My life, obviously. She nods. The Yotsuba would never tolerate the possibility of your genes spreading outside of their control, nor the potential for you to reveal the things you know. But I have an alternative to killing you. She uses magic to knock them both out, then uses the twist Rowena had worked into legitimacy to pull the Yotsuba sort of in her mind, but also blocked off from seeing into her actual mind, though not for lack of trying from a couple of them at the irresistible opportunity dash. Just able to see for themselves what she's doing as she uses decomposition on uncritical internals to make her father infertile, then turns her attention to his mind and starts rewriting all of his memories since he first met her mother, altering everything to do with the Yotsuba and anything he learned of them, barring a vague understanding that the woman he married was connected to them, but that he wasn't allowed to learn anything more, as well as a vague suspicion that the Yotsuba had some sort of in with FLT and were the reason he got the job, as well as how he's managed to keep it. Given it requires her to comb through all of those memories, it also lets her confirm he never told anyone except his lover. Sayuri is her name. Apparently, she was his girlfriend before the Yotsuba manipulated things so their relationship would fall apart and then swooped in to snatch him up for his genetics. When she's done with him, she repeats the process on Sayuri herself to make sure the only thing she knows is also that Tatsuru's wife is vaguely connected to the Yotsuba. When she's done, she ends the connections to everyone's minds and turns away from her father and Sayuri to look up at the astonished Maya. And there you go. They know absolutely nothing. They'll be unconscious for 12 hours, so just dump them back at Sayuri's place since he was with her there before they were basically kidnapped here. Mother proceeds with divorcing him, and we go our separate ways. Maya bursts out laughing. That's certainly one way to deal with it. Mitsuga shows us that moment to have an outburst of his own, but not one of humor. All this shows us is how you got the other kids on your side. You altered their minds. Maya's laughter ends immediately as she whips towards him, but as she opens her mouth, Toshiko raises her hand towards her to get her to hold on a moment. Once the attention is back on her, she turns to her mother. Given you have the best mental manipulation magic and therefore the best mental defenses the Yotsuba knows about, I'm going to use you as an example. But don't worry, it won't be permanent. Mia furrows her brows but nods, dragging everyone into another link, while it's not really the point. As she works, she lets them see the difference between suppressing memories to put an alternative over them and outright changing a memory like she did for Tatsuru and Sayuri. Specifically, she forces her mother to think she actually loves Tatsuru and alters all the relevant memories, and subsequently doesn't really know what's going on right now. When she's done, she pulls back enough to let them see she doesn't need to hold it, even as in the physical world her mother gives Tatsuru a concerned look. She lets it linger long enough for them to firmly feel for themselves how her mother's well-trained mind struggles feebly against the manipulation, but makes zero progress, akin to someone trying to dig through solid concrete with nothing but their nails and quickly exhausts itself, even trying. Only once that's been made abundantly clear does she move back in and undo her work. Her mother scrunches her nose briefly as she gives Tatsuru a disgusted look before shooting a dirty one at her. Really? Of all things to prove your prowess in mental manipulation, you had to pick that? She smiles. The fact you hate him so much makes it a good target to prove it with, since I literally have to completely flip your feelings into the opposite, and that is not an easy thing to do. Then she starts to turn away before she pauses. I suppose you could also consider it a mild bit of payback. You may not have needed to flip hatred, but it's not so nice when it's done to you. Now is it? She flinches slightly, then looks away, brows a little furrowed. Maya eyes Mitsugu. Well, there you have it, Mitsugu. If she's capable of that, and was going to manipulate minds in the Yotsuba, why would any of you still be capable of your groundless hatred for her? Mitsugu flinches, and he's not the only one. She shakes her head. As for the relationship with myself and the children, All that happened is that I invited Ayako to come visit me to help her get a handle on perfect diffusion. As you all know, since you saw me extend the invitation, the rest tagged along, and things just progressed from there. Maya turns away. The subject on the possibility of Toshiko using mental manipulation magic on the other children is closed. Then her cheer seems to come back as she eyes the passed-out Tatsuru and Sayuri. And so is the topic on what to do about them, it seems. She hums as she glances around. Just for the record, for anyone who gets ideas, that thing you may or may not have noticed me implanting was a magical tracker. I'll know immediately if anyone takes matters into their own hands and kills them despite the lack of necessity, given they don't know anything. Well, beyond Mother's vague connection to the Yotsuba, and by and large, I only left that intact, as well as the suspicion that the Yotsuba had something to do with him getting the job he got, so as to neatly tie up his inevitable job termination when Mother divorces him, as well as so he's not that shocked if Yuki ends up becoming the next head out of the candidates, so he doesn't try to investigate. Maya nods. I was actually wondering why you did, though that certainly makes sense. She glances at the two briefly before turning away, dismissively, and looking vaguely over her shoulder. Hiyama. He steps forward without hesitation. Yes, madam? She waves dismissively towards them. Have them taken back to her apartment. He bows and gives a few servants a look, and they quickly move forward to gather them and head out. She turns away from the matter as well. Tatsuru was never a father to her in any capacity beyond genetics, but he had practically had his whole life manipulated to ensure his marriage to her mother. She would never feel any particular loss at his removal from her life, but he didn't deserve to die just because he'd served his purpose, and the Yotsuba never bothered to hide a whole lot from them. She glances at her mother. I would suggest holding off on having anyone collect our things until you officially serve him divorce papers, but given it would make things needlessly difficult, not to mention be odd, if we stayed at the house he bought, we should probably move. Mia nods. That's not any particular issue. But you aren't wrong that we wouldn't want to jump the gun since he doesn't really understand anything about us anymore. She nods back, and the discussion ends there. It doesn't take long for people to start dispersing, but the kids quickly scamper over to her, eager to talk about the abilities she just showed she possessed. She barely notices Yuki giving her an odd look while leaving. She's unbelievably pleased. It's been about 3 years since she launched that somewhat small rocket Rowena was taking around to gather up space debris to snatch up as components for construction. On Toshiko's end, she had finally managed to apply what she knew from apparition and port keys into a true teleport magic. As things currently stand, it requires a decently large gate on either side to act as clearly defined entrance and exit points, as well as aiding in the spell with magic engravings. Though the majority of the casting is still on the one teleporting, given she still hasn't worked out magic sequence storage. They aren't massive, but certainly big, since even its smallest version needs a diameter of over 20 feet across and has archways going up like its base is the bottom of a dome. So she doesn't really need to worry much about some sort of countermeasure like the anti-apparition or anti-portkey wards at the moment. Though she should probably start looking into that just in case the magic for it is ever made small enough to allow teleportation without the huge gates. It's not a massive priority at the moment given the size, but it's definitely something she needs to look into in general. There weren't any rare or particularly hard to produce components in the teleportation gates, so Rowena was just going to use more of the materials from the space debris to make one on what she was building in orbit, rather than necessitating that she send a sort of care package up, or possibly have to get an airtight suit or make a spell to cover her and go up herself. On the topic of what Rowena was building, there had been climbing confusion about it. Japan had known the original rocket was sent up, of course, and kept an eye on what it was doing from the get-go, but other countries have started to notice as Rowena gets further along in her construction. They'd presumably taken note of it before, since things were now at the point that it was getting out to the public, and there was some buzz wondering what on earth it was and what exactly it was building. More than one government had tried to redirect their satellites towards what Rowena was working on, presumably to try to get a better look or something, but if there was one thing that works just fine in a vacuum, it's gravity, so Rowena was perfectly capable of slipping around them. So live satellites, which haven't yet become space debris, are never allowed to come particularly close. More than once, one of them had actually tried broadcasting a message that Rowena was stealing their stuff, But every last one of them shut up every time Rowena simply broadcast back the agreement passed in international law that once a satellite was no longer functioning, it didn't belong to, nor was the responsibility of them, as well as a list of all the damage and deaths done by satellites whatever country made that accusation was responsible for if it was still legally their property, including the price tag on the compensation they would need to pay if they still laid claim to their defunct space assets. It was the only transmission Rowena ever sent to them, and it shut them all up immediately. Needless to say, countries that had bothered Rowena while she was working only ever did so once each, and there had only been a handful overall. If anything, its maneuverability and avoidance only made people even more confused. It was honestly kind of funny to watch people grow more and more baffled and toss increasingly wild ideas around. There's still a few more key components she needs to make for her plan, but so far, everything was working out well. She's made more than a few of the nitty-gritty details things, or at least spell work regarding them. She'd even published the ones that seemed usable in a more general sense, though that too had garnered confusion as to the seeming randomness of the various releases by Toshiko Mahana that seem all over the place with no real connection between them. Still, she doesn't want it to be a lifetime project just to get started on the actual goal. So she really does need to figure them out sooner rather than later, but she's a bit stumped by the magic sequence storage, which is absolutely a necessary component. She wasn't sure what to do about that one right at the moment, though. She'd really like to get her hands on one of those relics, or even just get a good look at one with her elemental side if she couldn't hold on to one and study it for a while. It was a shame that the dig sites for them, as well as any of the relics unearthed, were considered classified, but she'd written off the possibility of getting access to one a long time ago, and has figured for years she'd have to start from scratch. Which is exactly why she's been researching it herself this whole time. Practically from the moment, she felt like she understood the magic of this world well enough. Or well, the modern magic of this world. While there were documents on ancient magic, they were relatively few in comparison to what ancient magic users were actually capable of, and they were more just generally about various capabilities, not how to do it by and large. She's worked out a couple that have some vague explanations available, but they are very few and far between. It leaves her itching a bit to learn more, but there weren't exactly options for it. For either ancient magic or the Magatama relics, actually. Ancient magicians tend to be very closed off and secretive, and the Magatama-type relics were literally labeled as classified government property, so she sighs and shakes off the thought. There was no point listing all the things she doesn't have. She has things she still needs to work on, and there's no point wasting her time lamenting things she never had to begin with. She looks up as she sees Mia stop in front of her door with her elemental sight. Obviously, she already knows she's there, but after a few too many jump scares, she'd come to a polite agreement to let people knock before she called out to them. So she does exactly that, letting her mother knock, and even waiting a beat like she needed a split second to register it before calling out, "Come in, mother." Mia enters at her call, walking over to stand near where she was seated at the desk. "Toshiko, I was thinking of planning a family vacation to Okinawa. I'm aware that you're still trying to find a way to balance, not potentially setting off Yuki's tendencies by not necessarily ignoring him completely, but I would prefer if you came." She blinks, gaze flicking away. Yuki's priming hasn't gotten him completely, but he's been acting a bit odd around her since the New Year's gathering. From what he'd said, and also additional things she'd noticed, it seemed to boil down to her going out of her way to spare their father despite not necessarily liking him. It had unintentionally countered all that nonsense the Yotsuba had been pouring into his ears that she was an utter monster. The only thing they could fall back on after the whole failure of a magician line was no longer applicable. She didn't hate Yuki or anything, even though they weren't particularly close. If anything, as things currently stood, she was more neutral since while Yuki has been more willing to try to make a connection with her, he was still very hesitant about it. She wishes she can say the reason she hasn't been smoothing things along for such a confused child was entirely due to her giving him space while he worked things out, and nothing more, but that would genuinely be a lie. It was definitely one of the reasons, but if she was being entirely honest, she was also just wary of unintentionally triggering his priming to fall in love with her. While it was absolutely the product of its own sort of manipulation, even if not of the magical kind, as well as poison, and she in no way wants him to have to go through that in a way, it had been easier when he just straight up hated her. Sighing as she shakes the thought off, she looks up at her mother. "All right, I'll go. Don't expect that I'll just blindly agree with anything you plan, though. Mia smiles a little as she nods. I know. And there really aren't plans beyond the vacation itself as things stand, nor would I expect you to anyhow. Maybe I'll look into planning a couple things, but currently it's just a vacation in general. I have heard that Mitsugu was thinking about throwing a party around the same time, so going to that would be vaguely on the agenda if we're there at the same time, but that's the only thing vaguely planned at the moment. She feels a smidge annoyed that Mia hadn't mentioned that first, since if nothing else, the Kuroba twins probably would have been sad if Mia and Yuki were there, but she wasn't. It was a toss-up if Mia hadn't mentioned it as a trump card to convince her to go, if she initially rejected it, or was just that she wanted her to agree to going on vacation with Mia and Yuki rather than just tagging along to see the twins. It doesn't matter a whole lot anyway, so she drops it without saying anything and nods back. All right then. Mia nods once more, then starts to turn away. I'll leave you to whatever you're working on then. She hums an acknowledgement as she starts to turn back to her work. After they arrive at the house, she sighs before looking over at Mia. I'm going to go relax in my room for a bit before it's time to start getting ready for the party. She scrunches her nose. Still don't get why we had to get here on the same day as it instead of the day before. It may be a short flight, only about 2.5 hours, but with all the airport's time and the like, I'd still have preferred the chance to settle in and all that for a day first. Mia hums lightly, so you've said. Her tone becomes mildly amused. Repeatedly, she snorts, because it's true. She waves a hand somewhat flippantly as she starts for the stairs. Anyway, I'll be in my room. She glances back at the last part to make sure it was heard. But as she starts to turn again after seeing Mia's nod of understanding, she spots Yuki shooting her one of those confused, thoughtful looks out of the corner of his eye. Her brows furrow a bit after she turns around. She really doesn't mind the idea of them having a sibling relationship, if he can push past the poison the Yotsuba have fed him basically all his life, but that priming, it really does just seem like a mine just waiting to blow up on them. As she crests the top of the stairs and rounds the corner, she just barely hears Yuki. May I go out on a walk, mother? After the airports and the flight and car rides, I'd like to stretch my legs. She opens her door and steps in, and before she can close it, she just makes out Mia's voice. If you take a bodig dash. She tugs her mobile terminal out of her pocket before tossing herself on her bed. Mass text. Got to the house safely. You asked me to tell you. Sora, that's good. I'm just resting up now after the car ride and airport before the flight, only to repeat the first 2 parts in reverse after landing. Well, at least for as long as I can before that. Party. Miho, I still don't understand why you guys arrived on the same day. Me neither. Sora, well, regardless, don't forget that it's a short vacation, which means no working. Miho, what he said. Yeah, I know, you hypocrites. Miho, excuse you. I may be a workaholic, but I'm much better than you at taking time to relax. Thank you very much. Sora, she's not wrong. She snickers slightly, then sends off a cheeky message. Traitors. Traitors everywhere. Sora, if I gotta be a traitor to get you to rest, then get out of my way, Wang Jingwei too. I've got significant traitory of my own to do. Mean. Sora, if I've got to be a traitor to get you to rest, then a traitor I shall be. Miho, LOL. He's not wrong though. Get some freaking rest. Fian. Consider yourselves lucky. I still have it in my heart to love you traitors. Anyway, they send her laughter, their love, and one last insistent reminder to relax before the conversation ends, and she drops her mobile terminal onto the bed with a sigh. She finds herself pouting without even being aware when she started making that face, and sits up to go take a shower and relax in the bath before she has to get ready for the party. As Mia greets the somewhat strained-looking Mitsugu, whose expression had only become strained when he spotted Toshiko before he started purposely ignoring her, she notices that Yuki is trying to plaster a fake, vague smile on his face. It isn't incredibly obvious that it's fake, but it wasn't super hidden either. Suppressing a sigh, she edges a little closer to breathe out to him almost inaudibly. You aren't doing bad if you're trying to fake your expression, but it's still not great. Think of something that makes you vaguely, but not super happy, and hold it firmly in the back of your mind. Let it give you that little smile it wants to put on your face instead of suppressing your reaction to it. Yuki flicks a quick glance at her, and a moment later his fake smile is swallowed up by a small, but genuine one as he nods. It's vague enough that no one will mistakenly think he's super happy or anything, But having whatever brought the smile into being lingering in the back of his mind should help him keep from getting too frustrated at the tediousness of things, and also let him keep the Kikoshi 3 air he's aiming for. As they start to make their way in further, she notices Hanami break off discreetly to linger by the wall, out of the way of the party, but nearby if needed. She'd noticed the ones already there despite how much they were trying to just fade into the background and give off an air that they aren't worth paying attention to, but having a sort of former assassin and an ex-cop as her soulmates means her brain is not inclined to be willing to brush them off, unlike most of the Yotsuba or other high society members undoubtedly do. When the greetings, notably reluctant towards her, are done with, Mitsuga leads them off towards the twins at Mia's prompting. Ayako visibly has to fight to hold in her excitement when she spots her over Fumiya's shoulder, quickly pointing behind him, making him light up just as much in moments after he turns. They're practically wriggling in place, trying to contain themselves enough not to go running up to her in the middle of a party or burst into what would be considered obnoxiously loud, enthusiastic greetings in this kind of setting with these sort of people around. Manners dictate they greet Mia first, giving her perfectly respectful, "We welcome you, Aunt Mia. We are very glad you could grace our party with your presence." It's said in perfect unison as well, and she might be confused as to why they turn to Yuki next. But even if she'd never seen the kids pull it before, she's been a noble woman before. She's seen people get their obligations out of the way quickly to turn to what they actually wanted to do before. This greeting, too, is in perfect unison and absolutely polite, if lacking any particular warmth towards Yuki. She can't even exactly complain, given that yes, Yuki has started to move past his hatred of her, but the kids have already been steadily dropping their cold attitude towards him as he did. It may be a step behind Yuki's own change in attitude, probably to see if his attitude sticks and doesn't backslide, but they were adapting their own approach to Yuki as he moves past the poison the Yotsuba have been pouring in his ears practically from the moment he was born. Regardless, once they're done greeting him as well, they enthusiastically turn to her and finally end their unison as Ayako barely holds herself back from bursting out. "Hi, Toshiko." I wanted to squeal in glee so bad the moment I heard you were coming. Fumiya sort of discreetly elbows her, but doesn't add anything verbal. "Toshiko, we're so glad you're here." She laughs at the enthusiastic duo, reaching out to pat their heads. "Calm down, you two. You say that like we didn't just see each other last week or something." Fumiya leans into her hand a bit. "Yeah, but you're practically never at more official parties and stuff." She chuckles, utterly ignoring the obviously displeased Mitsugu, but he doesn't dare say anything. Not after she knows full well that he hadn't wanted her at the party to begin with. But the moment Mia even heard a hint of that, she made it clear that if she wasn't on the invitation, she wouldn't come. Nor would she allow Yuki to attend an event thrown by someone discriminating against her other child. He, and others like him in the family for that matter, have been steadily stripped of any grounds to complain about her without legitimate reason, like her actually doing some sort of harm. On top of that, Maya and Mia may have had to ramp up to it, knowing full well that the stubborn Yotsuba would struggle with it if they dropped it on them all at once, but have by now made it obvious that they would not tolerate anything remotely similar to the way she used to be treated, and that attempting to do so would have consequences. She's starting to, admittedly reluctantly, think that Mia is actually getting to the point of earning her title of mother. She's still somewhat on the fence with her, but in fairness, even if she doesn't agree with the things she did to Yuki and herself when they were babies, ultimately she had just been trying to make the best of the terrible situation the Yotsuba had put her in. And she couldn't exactly ignore that she's been trying her best to make things right since the situation changed and she was reinstated to the family. She barely holds back a sigh and controls her face at the direction her thoughts have drifted. Fumiya and Ayako would undoubtedly take it the wrong way if nothing else, and they don't deserve to think it's because of them.